recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, the greatest professional wrestler of all time, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Actually, we're going to have to, because Double J lives in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I think it's well known. Man, they just got hit by a hell of a tornado, like a major tornado, multiple deaths out of nowhere. I think Double J's home marina, as he lives on the lake there in Hendersonville, just destroyed. Some of the places he grew up, and man, it's just real devastation in that part of the state. Thankfully, the Last Outlaw and his family are just fine. They are without power, but like 80% of the area has power again, but the other 20% is still struggling. And as we were set to record, Double J has no power. But he's bumming a generator for the fam from a neighbor. And yeah, so we had to call an audible today, boys and girls. It wasn't the plan. But what we're going to do is we're going to bounce around, let you guys control the show. We put together a little mashup, if you will, of Ask Jeff Anything. You never know what we're going to talk about on one of those episodes. So you're going to get a lot of different content today and a lot of different opinions from Double J. But we plan to be back, same bat time, same bat channel next week. Jeff hates missing a week and would pretty much rather cut a pinky off than miss an episode here. But it's hard to do when there's no power. So keep your fingers crossed. We'll be back sooner rather than later. Thoughts and prayers sincerely to everyone in the area who was affected. Nashville's not all that far from me. And of course, Jeff lives just north of Nashville, but I've got a lot of friends in that area, and I was checking on them throughout the weekend, just making sure, hey, is everybody okay? And if you didn't see some of the images, some brutal looking stuff that happened up there. And I realized that tornadoes, it almost feels like, man, that's like a regional thing. So a lot of people aren't really familiar with it. But as I was talking to Jeff earlier today on his cell phone, he said, hey man, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's cold, but it's fine. But those tornadoes, as you know, man, they just get over you just out of nowhere, just destruction. So a lot of folks are not so happy this holiday season. Got some extra added stress. And we want to be your escape from reality and all that stuff. So let's have a few laughs. Let's learn a few lessons. Let's sit under Jeff Jarrett's learning tree. A very special remix, mashup, if you will, of Ask Jeff Anything. And we'll be back next week. We'll catch up on Skunk Gate. We'll catch up on Shoes Baseball. A lot of chatter. And I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about college football and how Jeff is now a huge Alabama fan. I mean, he's legally obligated to attend the game next year. So I just know for sure at the very end of this month, he's going to be dyed in the wool, roll tide. He's going to pull for the SEC. I'm counting on him. Surely he's not going to be a heel. Pull for Jim Harbaugh. That's Flair's guy, right? Come on. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. It's a best of Ask Jeff Anything right here on My World, and we'll see you next week. We're throwing the keys to the audience, letting you guys put your hands on the steering wheel. We got tons of questions for what we're calling Ask Jeff Anything. There's absolutely no way we'll get to them all. Maybe we'll do some of these behind the paywall. Of course, we've got lots of bonus content over at adfreeshows.com. You get all of our shows early and ad-free, plus some extra bonus stuff. And boy, have we got a fun August plan for you. Of course, we're getting things kicked off today with Ask Jeff Anything. Next week, we'll be back with New Blood Rising. Yes, a WCW 2000 story you don't want to miss. Of course, we'll finish out the month of August with a couple of SummerSlams, both 98 and 99. And then you tell me, boy, you've got some stories about Hard Justice 2006, a TNA wrestling show where, well, there's a lot of stars with the company by then. Let's jump into it, though. Bret wants to know, how was the whole Ring Ka King adventure in India, and how much did Jeff enjoy his feud with, boy, I'm going to butcher this name, Harbhajan Singh?
You said it accurately. Wow, we're jumping right into it's crazy. I've on Twitter that I see, on the hashtag Ask Jeff Anything, and it's amazing how that's the format. You really are letting the listeners take the keys to the kingdom. But I did see this question on there, so we're starting with that. Wow, it's going to catch me off guard, but not really, because it's one of my passion projects. I have said this many times. It was a life experience doing Ricky King and Conrad. I'm just going to get this out in the open right now. If I get too granular in any of these answers, just cut me off, put me on mute, tell me to shut the whatever up, because I could make I can't wait. We're going to do a whole episode. Well, no, you pick the topics, but I'd like to do a whole episode on the entire Rinky King experience.
Oh, we will.
And personally, it was one of the greatest experiences of my life to really take a seed that within TNA offices, nobody said that. They said that will never happen. At this time, I was working in live events and international, and there were executives within TNA, and we really were the little engine that could, and the financing and India. Great folks. I can't say enough good about their team, but just to get that thing off the ground and the sponsorships that came with it, and Colors Network is comparable to an NBC here, Conrad. So, I mean, it's at the very, it just so many cool things, the sponsorships, like I said, the off hours when we weren't producing all the content over there, we got to go on a couple of day excursions. We went to Tata Motors and saw how they built all the cars. Anyway, I could ramble, but it's not really ramble because it was a great experience. But the Harbhajan Singh storyline and angle, and, most people will not really know and who Harbhajan is, but he's comparable to, I always like to say he was, Michael Jordan might be too much of a stretch, but not really. I mean, a major cricket player, superstar, and married to a real famous actress. So, I mean, you talk about an A-list couple, an athlete and an actress, and Harbhajan, he became a personal friend out of that. He's got a deal with Reebok. He sent me a pair of shoes, and how he signed the shoes. And Conrad, you might have seen this in my man cave. You're like, what's that pair of Reeboks doing on your mantle up there? But if you look real close, it's signed. So, it was a wonderful experience. He's a really good athlete. For those that hadn't seen it, you can probably YouTube this, but I ended up having a blindfold match with Harbhajan. So I was blindfolded, and a lot of fun, but I can't say enough about it. And Rinky King was a great experience.
Of course, I have to admit, I don't know a ton about this individual, but I looked him up on Instagram, 4.4 million followers, on Twitter, 11.2 million followers. In Alabama, that means he's over. So, be lots more to talk about in the future, I'm sure. Ian, great friend of the show and a strong Twitter follow, writes, Vampiro claimed you wouldn't put him over for the WCW world title, considering Vamp is legendary for his bending of the truth. Is there any truth to this accusation?
I won't go granular, but there is absolutely zero truth to that. Just to even digest that, bless his heart. I love Vamp, worked with him a lot of years, but there is zero truth. And to just get it out there, that means that he believes he was in consideration for that title. I don't know. I just, no.
You don't think the WCW brass considered him a world champion talent?
I never observed that, and I never heard that.
Me neither.
I just, I'm saying that, but there was zero truth to that, like zero. I'm saying, tell you what, as the question was asked, he bends the truth. That even is, in my opinion, that's even bending the truth for Vamp.
So, you got over 100%. Instead of just saying zero, maybe you should put percent at the end. 0%.
0%.
Make that our
for
thing.
Sure.
Michael McClanahan says, had TNA not been able to secure a deal with Kurt Angle back in 2006, does Jeff believe the company still would have been able to be as successful as it was? If it was not for Kurt Angle, who would the company have built their brand around?
I've never been a guy that gets into the hypotheticals and what ifs, and, sure, book a dream match here and there. But, this format is going to sort of challenged me in a lot of ways to really sort of think that through.
Yeah.
Because I never really gave that a lot of thought. Would we have been successful? Yes, I sincerely believe we would have, because as a Vince McMahon or a Jim Crockett Sr. or a Eddie Graham or any promoter will tell you that your brand is, at the end of the day, the real strength of it. And Kurt, without question, I was elated to get him. We went after him hard. We wanted him on the team. And I think I've already said this on the podcast. I told Bob Carter that Kurt will identify our brand in so many ways, but we have been as successful. Yes, I believe we would have.
Jeff Spurlock wants to know, how did that sweet chin music from Chuck Norris feel at the 94 Survivor Series during the casket match between The Undertaker and Yokozuna feel? I always figured normal wrestling boots wouldn't be that bad, but Chuck was wearing cowboy boots.
Conrad, another question. I could probably get into the nitty gritty here, but I like the pace we have going, and I'm going to let you continue to coach me up. And for those that see the video version, I hope Conrad tells me to shut up or speed up or whatever. But I've talked about Owen sort of giving me a little soft ribbon, but I'll say this. Mr. Norris can work. he laid it in there, but no damage. But he obviously, with his background of not just his athletic background and the martial arts, but in Hollywood and his ability to do stunts and not hurt other stuntmen. He knew what he's doing without question. He laid it in, but it looked good. It felt good, but no long-term damage. I'll say that.
Lindsay wants to know, who made your earlier gear and what was the thought behind having the collar and stripes down the middle? Of course, I believe Eric Bischoff once referred to this outfit as a dick dancer outfit.
Yes, he did.
I can only assume that you went to Chippendales and were inspired.
Now, if you caught last week's episode of the Ain't I Great, we did go into detail about this, but no, that was just a little progression of the Double J tights. I started out obviously as a referee, then short tights. And not long after that, because a lot of guys in the territory, and I can remember having these different conversations. If you look at, Lawler had long tights, the Fabs had long tights. They started in short tights, but they went long tights to Rock and Roll Express. There were a lot of teams that had long tights. And I got criticized for some guys when I went to long tights earlier, like, Jeff, the only good body part you have is your legs, and now you're covering it up. But went to long tights. And then as I sort of progressed, making more of a persona, I did for a short period in Tennessee or USWA, I did the fabulous one, Jeff Jarrett, Simply Irresistible, and all kind of different things. But I was going to just
whoa.
Evolve.
No.
Here we go. I know. So I'm teeing you up. I fished you and got it.
Did you just say Simply Irresistible? Did you come out to that song?
Oh, you're going to get chastised online for not knowing that. If you're a Jeff Jarrett fan,
I'm not. I've hated you my whole life. So how would I know that? Right, but I'm just saying.
You hated me in the past. I don't like you today.
Well, Rick, it was funny because Megan and I were riding around, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago, and we had it on one of those 80s channels or something. And Phil Collins' Easy Lover came on. And I started laughing, and she said, "Can you imagine when this song came out?" I said, "Your dad used to come to the ring to this." She's like, "No, he didn't." I said, "Oh yeah, I saw him wrestle Barry Windham at Battle of the Belts in Florida, and he came out to this." She's like, "What year was that?" I said, 87, when he was on Wife Number 2. We just had a good chuckle that here comes Ric Flair, Easy Lover. And now here you are, Simply Irresistible.
So a little story, riding with my youngest daughter to a basketball tournament, and, Sirius has, the 70s, 80s, 90s, yeah. The 90s. She actually is like, she likes the 90s. And, she was born in, 06, 04, not 06, 04. But so, way before her time. But I just saw a little blurb on, was it Instagram? Something about Vanilla Ice, who went into while the reason why 90s pop culture is so hot, it's because it's the last era. This is his belief. It's the last era before you knew what your favorite star had for lunch or where they hung out coming out of the gym. It was the last era of
pre-social media.
That's the simple way to say it. But he got into great detail, and that anyway. So
back when stars were stars and they were out of reach, and no, I get it.
Back when I wore the nice stick dancer outfit and you screamed and cheered at me like you were my greatest fan right there. I said, no.
So who made that gear though? What's the lady's name? Shout them out.
Oh, so, okay. You ready for this?
Ready.
6 degrees of Charlie Collins. Miss Collins was her name. She lived in East Nashville, and her husband played on the Grand Ole Opry for years and years and years, and made different country music. I don't know that any like leading artists, but a lot of bands and backup singers and that kind of stuff. She's the one who physically made it. I came up with the design. We talked about this last week. There were some other ins and outs of it, but the material and all that, just God, what a different era. I mean, just such a different era that, a lot of folks in the 80s and 90s were still in that. It's funny how time has sort of progressed, because you sort of wore the old simple Carlin Hildegard tights, just the most, like we just brought up Rick, Rick's tights were, once he took the robe off, he wore what everybody else did, but his robe set him apart. So the costuming and, if you look at my creative career or promoter career, certainly, where I believe it's so identifiable what you wear to the ring and how you look, and the music, simply irresistible. It was, you pop for it.
Kurt wants to know if WWE let bygones be bygones and brought you back in 2001 with all of the inevitable ladder matches, TLC matches, Hell in a Cell and Elimination Chamber matches that you would have been in, and all the pushing the limits that those guys were doing physically. Do you think your career would have been able to last as long as it ultimately did?
I do. On some kind of bonus deal, and we've talked about this, my long-term applied kinesiologist, he's more than a chiropractor. I've always really focused on preventive maintenance, stretching. Yes, everybody works out. I mean, you look at Jeff Hardy, he's still rocking and rolling, and that guy, he's up there with, I really can't think of a talent that has put his body through. Shane McMahon, but it's not day in, day out. There's some guys, now it looks like Darby's coming along. There's some guys that that's a part of who they were. That was never me, obviously, but I always had a real focus for diet and exercise and sleep and stretching and working out. So I think my career would be, just the same.
Gil Boldberg, if that is your real name, writes, what was the reaction backstage when Derek Couch, aka Robbie of the Highlanders, showed up at a TNA taping while being employed at WWE in March of 2008? Since this played a part of getting him fired, does Jeff regret showing him on camera during the broadcast?
Man,
how about that question right between the eyes?
What do I regret? So the question is, do I regret?
Well, you showed a guy who worked for WWE in the crowd at your show. Yes. And because you showed him, he got fired. So the question is, should you have shown him? Do you regret getting a man fired? You cost him his job because you made a decision.
Okay. I don't. And the reason being is that there were so many things going on in 2008 to put, boy, I could really get granular here, but just to put things in because this was WrestleMania season, right? March, if I remember.
Yeah.
Why were they in town? Why did they come over and all that? But I remember hearing the buzz. I'll call it buzz. They were like, "Hey, man, this WWE talent is out in the crowd." And I'm like, "Why is he not back here?" Oh no, he don't want to come back here. I'm like, "Huh?" I couldn't put that together. That
he probably didn't want to go back there because he didn't want to get heat, because one of your stooges would have called the torch and said, "Oh, he was backstage looking for work, trying to test the waters, blah, blah, blah." And it turns out he's allowed to be a wrestler
and absolutely prove it. I mean, and I'm like,
hang on now. You got an ISO shot on him. It's not like we would have picked him out of a lineup on a broad shot. Nobody was going to, go back through it like it was the JFK film. That's not a thing we were doing, but you made sure, get his mug high and tight. Let's make sure they know he's here.
Oh, I love the paddle you have there right now. Stir it up. But I do remember being asked and I'm like, of course you're going to show him on camera.
Oh,
what is the downside? I mean,
he got fired. That's the downside.
I certainly didn't think, I didn't think the guy would put his job at risk by coming to a show. So I kind of went, okay, if he's going to be here, he's at least willing to take the risk, or he has taken the risk. Does he think we're going to shoot around him? I mean, he knew the industry. But I hate that he got fired, but that's all post-mortem.
All right. So once he got fired, did he call you and say, hey, Jeff, since you personally got me fired, can you get me a job?
Not to my recollection, but I think he is. I think he knew Scott D'Amore. I think he knew quite a few guys. I'm sure he did within our crew.
But no consideration of getting him a gig. Just fuck him. Let him figure it out. Right.
I don't think that was an option. I have a feeling he had a non-compete. Well, that's a good story. I wonder. We need to do a follow-up on the next Ask Jeff Anything. I'll do some research.
Here's what we need to do. We need to get him on the show.
Okay. Ad-free bonus content.
No. I want everybody to see this. Let's get him on camera. And here's the thing. I don't even know what that guy's doing now, but I haven't heard from him in forever.
So let me ask you, just if we can stop down just for a second. You ever heard of Wrestler's Court? I know you have.
Oh yeah. I'm in the loop, and I think you need to be brought up on charges.
Okay. So let's just identify. Can we get, I think Tony Schiavone would be an excellent defense lawyer on my behalf.
Well, let me give you a spoiler. He's done interviews since where he says that in retrospect, I think it was kind of my way of getting fired. He was unhappy. So he's let you off the hook, but we got to run him down. I don't know what he's doing, but he's probably a regular dude with a real life now and got a real gig and all that.
I think wrestlers have real lives. Yeah. That's a derogatory comment that you just.
No, buddy. It's not normal when you ask your teenage daughter, honey, will you shave my back? Daddy's got to go take flatbacks across the state. We'll be back in a little. No, that's not real. Ben says, I remember your big title match with Raven on the NWA TNA being one of the most highly anticipated matches during the Asylum years. What was it about that feud and about Raven that you think made the angle and the match so memorable? Great question.
Conrad, did you ever attend any of the Asylum shows?
About 40.
My jaw just dropped open.
Maybe I'm high. Maybe that's high, but more than yeah, it was a regular stop for me. It was 2 hours up the road.
Yeah. Okay. But wow, I learned something new every day about my partner. So the Asylum fans that were crazies, and we had sort of got into a rhythm of the storytelling, and we'll call it the regulars. And there was a section called the heel section that was right as you walk down the ramp to the right as you walk down the ramp. Raven is super talented. In a lot of ways, I don't know what his age would have been then. But me and him were both in our mid 30s. So seasoned, knew what to do. We really had good chemistry. And things just clicked, and it was that weekly episodic. And I don't think I can understate how important the crowd was to the storyline and to the week in and week out. And when we built that, we sort of put, we had come off of, we'll just say year one of 2002 and all the craziness, and get into 2003 and had that regular cadence. And we could focus on putting our flag in the ground and say, for this month, this is a big match. And next month, here's a big match. And the following month. And when we sort of set that date and kept building toward it, it's what happens when you have patience, when you have identifiable characters, when you have stakes, and when you have not only was the storyline over the belt, but people knew we had a personal feud, and it just we both really dove into the program, and the results to me, as I look back, I think it was the most anticipated match of the Asylum days. And we had people lined up 2:33 in the afternoon, and we turned away as many as we let in. So it was really, looking back on it, in hindsight, a really fun story.
And Raven is really a wrestling genius. And I don't think enough people talk about that now. I don't know if it's wrestling politics or timing. And I know once upon a time he had a monkey on his back, but what an incredible performer. Some of my lifelong quote unquote wrestling friends count Raven as one of their favorite all time guys to watch. They just love that character, and he pulled it off so well. And you guys did some pretty innovative stuff with him and really let him be him instead of trying to box him into something else. And that creativity that he probably always had inside, but we didn't get to see since CCW. We certainly didn't see a ton of it in WCW and almost none of it in the WWF. You let loose. So I enjoyed that stuff. Go back and check it out, and we'll have details on how to do that soon, I'm sure. Alex, go ahead.
Real quick on that, because you go back, like Scotty the Body came into Memphis USWA way back in the late 80s, and then Johnny Polo at WWF. So me and Scotty, I still call him Raven, we had known each other a long time and had worked around and different, all that. But during those formative years of TNA, Raven's Clockwork Orange House of Fun match, it was branded. It was just, you said it. We let Raven be Raven, and the ROI was fantastic.
Up next, we've got one from Alex. He says, WCW's closure stopped me watching wrestling for a few years, but seeing TNA on the wrestling channel on Sky back in 2004 got me back in. How did the deal come about? And thank you for helping getting me back into wrestling. Some of our listeners here domestically may not be familiar with Sky TV, but boy, what a platform. And TNA was there all the way back in 2004. How did that deal come to be?
So our first original international agent was a guy named Matthew Odie. And our first clearance, ironically, was in India. So the TNA brand was in India, I think 2003. And then we got that clearance early. And then not long after that, Richard Dennis and RDA and that team came over, and Paul Benson and the whole crew as time went on. But we just got that early clearance, and our buddy Grado, that's where he was introduced to the brand and really fell in love with it. It was like, that was one of those cornerstones of building the brand of TNA in the United Kingdom.
We've got a question here from Dismal Abysmal, and it's something that out of context maybe doesn't make any sense, but I think he's onto something. Does Jeff think there was a concentrated effort on the part of the World Wrestling Federation in the 90s to quote unquote go country? Of course, he's talking about Your Country Music Singer Act. And of course, we had other characters like Tennessee Lee in a different era, but the Smoking Guns, we're doing a cowboy look. I think that's more mirroring the culture. You go back a decade before and everybody was the Rockers or the Rock and Roll Express, and you had Van Hammer with the electric guitar. They even tried PN News in the very early 90s with rap. But boy, those early to mid 90s, the hottest genre of music as far as what's selling tickets, what's selling albums, it was country music. So a lot of times pro wrestling mirrors pop culture. Country music was it, right?
There is so many unique, maybe not for this format, legendary stories, but in the world of entertainment and specifically music, that the number one station in New York, the number one station in Boston, the number one station in DC, all these, what you're talking to is, and people just can't wrap their head around that it was country. And, that there was that level of Toby Keith just broke out, but Clint Black and the Hat Axe, but then Garth came along. And he just changed everything. He was, his records that he hold, but he grabbed America in so many different ways. And so you're right. It WWE and WCW and any form of sports entertainment / professional wrestling always latches on to pop culture, just like I latched on to Simply Irresistible when Robert Palmer. There you go, Conrad. Don't shake your head at me. But no, I think Kurt Hennig, Rap is Crap, and I mean, you just mentioned Smoking Guns, and we could go on and on and on. There's a time, and I mean, yes, we mirrored pop culture, and country was at the very, very top of making money, not just the charts. It was what was making money in entertainment.
Ian Bishop writes, with all the talent out there, not currently signed, and with such a wealth of streaming options out there compared to when Jeff was trying to market TNA, has he ever been tempted to try and launch his own promotion again? Next up, we got a question from Bryant. He says, in early TNA, you had some of your wrestlers work in Ring of Honor. Was there ever an attempt of co-promoting a show with them at that time or any other promotion in the early days of TNA? Well, the reality is you guys did have some talent working both places until, well, Ring of Honor had a little bit of a scandal. And I think collectively you guys decided you needed to distance yourselves from that. And there became an impasse. You had to sort of pick a side if you were a talent. You want to work for Ring of Honor or do you want to work for TNA? Do I have that about right?
I mean, I can't say the scandal was I remember that we had to have first priority, and I understood Ring of Honors or any other promotion. You don't have to single out Ring of Honor. I always wanted to create working relationships going back to these days. That one PW, I think that's a question. I don't know if we're going to get to it today, but there's promotions all over. I mean, 0-1 in the early years, and I know they had moved on, but whatever, you name it, any kind of promotion. We got into the Mexico situation, but Ring of Honor, Gabe actually came down to the Asylum. So we wanted to work with any and all promotions because it's, you're well aware that, we were one night a week. We knew guys couldn't make a living not even close just on the TNA check. So we wanted to create those working relationships, but it was a give and take of, you got to prioritize. For us to tell weekly episodic stories, we got to have a nucleus that we get first priority. So there was a quasi working relationship, but it just sort of ebbed and flowed. And then, the situation that went down, I think everybody sort of went their separate ways.
Ben writes, my favorite wrestler of all time is Bret Hart. And I was curious if you and Bret were friends during your WWF run, your WCW run, and are you still friends today?
Absolutely still friends today. And we talked about it on the Owen episode, and I'm sure we will talk about it, off and on throughout my career. But from the day that, I worked with Bret. It wasn't when we've documented this, but my first main event in WWF was with Bret. And that's why, when me and Owen bonded, it was never over wrestling. It was really being sons of promoters who were family guys that, just the wacky world of our upbringing and seeing the world through the lens of, I don't say feast or famine, but ups and downs and trials and tribulations and, kayfabe, the days of kayfabe and not kayfabe and just all that kind of stuff. So me and Bret, we're the same. We bonded over our upbringing, if you will, and then our love for what we did. And, Bret broke in for his father. I broke in for my father. But at the end of the day, when you take everything off the table, you want to, like in any form of business, you want to achieve and go as high as you possibly can in the industry that you started out on. And that was at the time, and, to this day, the WWF, WWE. So me and Bret had that in common. So yeah, we were friends. I hate it when he got hurt, and I knew he was hurt at WCW from the kick. So yeah, me and Bret were buddies in 92 and buddies to this day. The WWA tour. So we've worked together off and on through every stop along the way.
Here's one about Vince Russo. This is from Kevin. He says, Russo has claimed for years that the Roddy Piper promo was a shoot and that he really wanted to kick Vince Russo's ass, but it didn't look that way. And then a couple segments later, Vince was calling Athena a wench for 10 minutes to get heat. Now, just to catch everybody up, Piper did make an appearance for you guys down there in Nashville and cut what was, I guess, referred to as a quote unquote shoot promo. But this is the era of, we're trying to work the boys. Do you remember that Piper promo going according to planned, or were you in the back thinking, golly, that was not what we talked about?
Well, and our, I guess you want to consider, he's like the black sheep of the ad-free group, Dave Penzer. We probably, do you have to refer to him as ad-free member?
I love you called him the black sheep. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but continue.
Oh, okay. So he's the cousin third remove that we don't talk. I'm kidding. I love Dave. He knows I'm giving him a hard time, but Dave was on Piper's book tour, and Dave probably has some really good insight and much better recall. But Roddy was out selling books, and he was doing his book tour, and his publisher hired a big tour bus, and they were over at the Marriott by the airport in Nashville. And I went over and chatted with him. We wanted Roddy to come. It's easy for me to just say this now, but in hindsight, this is what we were doing. It was, don't buy a wrestler, rent a wrestler. So create a buzz with Piper on the show, and he's a part of the Sizzle Reel. And hey, Roddy, come up with the show. You're going to do the state of the union of the wrestling industry according to Roddy Piper. Hey, I'm up for it. And I'm like, Roddy, let's keep it between the lines. But obviously, man, the polarization of Vince Russo in 2002, 2003, you just can't, would you say that it's at its fever pitch right then? I want to say pretty much during that time frame. I may be off, but I know that he was for sure lightning rod, and he didn't like that was a shoot. He did not like what Piper was saying, and he went to the ring, but then nothing really happened. If I recall, it was just, we're going to stare each other down and get in a promo. And Roddy had just come off hip replacement surgery. So I don't think there was going to be fighting on his end. I don't think Vince was going to fight on his. It was a mess, but it made for some compelling TV. I don't want to say great. I don't want to say bad, but it was compelling. That's for sure. But it was a shoot.
Tyler says, you've gotten the chance to share the ring with tons of legends and Hall of Famers over the course of your career. Who are some people that you never got the chance to work with that you wish you would have been able to?
Oh gosh. I mean, if you go back, I'm not a Mike Tenay professor historian, but I'm up there. I would have, I got to work with Tenryu, who was a Japan great, but I could go through a couple of Japanese stars and Mexican stars. But in the US, one guy, one guy that I would be sitting there listening under his learning tree or giving out a pitch. I would have loved to have worked with Pat Patterson or been his partner. That would have been just a really cool treat, because his creativity and his talent and his mindset, and obviously his athletic ability in his day. Pat ranks right up there at the very, very top. I actually got to have a match with Dory Funk, and Terry Funk. So I've Harley got to hit me with the chair, and I got to hit Harley with the chair. So the greats that I grew up on, the NWA champion and that kind of stuff, never got to step a foot in the ring with Jack Briscoe. But man, I've sort of checked my bucket list opponents, unless you can come up with one off the top of your head. But Pat has always been, in my mind, ranked right up there at the very top.
Michael wants to know, any good Billy Joe Travis stories growing up watching CWA wrestling on Channel 2 out of Nashville on Saturdays? I always remembered you two teaming together.
Oh, wow. Billy Joe Travis. Billy really helped me as a young talent. Wow, a Billy Joe Travis story. There's some been ribs played on him, and I told that at the live show. That's backstage. I told you that one, or I told you in Silva that one, where he was winking at the girl on the front row because he thought the girl on the front row had actually sent him a nice little love letter, and then the love letter it said, "Wink at me. I'm on section 3, first row," whatever her seat number was. So he winks at this girl during the entire match, and the girl. It's sitting on the front row, has no idea why Billy's winking at him. That was a rib played on Billy, but Billy really helped me a lot. I'll say this. We got ABC affiliate Channel 2 here in Nashville, and me and Billy had a program with the Rock and Roll RPMs, Mike Davis and Tommy Lane, and the program clicked right. And the coverage back in those days, people can't really relate to this because it was, 6 channels, 3 networks, and 3 U channels, and just it clicked. But Billy when we were, I mean, for the high school gyms and armories, we did 2,000 fans in Shelbyville, Tennessee, and Columbia, Tennessee. Really big houses for those times. Billy, I guess that's maybe the first spot show sellout run that I went on. And Billy he's one of the first guys that told me, look, it's sold out there, so we don't need to do as much as we did, or what you're thinking. Let's just let it sink in and just go out and have a basic, good, simple match. They're going to be into everything. I guess he's maybe the first one that taught me less is more when you got to sell out in that type of environment. It's not a pay-per-view. It's not TV. It's just go have fun with the people.
Mike wants to know, in hindsight, do you wish you would have convinced Monty Brown to stay? I've always thought that Monty and AJ should have been the faces of TNA.
So that is under the assumption that I didn't try my ass off. I could take you to the bench in Doubletree at Orlando that me and Monty Brown probably had maybe a 90-minute to a 2-hour conversation. And look, I had, I'm talking to a guy, and it goes without saying, Monty knew that I had been in WCW, I had been in WWF, and been in champions in both, and gotten those payoffs, and sort of, been on the other side of the fence. And so I'm not going to be a hypocrite and tell him that we can pay him as much money. The only thing that, and I got it, Monty had family and extended family had to take care of. And the only thing that I'm offering him is hope, and that hope doesn't pay the bills. But I damn sure tried. Man, did I try in so many ways. And Monty will tell you that, but I can tell you, I could take you to the exact spot that me and Monty sort of had there. I guess I swung for the fences and tried to get him to stay, and he had his mind made up, and rightly so.
J.M. Wagner says, I like Southern Justice, the former Godwins. Do you think WWE cut the gimmick too soon? Also, did the Harris brothers steal the gimmick of big guys in suits and glasses later on in WCW with you?
Two different gimmicks. I love Southern Justice. If my memory serves me correctly, Mark Canterbury hurt his neck.
That's right.
And there was you look, there was a lot of just complete changeover at the time. My haircut. It's just lots of moving parts. Had they gone with that, I think the three of us could have, because I think Southern Justice out, Tennessee Lee in, Mark got his neck hurt. There was just a lot of moving parts. I love my time. Those are two of the funniest guys in the world to travel with and hang with and all that. But we made a good unit, and they were, I guess the title, what Southern Justice. Ron and Don, they were in suits and bodyguards, and they were called Creative Control. And it was just it really, only a couple of years apart, just completely different characters. They really were. Creative Control with the suits and the glasses, they were like bodyguards, where Southern Justice, we were just a band of Southern Hellraisers, I guess you could say.
I like it. I think it was a good gimmick. Lucas has a follow-up question to something that, you brought on yourself. You opened Pandora's box and you started talking about money, and Lucas, he's taking it to another level. How much did Jeff get paid for doing the job to Jerry Lawler in the movie Life with Mikey?
I'll say this. I still get big, fat 12-cent checks. No, tiny checks on Life with Mikey. And that was done 30 years ago. It wasn't a big payoff because it was, I want to say me and Jerry went up. First time I ever stayed in a huge suite of the Four Seasons in Toronto where we filmed that, but it wasn't a big payoff, if I recall at all. But it was a couple of days of work and a lot of fun, and got to hang out with Michael J. Fox and a bunch of child actors at the time that went on to become stars, but wasn't a big payoff.
Well, since we're on the subject of money, here's one. James Williams wants to know, so with all the rumors that always surrounded TNA and how much money was put into it through the years, I want to know, did TNA ever wind up making any money?
Oh, God, yes.
The narrative is out there, Jeff. You and I've had this conversation offline, and you shared specific dates and years and all that stuff that you were privy to, and you had all the financials and P&Ls and all that, what have you. But I do think that so many fans just gloss over those massively profitable years and say, oh, they were still losing money. That was not the case.
And that is fascinating. I've learned a lot in the last 90 days about narratives on all kinds of things. I hated you, Jeff. Oh, okay. Well, wasn't I healed? But anyway, the narrative that TNA never made money is, it is baffling, but hey, man, it's if you don't get out there in front of things, it's very obvious. But the real easy and not, I'll go as granular as you want, but when we got the Spike deal, we became profitable that day. That we'll say that week. Now the investment that went in, we made it back. But when you go from 1 to 2 hours and you don't double your expenses, so 07, 08, 09 was the most profitable year by far. And I received those owner checks, and the talent was, there was, Kurt Angle making great money. I mean, there was a lot of guys making really good money. Would you get in trouble if you took a ballpark guess as to what the profit was in 09? Would you get in trouble revealing that? Just guess. Okay. Profit. And that's paying bills and paying investors back and paying, all kinds of things back. 8-10 million. Wow. It's just, it's kind of crazy to think on that. And our investment, and I don't know, look, no, I don't want to get into hypotheticals and all that, but the Carter's investment it just wasn't as rich as people seem to think, because, the asylum, and I've gotten into the asylum days, that's about $100,000 a week. So, and that's, that's what we were spending. So we were making some money. We didn't go in that proverbial deep, dark hole that people, believe, I don't know, but it goes without saying, when we got the Spike deal, we became profitable that day. Okay. Let's run a timeout right now to remind you that this episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. I am such a big believer in BetterHelp because I've actually started using BetterHelp. I don't know if this hits you, but a lot of the friends and family I have in my life start to get a little bit of the holiday blues. Towards the end of the year, people start to reflect back on the last year. Maybe they think about some things they wish would have went a little differently. And maybe even worse, they think about folks who are no longer here. Those seasonal blues are something that I think a lot of us, myself included, struggle with. And I have found it to be very beneficial to just talk to someone, and talk to someone outside of my sphere of influence. Not somebody I work with, not somebody I go to lunch with, not somebody you want to see at the family reunion. I don't know how to say it. I need to talk to a stranger. I need to talk to a professional. I don't want to be judged. I don't want to have to think about, am I going to do business with that guy, or can I be the real me? How much can I reveal? All that sort of thing goes into your thinking. And we wind up as guys, because most of you listening to this are guys like me. We just think, I got it. I used to say growing up, they used to say, rub some dirt on it. It'll be all right. Of course, this isn't physical pain, but it does sort of add up. And then, man, it can spill over. And I've seen some people in my life who, they don't really learn how to cope. So they cope in other ways that aren't good for you. But it's natural to feel some sadness and some anxiety this time of year. But there can be a bright spot amongst all the stress and change that you may be going through in your life. It might be something to look forward to. I'm talking about therapy, of course. It's going to make you feel grounded, and it can help give you the tools to manage everything going on. Like, I have to admit, I was married once before and it didn't work out. And man, that was like the first loss I remember taking in my life. And I just wasn't really sure how to sort that out. And it felt weird talking to your guy friends about that. You're not supposed to do that. And it's kind of weird talking to your parents about that because, well, of course they're on your side, but man, I'm trying to learn from this and grow from this. And I needed to talk to somebody. And man, it made a world of difference. I felt so much better. And I really believe it helped me. And I know it can help you too. I think that therapy is something that maybe has been ignored by men for too long.
But I want to tell you that BetterHelp makes it easy. I know you might have some weirdness. I can admit I did, about calling around and setting up an appointment, and then you go over there and you fill out a bunch of paperwork and you're in a waiting room and you had to take off work and schedule an appointment. And I mean, there was just a lot of stress. Well, I just signed up for BetterHelp a couple weeks ago. Man, I had none of that. I want to recommend, if you're thinking about starting therapy, just give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. That's going to make your life so much easier. As a matter of fact, BetterHelp was designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. So just fill out a brief questionnaire online to get matched with a licensed therapist. And by the way, you can switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. They make it easy. That's what I needed. That's what you might need too. Find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/myworld today, and you'll get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/myworld. BetterHelp.com/myworld. You and I had a conversation about a series of tapings that you did once for a television project that was ordered. And you said, oh, well, I knew we could make money with it because my talent budget was this, and the building cost this, and all the travel was going to cost that. And I was getting paid this. And so you and I just very quickly hit it off from a business standpoint of the business of professional wrestling, not just talking about creative angles and storylines and all the what have you, but dollars and cents, black and white. I guess red and black. Those are the colors that matter. And I was just shocked at how your quote unquote wrestler brain worked, because I didn't realize at the time, this is before you and I ever clicked record on anything. I was visiting your house to set up your equipment with Dave Silva and Cassio Kidd. Wow, this guy has multiple hats here. He's got the wrestler hat, but he's also got the promoter, entrepreneur, businessman hat. And how could you not, growing up with your dad, who's had more businesses than we have fingers and toes?
But you know what? And that is something that I'm lucky. I'm blessed, because my grandmother is a whole nother layer to that. And her sitting down with me and saying, you know, about really buying my first road car and a credit card, just sort of the simple basics, but rolling along and running a simple spot show, knowing, okay, 26 or 29% goes to talent. Your building's this, you're building that, just how to break a show down. Like, I mean, the Jim Crockett, your office is in your shirt pocket. So carrying that kind of knowledge with me and really knowing, and, you know, you look at it today, and with all the 2021, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and everything that goes with it, what we do, and I'm saying we collectively as wrestling promoters, executive producers, owners, whatever you want to say, we produce content, and the content is monetized. And now when you look at, we'll say WWE, you know, they put on a Raw and you go, oh, well, USA pays them this, and they do. Okay. So that's a paycheck. YouTube's a paycheck. Peacock's a paycheck.
Merch.
Yeah, I was going to say so you run Monday Night Raw, but you're making $15 a head on merchandise. Oh, okay. That's that. Well, those $15 a head on merchandise, that's not counting that Mattel money and that 2K money. It really is simple.
And the shop zone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, we could go on and on. That's why I absolutely am in love with this business and the opportunities that it presents today. And the you know, gosh, when we're going in these TNA questions and thinking about that Robbie question, or just different talent. And now with independent wrestling and what a buzz it has, Conrad, and the amount of talent that's on the market. And that's what drives the industry, is monetizing the talent. And how do you monetize the talent? You make more than you spend on production and lights and everything with that. I mean, it's just so simple, but it's not. But it really is. It is super simple. And looking at AEW's future, and a Wednesday and a Friday, and the pay-per-views, and then the international, and you look at WWE with NXT, just everything going on, and Impact and Ring of Honor and AAA and CML. I mean, just, it's really, really, as you can tell, I get fired. I'm really excited about the future of the industry.
You and I haven't talked about this, but I got a random phone call. I shouldn't say random, but there is a shall we say, a power plant wrestler who made it to WCW TV and had some appearances in other places too, but he's out of the business these days. but, and we've maintained, I don't know, casual friendship. I'll hear from him every year or so. And it'll usually just be about something that was said on the podcast, but he hit me up and asked if I was available for a quick call, and he could not rave enough about this particular show. And he said, I've learned more about the business listening to Jeff's podcast than I ever did at the power plant. And I came to the realization that at the power plant, I learned how to work a match. I learned how to take bumps and how to take care of my opponent. And I learned in-ring psychology and how to tell a story. But listening to Jeff's show, I've realized nobody ever taught me the wrestling business. So pretty high praise for you and your ability to sort of switch hats.
It's interesting. You know, Conrad, can I just, and we won't do too many more sidebars, but the story you told me about, you were going to college.
Yep.
And what the professor or the teacher told you, and you went in and did the mortgage and the leads and all that you figured out real quick. College ain't, and I don't want to.
Well, here's the story. I'm in business. I got a scholarship.
Yes. Tell this story.
Year. And, it was like a full ride at a community college, which is funny, but I knew I wanted to get into sales and I didn't want to be out of that area because I already was in business and making money. So I'm like, okay, this will check all the boxes of what I think I'm supposed to do. And my teacher was Van Scott, and I took all of his business classes because I knew that's what I wanted to do. And he made a statement my sophomore year, and I was about finished with my associates, but it was very beginning of the sophomore year because I had been dual enrolled my senior year anyway. Point being, he says, boys and girls, if you keep your head down and keep your nose clean, in 5 years, some of you could be making up to $35,000 a year. And everybody was like, okay. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, what? And I reach in my backpack and I pull out my pay stub. This is September, October, somewhere in there of 2000. And I reach in my backpack and I pull out my pay stub, and year to date, I had made like 60 grand. It's like September or October.
Yes. This is,
and so at the end of the class, after everybody dissipates and leaves the room, I go up to Mr. Scott and I said, Mr. Scott, I think this is my last class. They said, oh, are you dropping the class? I said, no, sir, I'm dropping school. And he said, what do you mean? And I handed him my pay stub, and he looked at it and he looked up and he says, you make more than me. What are you doing here? And that was all the confirmation I needed. And I don't mean to throw him under the bus. And so obviously he saw the value in higher education and dedicated his life to it. But if you're taking a business class to figure out how to make money, I'd figured it out at 19 years old. So I was off to the races, and, it worked out, knock on wood. So I'm a community college dropout, but yeah, the idea was I had figured out business, but that came from a grandfather who was an entrepreneur, 2 grandmothers who were entrepreneurs, 2 aunts and uncles who were entrepreneurs. Obviously my parents owned businesses too. So I had learned a lot about business and what to do and what not to do. And I figured out very early in life how to make money. So you and I are just sort of on the same wavelength about a lot of business stuff that other folks might not get and say, no, why are they doing that? But I can just say, hey, here's what we're going to do. And you're like, oh yeah, well, that makes perfect sense. And there's no further explanation needed, which is why I think we get along so well.
That's why when I was walking this weekend, I said, hey, you ever read that book, Good to Great? Of course. There's some things that folks, I won't divulge, but we got some things cooking along with Jeff and Conrad and ad free and other stuff that I am really excited about, because the old hedgehog concept of Jim Collins is got to have a passion.
Yep.
You got to be good at what you do, and you got to have a niche at what you do. He says you got to be the best in the world at it. You just got to be really good at something. You got to have a passion for it. And then you've got to be able to quantify. It's got to be, okay, what is my quantifying factor of making money? If those 3 come together, and then you just get up every morning, roll up your sleeves, go to work and bust your ass and don't have excuses, good things will happen. I believe that. I told my daughter that this weekend.
And between the 2 of us, I think we've got 3 things we're working on collectively that are going to get a lot of people talking. So
I'm excited. I really am. I am.
The real Brock Hall says, what do you think of the Voodoo Kin Mafia versus the WWE angle? Was there a true payoff in mind when it was created, or was it just going to be something for buzz purposes only? So for those of you who didn't watch TNA in this era, easy for me to say, You had some former WWE talent who were once upon a time pretty close with Hunter Hearst Helmsley and obviously Vince McMahon. And they called themselves the Voodoo Kin Mafia, or VKM, which is also Vincent Kennedy McMahon's initials. And they were threatening to do things in Stamford, et cetera, et cetera. It was just shock value, right?
Sure. And I remember specifically having the conversation with my man, with Road Dogg. Me and Brian were talking, and he's the one who, hey, BKM, Voodoo Kin, and I'm like, I love it. And this was Voodoo Kin Mafia, him and Billy? Who
and I think at different times, R-Truth was around too.
Because then they moved into the evolution of that was 3 Live Crew, which I really liked. Conan, Ron Killings, and Brian, a white guy, a black guy, and Hispanic guy, and they were money. They gelled and you know the ins and outs of it, all that. But Voodoo Kin Mafia was buzzworthy, and Brian was really into it, and he can, you know, if it comes from his brain, he's got a vision for it. And we were just running with it and see what happened with it.
Yeah. The idea was it'll be the quote unquote new age outlaws versus the 2006 relaunch of DX, Hunter and Sean. So it was sort of the TNA spinoff of what they were doing with that era of DX.
Correct.
St. Chris says, what was the backstage / non-wrestling relationship between Bret and Owen Hart? Seemed to take things much differently. One had nothing bad spoken about him, while the other, well, that's a bit different. How did Owen escape issues with the likes of Sean, Hunter, Vince, etc., all while being Bret's brother?
You know, me answering this type question is obviously, okay, it was what I was saying. It's obviously my opinion, but their personalities are incredibly different.
Yeah.
They are just different human beings.
One's jovial, joking around, you know, and then the other takes the business very seriously.
Well, takes life very seriously.
Yes.
You know, Bret took the business serious, but he also took going to the grocery serious, or his workout serious, or his, you know, he took life serious. And not that Owen didn't, but Owen really, and you know, gosh, I mean, Bret, he loved a good rib here and there for sure. But Owen's disposition was just completely different. They are, you know, obviously brothers, but 2 different human beings in so many ways.
Brandon wants to know, did you have any say or influence over your WWF theme song or any of your theme songs, like the Kid Rock Cowboy knockoff that Jimmy Hart did? Did you have any influence over your theme music?
The first time I ever heard the Double J Ain't I Great was when the vignettes played. And I was just like, you know, again, we're going to go back to country music on this. And in the 90s with Garth and Toby and Clint Black and all that, what you heard, I'm like, that may be the most 70s sound ever. I mean, it was, but I got it. I'm like, okay, you're not supposed to like this music. So I didn't have any input on that. And I didn't have any input. I didn't have any input on any of my WWE themes, I don't think. But I remember flying to Florida, and Jimmy Hart was like, well, what do you like? And obviously I was, you know, buddies with Kid Rock and the cowboy theme. And I'd come off sort of a swinging the guitar and that type of vibe. And so I obviously had input on that. And I'm a co-writer on My World. And those are the real themes I've had. So, yeah, those 2 themes I had heavy input on.
Here's one from Bryant. He wants to know who had the brilliant idea of the King of the Mountain match. Explain what that is. Some of our listeners didn't watch TNA, and it is different.
I was going to say brilliant idea. A lot of times it gets knocked. We're in the creative room, and I don't remember who all was in there, but you know, the ladder matches I'll just say, you know, from, I don't want to put a time on it, but you know, they had been around. Sean and Razor's ladder match in a lot of ways put that on the global map. And so now we're several years removed from that. And so I threw out the idea, let's do a ladder match. But without, you know, that's the ultimate match. Ultimate X match is a ladder match without a ladder. The King of the Mountain match, how can we make this different and have more than 2 guys in it? Because if you have anyway. So we just kicked around ideas, and I said, what happens if we hang the belt? And the old proverbial thing, when you're kids, when you climb to the top of the mountain and you call push everybody off. So we started with that seed of having the belt as a champion going, a lot of times the ladder match, it can be held up. And I said, no, a champion goes within it, but we hang the belt. And then we got into with 5 guys. And I said, let's figure a way where pinfalls mean something. To add another layer to it. And then, okay, if you're going to get beat, I can remember, God, I've tried to recall this exact story, but I'm like, all right, if you get beat, are you going to be out of the match? We're going to have elimination. And I thought that can really complicate it because now you're going to eliminate guys. But anyway, if you get beat, you get penalized, you get put in a penalty box. So it's pretty simple once you clear out all the clutter, and it is go in the match and hang that belt. And that's that's how the match is won. And if you get pinned along the way, you got to go in the penalty box, but you can only hang that belt unless you get a pinfall to get qualified. So it's a 2-stage match.
Penalty box.
Yeah.
Can't wait to bust you on this one. Adam Leeson wants to know, who was the ultimate get in Jeff's time in charge of TNA? Was it Hogan?
Boy. Going back to an earlier question, Kurt was huge.
Yeah.
I would have to say Kurt. So who else do we have in there? Because you got Hogan, Hogan, Flair, and I mean, there was so
Hogan,
many.
Flair, Sting, Savage.
Yeah, but
Angle.
I mean, we had Sting early, so he wasn't so much. People, when we got him full time, it wasn't like a big publicized thing because we had him in the asylum once or twice, and then we had him, So I mean, Sting's importance in the history of TNA is it, without question, goes up there at the very, very top. But I'd still have to say the ultimate get was Kurt.
Wow. Here's one from the Italian Stallion. This is way back. He wants to know, what did Sting whisper to you before he gave you the Scorpion Death Drop at the 96 World War III pay-per-view?
Oh, dear.
By the way, it's these type of questions that make me love wrestling fans, Jeff, because in reality, he probably whispered, hey, it's 2-for-1 kamikazes at the Marriott tonight. But in storyline, there was this deep, dark secret that, it's something more than what it really is, which I think is great.
So what event was this? Because I may have a little context for this. Maybe
the 1996 World War III pay-per-view. As a reminder, Sting turned
all the fake. Was there a bunch of fake Stings in this match?
I don't know, Jeff. I just know that he turned.
No, but he could have storyline driven, basically saying I'm the real Sting, because I had mocked him, but I think that was later. But 96, that wouldn't have been it. He might have said, "Hey, just what you're saying. We're going to I'll see you at the blackjack table in an hour," or "Hey, Jeffrey," because he's called me Jeffrey on many occasions. So
I'm gonna play the clip here. So the Giant is in the ring with you.
Well, I have no idea. It's got to be Sting or something. Well,
fans are pointing out that Sting is coming down.
I guarantee you. Oh, look up there on the catwalk.
Am I wrestling the Giant?
You need to come on down here.
Yeah, you're wrestling the Giant, and Sting's on the top of the rafters.
I really enjoyed this match with Paul. Really enjoyed this.
So yeah,
we worked together.
Not a bunch of fake Stings. Looks like it's just you and him.
Yep.
And he's going to jump the guardrail, make his way into the ring, and get to the business of getting it. The referee, Pee Wee, he's counting out the Giant, and Sting holds your hair, looks at you, and then here comes the death drop, and there you go. But
he might have said something to the effects of thanks.
Yeah. But in storyline, we wanted a different answer.
Sure.
That's what's great about wrestling.
Magic of our industry. I love it.
Bob Colling Jr. wants to know, has there ever been a time where during a match you realize the outcome may not have been the best way to go simply by how the crowd was responding? So maybe there's a situation, you're probably going to have to put on your thinking cap for this one, where we had a planned finish. We were telling a story, but through the course of the match, we realize, oh shit, they ain't going to buy that. Maybe we should call an audible. Does a moment like that pop up in your memory?
I can't tell you how many times in Memphis, and I'm not saying in the generalities of Memphis, but the Memphis crowd and the Louisville crowd, a lot of times we would think, okay, the heels have won 3 weeks in a row. Let's let the babyface win tonight, and then the heel get their heat back. And when the babyface wins, there's this huge pop, and then when the heel jumps back and they're beating the shit out of the babyface again, you can just sort of let the air out of the building. And the people were like, hey man, we've seen this 4 weeks in a row. Let us win once. Come on. They're just not the response. The heel didn't get their heat back. And that's really in that weekly episodic. That's very granular, Conrad. But I can't, in TNA, same thing, the Asylum. Sometimes you just have to give, and Dutch always told me this, look, sometimes just let it breathe for a moment and let the people have a little satisfaction, let the win sink in. We'll come back on TV. We'll come back the next week and continue the story, but just let things breathe. That phrase comes to my mind often, that in episodic storytelling, sometimes you just got to let things roll along. And I think sometimes on WWE TV, the baby faces / good guys at times win too much, where we're like, okay, we've seen that guy win 4 weeks out of 5 in a row, whatever it may be. So there's always such a balance, and it's not cookie cutter. It's not, and again, when you used to book just for the Louisville audience or the Memphis audience or a certain region of the country, whatever it may be. Now, you're doing a storyline and it's like a movie or whatever. You're doing a global story, and there are so many different ways to do this business right and so many ways to do it wrong. And most, if not all times, whatever finish you do, you're going to get criticized, and basically rightly so, because there's just so many different flavors.
Here's one that we didn't go deep on when we talked about your WrestleMania experiences. I'm sure we will another time. But Jeff Springer wants to know, I know your match got canceled, but how was the rest of your day at your first WrestleMania?
It's really cool. I mean, Madison Square Garden. I broke in 86 and here it is, what, 9 years later? No, 8 years later. That 94. Yeah. So, to be on a WrestleMania, it was huge. And, we had done that whole, it's really cool to be a talent from January to Mania in the WWE, because there's so much momentum, and the Rumble carries in, and you just, it's that vibe, and the building and the houses are up, and the live events are good and the payoffs are good. And then you get to Mania and this is a big blow off. So it was a wonderful experience.
Here's one. Have you ever met George Strait, Alan Jackson, or George Jones? This is from John Rivera.
Yes, to all three. You went through George Strait. Yes.
Alan Jackson.
Yes.
George Jones.
Oh yeah. Oh, George. My dad bought George's old house. Remember I told you that story?
Did he buy it from George?
No. I don't think so. Yes. I need to ask. Look, when we sit down with him.
Yes. Oh,
yeah. Cause there's stories.
It'd be hilarious them at a closing table and he rides along over there.
And Tandy.
Yeah. Tremendous. Tim wants to know, which role do you prefer the most, performer, booker, or owner?
Today? Owner.
Ever.
It goes, I have fond memories, and obviously you got, out on the road after a long tour, putting on those boots every night, as much as you love it, sometimes that gets old. I'll say, I think there's a difference, the role of booking and creating and visioning and the vision of things. I love that. I absolutely, because there's a component of marketing, there's a component of booking, there's a component of executive producing. I love all that. The day ins and day outs of I'll say producing an episodic television show. It is, that writing team at WWE, and to bring up Dutch again, it is, he told me long time ago, but many times during the startup TNA days, if this show comes off good, the talent gets the credit. If it comes off bad, we're going to get the blame. And that really is just what you signed up for. Yeah. So I like the owner role better than any of them.
Fernando wants to know, if I wanted to introduce a non-wrestling fan to Jeff Jarrett, what match should I show them?
Jeff Doink 94. I'm kidding. I
was like, wow, okay, maybe I need to go rewatch it. You said it with a straight face.
No. A non-wrestling fan.
You and Shawn in your house too?
Gotta be. Me and Shawn Michaels in your house. What was that? 26th year anniversary.
Brian Powers wants to know, who's the biggest name that was almost TNA bound, but for whatever reason didn't happen? Not Warrior, as that's already been discussed. I say it's Jim Ross.
Yes. Jim flew out, had his chat with Bob Carter. I think there was some discussions with Paul Heyman.
And no disrespect to Paul Heyman. I mean, I drank the Kool-Aid. You look over my shoulder, you see the ECW world titles, the sign. I'm a huge ECW fan, but from a mainstream audience standpoint,
correct.
Jim Ross is all of a sudden the voice of your program. He lends his credibility to your promotion in a major way.
Yep.
Luke Stadler wants to know, what is the most rewarding moment in your career, either as a performer, booker, or producer?
Wow. Getting
that owner's check in 09.
You know what I was going to say is, when we had a celebratory meeting in New York City with Spike, when we were going from 1 to 2 hours,
that was it.
And that was more or less, I could remember going back to my room that night thinking, here we are 6, 7, whatever time frame was years later. And literally, and we've documented the first year. Tomorrow, next week we're going out of business. It's never going to last. This isn't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. All that kind of stuff, all that chatter from year 1 to year 2 to year 3, the Fox Sports Net. And then that summer when we weren't on at all, we were off Fox Sports TV. And before we went on Spike, there was a hell of a roller coaster ride. And then we went 1 hour and Conrad, our first contract with Spike was Saturday nights off Prime. Yeah. We were on at 11 Eastern. That's not the greatest time slot.
One of the worst.
Yeah. Yes, Saturday nights. And we weren't there long because people immediately tuned into us, which was huge. Huge. But then, okay, we're going to go Thursday nights, but we're still not going to put you in Prime. Okay. We did that for a while. And that was very, very successful. And then we went to primetime 1 hour. But when we went to primetime 2 hours, and that was the trajectory, and that's up there. That, you talk about a what if we would have continued on that path and not things hadn't transpired. That was very rewarding. Obviously, a match with Shawn Michaels was huge. My matches with Kurt Angle, I remember with great fondness. At that stage of my career, I never thought I'd have those kind of matches. The Ring King experience was big. The UK tours of TNA, the profits from those, but that going to 2 hours was huge.
Here's one from Mayhem, and boy, this is going to be a story. I just know it. I've heard Jim Cornette talk about the Christine Jarrett grip and how she could humble the toughest wrestlers and even an athletic commissioner or two with it. Any stories, or can you comment on the Christine Jarrett grip?
Oh Lord, I certainly can. I've felt that grip. She would come up behind you too if you didn't see her coming, and she would grab you by the arm. Can I talk with you right now? That type tone. There are so many stories, and and through the years, I've heard different guys come up to me and tell me little one-offs, and she's gone out and back parking lots and knocked on car doors and get your butt back in the building. And she was tough. I mean, with building managers, no nonsense. You know, with she had such an endearing way with fans, but would never get pushed over by, you know, she's dealt with drunks at buildings, to box office managers, to athletic commissions, who tried to throw their weight around, just all kinds of things. She had such a business sense about her. But man, no nonsense. And if she's dealing with one of the boys, she would, and a lot, I've seen her grab Billy Travis by the earlobe and pull him into a corner when she would be really mad at him for something he did or said or showing up late. I've seen that on a couple of occasions. So God rest Teeny's soul.
Jim Wagner wants to know, how did you end up in the movie Spring Breakers?
Oh, wow. Sitting at my desk in downtown Nashville, the TNA offices, and I got an email, and I thought it was a rib, and it basically laid out, hey, we've got this part, movie part, Val Kilmer, literally this is what it said. Val Kilmer was cast for this, and now he has another big movie come up, and he broke his commitment. We're looking for basically a youth pastor, but that has some professional wrestling flair. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, who is this? And I just responded back to the email, and the writer of the executive producer of the movie is from Nashville Harmony. And we exchanged a couple of emails over a period of time. And the guy who was a part of the casting director is now living here and actually living in Hendersonville, a really good buddy of mine. But we went through the quick deal, and he says, hey, can you do a quick table read all in one day? This came from a cold email to my good buddy, Rudy Charles, took my phone in there. We recorded a little table read, sent it back to them. They replied the next day, got the movie part. What a cast of characters. Jane Franco, Vanessa Hudgens. I mean, it's an A-lister of Disney stars, but not in a Disney movie. I'll say that.
Oh, not at all. And it's like they're doing a riff-raff spoof, but
Yes.
we'll talk about that another day. Michael Franks wants to know, what's your fondest memory of Tojo Yamamoto?
His cooking. He had Japanese Hawaiian cooking that he would bring over plates of fried rice and chicken and beef and steak. Those are some fond memories. Nothing like they called it Tojo sauce. Tojo.
Did you ever go to his restaurant? Him and Goulas? They had a restaurant, but I'm sure you've heard about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Tojo cooked for us, well, not for us, for my dad. He would bring food, and my stepmom, Deborah. Tojo's was very repetitive when he would start talking about the business, but the importance of selling he really, Vince McMahon wasn't the first person to tell me that, Jeff, the money in this business is all in your face. And that was Tojo's. I mean, he would be so repetitive that, all the money is done in your face. You can have a body, you can have all the great moves, you can have everything, but if you don't have facial expressions and know how to communicate non-verbally, you're not going to make money in this business. I mean, he hammered that into my brain. You will not make money if you can't sell. Those are my fondest memories of Tojo today.
Here's one from James. He wants to know, what was it like working with Mike Awesome? And do you agree that Mike Awesome is criminally underrated?
Great athlete. Mike came through Tennessee. It was fun. The quick, I don't say quick, I'm sure it's, I don't know, a month or so in WCW, but Mike was, I don't say surprisingly, because people that know Mike know he's very athletic. He was very athletic, surprisingly agile for how he would, I don't say just his look, but walking to the ring, Mike didn't look like he was as agile as he really was. Once you got into the meat of a match, he could go.
He was only with you in TNA for like a couple of months. I think like April and May.
Very short time TNA. I'm talking about the WCW.
But why didn't you use him more in TNA? Was it just a money issue?
I think Mike was not Mike. I don't hold me to that. I don't think something jabbed. I don't know if he didn't want to be there or if he's asking. I don't recall him asking for too much money. So I can't put my thumb on it. I'd have to have somebody jar my memory. And I'm sure there's, who I believe are listeners of our podcast that were in there backstage at the TNA time. Maybe they can refresh my memory. I don't remember any one reason why he wasn't on board with us more.
Adam Arpin wants to know, what were your thoughts when you were approached with the idea that they were going to try the NWO one more time with the silver and black lineup?
Another day at the office, because there had been so much. We will continue on different stories, but man, it was such a look. The NWO goes without saying, but I'd also been a part of version 9 of the Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
So I had, been down this road, and NWO 2000 and Nash being an original member, that was pretty cool. So, and Hall, and who was it? Me, Kevin, Scott,
Bret.
There you go.
I mean, it's a big group. It's a badass group, but it's day late and a dollar short.
Yeah, but and look, at the time, I'm sure I wasn't saying, no, don't do this. I'm not saying that. I was all in.
But you knew, man, we already did this. We need to
do it. No, it's already been done. Yes.
Here's one. Chris wants to know, can Jeff explain the differences between working in a WWE ring and a WCW ring? Which did he prefer and why?
Oh man, the early 90 or even through the mid 90s WWF rings were 20 by 20s. And I say this, I'll call it real ropes, and WCW had cables, which were covered by flexible plastic.
Yeah.
And they were 18 by 18 rings. They just had a different feel. And when I say bounce, people go, oh, it wasn't bouncy, or yeah, it's a lot bouncier. There was, even if it's an eighth of an inch, or I'm not a damn carpenter, but a little give can go a long way. And I'm saying just a barely little give. The WWF rings were like bricks. I mean, they were, and it's, I've had different doctors and chiropractors, when you talk about taking, when you fall on concrete versus fall on a little pad, you're just your body can absorb shock. And not that it was concrete, but when there's zero give, it was the WWF rings of the early 90s were much, much harder on the body, much. And they were built, because I've asked this question, they were built for, I'll say the Legion of Doom, Hulk Hogan, Earthquake, Typhoon, just all the big bodies of the 80s, Andre, Big John Studd. You're going to have a 30 ring battle royal with those guys of the 80s. You better have a sturdy ring. And that's how it was built.
Matt wants to
change the ring style when the size and the height and the weight of wrestlers evolved.
Matt says, I know it's never say never, but do you think we will ever see Jeff in a ring again, even on a part-time basis?
The definition of part-time is look, I mean, it's so silly and look, I better stay on my side of the street here, but I have not put the wrestling boots on for the last time by any stretch of the imagination. When you hear people say, oh, I've retired, especially when I hear like guys in their 30s, oh, I'm retired. Well, we'll see what it just somehow, some way, guys often get sucked back in. So do I have plans to put on the boots today, tomorrow, the next day? No, but I can't, I can safely say you have not seen my last match. Now, do I have plans where it's going to be? No.
Petty wants to know, what's your favorite televised match in WWE, WCW, and TNA? Jeff, we just laid out In Your House 2 with Sean for WWE, but what about WCW and TNA? What do you think your two favorite matches in those promotions were?
Wow. I had some really fun matches, good matches, hard-hit matches with AJ Styles. Maybe the one coming up we're going to be talking about. And my matches with Kurt. I don't know if the match in Charlotte or the Bound for Glory match with Mick Foley as a special referee. that was, I was a babyface in the Chicago match with Kurt, with Mick being the special enforcer. Oh man.
Let me ask, a Kurt question. In hindsight, do you regret that you guys did that angle?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. We were all three adults that went into it, and without question, each individual had the opportunity to say, no, I don't want to do it. And I can tell you the respect going into it, all of us would have said, okay, we won't do it. Let's go in a different direction. So the Kurt matches, the AJ matches, WCW, there was sort of a run of matches. Me and DDP had some fun matches. That Nitro match with Goldberg was fun. Yeah, I mean, there's a list. Hell, the Nature Boy in his street clothes. Wasn't a Mac Classic, but it was fun.
Ray LeDuc wants to know, I don't know if anyone has ever asked this, but who came up with My Baby Tonight? Is that all just Jim Johnston?
Jim Johnston, he wrote that song and he told it at Starcast 1. The story behind that, the story behind the story of that song. He wrote it for his wife and I think maybe girlfriend at the time, or there was something along those lines. And he just sort of filed it away. And when he got the call that there's this singing cowboy from Nashville that's going to need a song and there's going to be a lip syncing deal, he pulled that out of his list of record, list of songs, and heard Brian's voice and said, this will work.
Christopher wants to know, Jeff, did you really believe you were as big as Steve Austin back in the day? It's not a knock. I'm a fan. I don't know where that came from, but I guess we'll ask it.
Bizarre. I mean, it's so preposterous. And it goes without saying, I have read that narrative, but and I think my good old buddy JR has either quoted that or whatever it may be. I mean, I think, look, I'm not the historian, but I think there is I'll say this. When I came back right after, when I came back in Montreal Screwjob, but that promo where Steve got highly offended on during that time, they had the promo laid out. Vince Russo had the promo laid out where it was, I think I talk about Steve first, Shawn second, Bret third, because Bret was the champion. I may be whatever. I, on purpose, not accidentally, on purpose, moved Steve to the end of the promo because he was the most over. He was red hot, and I was a heel coming in that I wanted to get the best reaction at the very end of my promo. So for me, for anyone to think that I thought I was on, that's just ridiculous. He was the hottest box office attraction for that period of time that the business has ever seen. Longevity, no, but height, yes. So I never thought I was on his level ever.
Ted, the Hillbilly Heel, wants to know, what made you choose the figure 4 as one of your finishers?
I have done a lot of media for my world, and somebody brought that up, and they had the date, or they think the date when I first started using it. I don't know if an agent came up with that and said, we want you to start doing a submission. I don't know if it, at the WWF, when I was doing that running DDT, and they said, oh, we want you to come up with a finish and maybe a finishing move, and Flair was in the other company and he was using the figure 4. I don't know how I landed specifically on that move. I wish I had a better answer. I wish I had better recollection, but I don't know how I ended up using the figure 4 originally.
What about Louisville Gardens? Brian wants to know, do you have a favorite moment in the Louisville Gardens?
Favorite moment in Louisville Gardens? Gosh, I used to love going to that town on Tuesdays. I just did. It was a white meat babyface crowd. They loved it. You didn't, once you set the heat in those days, the people came right with it. We had some matches against the Moondogs, and that was hardcore before it was called hardcore. And the people they literally stood the entire 15, 20-minute match. I had some matches with Lawler there that just really good storytelling. Obviously that's Jerry gets all the credit for that. There is an awful lot of, I used to love to go to Louisville Gardens as a kid to watch it from the back. That might be one of my favorites because you could walk right out from the babyface curtain and sit up in these bleachers and you could see, great eye sight line to the ring. Those were a lot of fun going up and, man, just imagine, thinking all these years later, Jim Cornette's in the back taking photos as the talent gets to the building, and the rock and roll and the Fabs and Lawler and Kamala and, just Dutch Mantell, Bill Dundee, just a whole group of talent. Handsome Jimmy Valiant, when Valiant would walk out in Louisville. So, maybe my favorite moment would be either the Moondog or going there as a fan. Great wrestling building.
One last one, then we'll get out of here. We'll wrap this one up. Michael Guest wants to know, is your dad ever going to be on an episode of My World?
I can tell you, Jerry W. Jarrett, that will not be up to me. That will be up to two men. One, my dad, and two, Conrad Thompson.
I'm in. I'm totally in, and I think we should make it happen. All right. Y'all stay tuned to the very end of the show. We have a special interview that you've never heard before. I'm sitting down with my pal Andy right at the end of the show today, and I want you to hear it. He's the founder of Crowd Health, and I want you to learn more about his new alternative to health insurance. That's coming up right at the end of the show, but I got a pop question for you. Did you know that 48 million claims of Obamacare last year were denied? That's 1/5 the claims that are going to get rejected. Do you want to take that chance? You see, that's what we're going to talk about with Andy. It turns out, man, a lot of folks are really struggling with this because they think they're covered and they're not. Well, stop sending big money to insurance companies that profit off of paying your bills. Health insurance sucks. It's confusing, it's expensive, and it's frustrating. But there is a better way. Welcome to the alternative. Crowd Health was created to get rid of the headaches of health insurance. For just $175 for an individual or only $575 for a family of 4 or more, you'll get access to a community of people who are willing to help out in the event of an emergency. You'll also get telemedicine visits, discounted prescriptions, and more. All this without doctors' networks getting in the way. Let Crowd Health help your healthcare needs. You can get started today for just $99 per month for the first 3 months when you use the code WRESTLE to get the healthcare you deserve. Crowd Health is not insurance. Learn more at joincrowdhealth.com. And don't forget to stay tuned to that interview with Andy. He's going to answer a lot of the questions you and I had. Man, Crowd Health's the real deal. Once again, the site is joincrowdhealth.com. Use the code WRESTLE. You'll get started today for just $99 per month for the first 3 months. That's joincrowdhealth.com, and the promo code is WRESTLE. Let's jump into it, man. The name of our show today, and I can't believe this is happening. This is our last show of the year, Jeff. We'll have some words about that, I'm sure, at the end of the day. But Tyler is up first. He says, you've done everything and been a part of every aspect of the wrestling business. What part of it did you or do you enjoy the most? And what part is the part you hated the most?
Gosh, at the end of the day, what do I enjoy the most? So when you look back over the entire career, there's nothing like stepping between the ropes. It just, and lacing up the boots and going out with an opponent that for me, going out there with an opponent that I don't want to say challenge, but yes, from a mental aspect and an effort, we're going to go out here and we're going to tear the house down. And sometimes it may not be pretty, and sometimes it may be. But at the end of the day, we want to engage them in emotion. I saw one of the questions coming up. We'll get to it about little different things, but just engaging the audience. There's nothing quite like it. A lead singer will talk about getting on stage and performing 2.5 hours, or, any athlete, but getting, lacing up the boots is probably what I enjoyed the absolute most. Of course, the business side of things, but it's just sort of on a different level. Then there's a lot of highs in business accomplishments, but if you're asking me the most, it's got to be tearing the house down with a good match.
Least favorite part?
Oh boy. All right. How do I say this? This just popped in my brain because I've toyed around with a couple of things, but I'm going to change directions. Probably Conrad, and maybe I may need a little help from me on this, but to pull out different points in a way, dealing with talent who I've been around the block a few times and watched my dad and watch Lawler and watch Vince and watch others deal with talent. But when you're dealing with the talent who they might as well have tattooed on their forehead, I am selfish and I'm going to let you know that, but I'm smart enough. You don't really know I'm being selfish. That just crawls all over me. It's just like, dude, do you not understand what business we're in? This is entertainment. It truly isn't a real competition. If you want to do that, go to the Olympics or go wherever else. But the selfish self-centeredness of talent, when candidly they're not ready for that role or that position. I don't mind a top guy saying, "Hey, brother, let's try to do it this way." Then you go, okay, but a guy who doesn't really have his stripes, that is not a fun part of the business because there's so much bandwidth you got to spend. And a lot of times you get frustrated and say, okay, you don't like it, leave. One of those deals. That's not fun to do, but sometimes you got to do it.
Yep. Yes, you do.
What's that kind of response?
Well, just, I did StarCast and I met, I don't know, hundreds of different egos and personalities in wrestling.
Yes.
So you deal with a guy on the phone and you would think, boy, this guy must think he's going to sell 500 meet and greets. I mean, the way he's handling himself and others and everybody around him. And, he's the squeaky wheel. He gets a bunch of grease and then he sells 17 meet and greets. And you're like, boy, I don't know where this inflated self-worth comes from, but it's a hard way to live life.
You know what? And I used to think literally over in here and my father talking with Lawler, like, man, my he's a real God. What a grunt. What an old timer. But when he's done it a couple of thousand times or Vince, or once you sort of go down that road and you realize I have to make the decision today. Am I going to spend an hour of TV time, production getting this guy, or do I just really cut bait? I don't want to go down that road. It's no hard feelings. It's just not worth the conversation. And that can be perceived as, oh, what an asshole. But no, it's really making good business decisions.
It's 100% business. And, you have to do that in the mortgage world too, where,
sure,
you want to help these folks and you wish you could, but ultimately they don't qualify. And if they don't qualify, why are we going to spend 6 months on it to tell them the same thing? Hey, you don't qualify. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. I'm a big believer in, I'm not going to give you a slow no. Can't do it. I'm going to tell you right away.
Yeah.
No slow no's.
Well, and shoot, I've heard Vince say, I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah.
I'm doing these guys a favor by moving on.
Yeah.
They can get on with their life. That took me a while as a young man to really digest. Oh man, my dad gave this guy a notice. I think he could book him 2 or 3 days a week. Well, no, that means he's not working 3 or 4 days a week, which means he's creating dissension in the dressing room, which means first and foremost, it's prohibiting him from going out and finding full-time work.
And it's prohibiting your dad from filling that spot with someone he has confidence in.
Yeah. So that's
Christopher Christopher says, were there any matches you went into thinking maybe it would be kind of difficult or tough to pull off, but it came out great? Also, on the flip side, were there any matches you were super hyped about, but then it just didn't meet your expectations?
When my father pitched the Moondog angle and story and all that, I was like, now wait a minute. So it's back in the territory days. I was just trying to think, there's so many different instances that I would like, man, this is going to be a challenge. But that came up in my brain that I wasn't the biggest fan of. Okay. So they're really, it's going to be a brawl from the very beginning. And my dad said, yes, you'll understand, working with Larry Latham, there's no need to go wrestle. And I could probably give 3 or 4 instances like that, that when you've got to go out and work a guy's style from the very get-go, and you can't really have, you got to have their match 100%. Sometimes I would like, oh boy, but I would soon find out, okay, go into it with the mindset, and then you grab the people's attention right away. So that's that. And then the second part of that is high expectations for a match that didn't quite pan out. Early days in TNA, Kurt Hennig, I really thought we were going to have a barn burner on a a Wednesday night episode. And I was personally let down that I let Kurt down. I really thought we had all this together, and the match was not good. And I'll take my part of the blame. Well, Kurt didn't want to work either. He did not come to work.
Yeah, Kurt, after the back injury, Kurt wasn't quite the same. I think his masterpiece performance was SummerSlam 91, in my opinion, him and Bret in Madison Square Garden. And then after that, don't get me wrong, he had some good matches, but I think that was probably his last great match. I could be wrong, and I'm sure people will point it out to me, but for my money, that's the last time I remember thinking, man, he might be the best wrestler in the world.
1988, Kurt, I was just 2-3 years in the business. He led me through a couple of matches, but one in Memphis that I was like, oh my God, it just felt, because the people were, and it was all Kurt. Trust me, it was all Kurt. And fast forward, 15 years later in Nashville, when the Asylum was rocking, it was rocking. And Kurt came in, and I thought, okay, now I'm 13, 14 years in the game. I'm certainly going to hold up my end, and it never got, the match never got off the ground. And you're probably right.
Part of that too, though, it certainly is injury and certainly is age, but there's probably also a mentality, right? Like we hear in the boxing game, guys talk about being hungry. And when you're hungry, man, you're just training 24/7. You're obsessed with success. You're trying to make it, and you might even be living hand to mouth as you're trying to work your way up the cards. But then once you're the biggest, most successful boxer in the world, and everybody's celebrating and lining up to hang out with you and throwing opportunities and, just the trappings of success, maybe you're not nearly as hungry. And especially when you compare those two timelines you did, it feels like one is Kurt on his way up, and the other is maybe Kurt on his way down. Like, sure, I'm trying to get to the peak of the mountain of my career. And the other one is, hey man, just trying to pay bills. Thanks for the opportunity. Glad to be here.
Exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh Todd says, where does Colorado fall in your mind as a wrestling state? Was it a noted spot in the territory era? WCW made a lot of stops in Colorado, where WWE only does one yearly stop if we're lucky. Why do you think the difference?
Territory days, to my knowledge, it was, it wasn't in the California run. It was, I think they worked it out of the Amarillo territory, getting up into Colorado, but few and far between. Yes, at WWF and WCW, that was a stop. I always remember we had sort of a late night in California the night before. And it was one of those tag runs or something, but me and Diesel, Kevin Nash, Big Sexy, Denver, literally the Mile High City. I mean, we were so winded. But Colorado, geographically, it's just by car. Colorado. We always would work Denver and Colorado Springs. It just not in that territory geographically, not a lot of people in that state. So a little bit hard to get to, but the crowds there were always awesome.
Here's one. Talk about inside baseball. Rajiv wants to know, what's the overarching goal of Capital City baseball, and what's the realistic time frame to achieve it? Also, have you always wanted to be a part of a baseball franchise?
Interesting. The simplicity of it is I almost said they, but 30 home games. And so I look at it from my perspective, and my role in Capital City baseball is from the promotional aspect. Nothing to do with the on-field players and I'm outside of balls and strikes and hits and home runs and all that. the overarching goal is to put on a very entertaining night, from the concessions and unique concessions to on-field entertainment. We're going to bring concerts to the city. But we want to embrace Springfield, Illinois, the community and the surrounding areas, with a baseball team that's their own. And Jamie, Tua, my partner, his mindset, we're aligned quite a bit, and I'm following his lead in so many things, but his mindset is, right now we're in the discussions. Are we going to rename the team? And Jamie is not one of these guys that goes, yes, we're renaming the team, or no, we're not. He's like, we're going to find out. We're going to find out if the committee wants to rename it. So I'm pumped by his enthusiasm and engagement. So the overarching goal is to, and I think it's unrealistic year one to have 30 sellouts, but we want to be a profitable, and I say there's two pathways to profitability. One, from a financial perspective, selling tickets, selling merch, selling concession stands. And then the second one is we want our players to get drafted to the majors, we are in simplicity terms, college players in the summer will come play on the Prospect League teams, and we're in the Prospect League. When they graduate college and they chose the route to get an education, their goal is to get drafted into the minor leagues. That's what we want. Every player that comes and plays for us is to get drafted. So that's it. And then the third part of that question was, did I ever expect to be a minor league owner? Not in my wildest dreams. I will say this. I've been around minor league baseball for a lot of years. And next year we've looking at a different couple of promotions called Podcast at the Place, basically a live event at these minor league stadiums. Any minor league listeners out there? If you're a fan or an ownership, reach out to us. But I didn't. But what has always fascinated me about minor league baseball is they don't control the players who's on the team. That's all the major league teams. They're in and out, and they bring guys up, bring guys down. So, the team is a little bit difficult you're rooting for the brand, but you're also, these minor league owners and GMs and everything that goes with it, they're promoters at heart. They are, and as you know, a promoter is near and dear to my heart. So their responsibility, their job is to folks come out. They're going to spend their hard-earned money at the ballpark, entertain them. And so that's why I've always had a enormous amount of respect for these teams. And so in a lot of ways, it's a dream come true to be a part of ownership.
Michael McClanahan says, Jeff talked about on a recent episode, the culture of the wrestling locker room. What lessons did Jeff learn in his career that influenced the culture Jeff tried to build in the TNA locker room? That's a good question.
And I could really, I will not be too long-winded because that ain't what this show's about. But culture, I think, is the number one thing that we had going from us from 2002 to 2009. Is that, look, was it a perfect family? No, it's not. And matter of fact, if there's a bunch of kumbaya, everybody's great and we love everybody, and this is all about, huggy, kissy, feely, that don't make money. So I think the culture has to be a respectful competitiveness. I want guys, and I think it's a little bit unrealistic, but I'm going to say this, for example, I want everybody that comes to work to want to work on top, to want to be in the main event, to want to be a tag champ or a single champ or an X division champ or a ladies champ. I want everybody to be striving to come into work to do their very best. Now you have to be respectful and understand a lot of times today's not your day, honey or dude. Today is you are not Al Pacino today. You are not Tom Brady. I hate to disappoint you, but we have to have lead actors, we have to have supporting actors, we have to have cameos, we have to have whatever it may be on the sporting deal. To give a sports analogy, I always like to say, you got to have your superstar players, then you got to have your role players, then you got to have your practice players, then you got to have just a little bit of everything in and out, but you also have to have those legends who drop in and out to teach the younger guys. You got to have the right mix. And when you have the right mix, the culture sets itself. People will often, and rightly so, give Undertaker a lot of credit for being that locker room leader. And I could not agree more, because Mark worked his ass off every night. And when you think about the run he had from the Hulkamania area through the Attitude Era, I mean, just all the way up, he earned his stripes by respect along the way. And when you have a guy at the top set the right culture, so many things fall into place. And so culture, and that goes for office, that goes for production. If you've got the right executive producer in the truck, everything else falls into place. If you've got the right couple of main event guys, everything falls into place. And it's a lot of times self-correcting. But so culture is all set by leadership. And, looking back on my career, when you have a bad apple, it's hanging on to that bad apple too long. That really hurts the culture. And if you let it go too long, it's, nothing's irreversible, but you have to do a lot of patchwork, a lot of repair work that's unnecessary had you not just cut bait.
Mr. Wagner wants to know who came up with the idea of Elevation X, basically a scaffold match. Didn't you see they didn't work in WCW? Ultimate X was cool though. What do you think of the Elevation X?
I think it's subjective when you say it worked or it didn't work. The one thing that, and I can remember in this house that I'm sitting in right now, but it was downstairs, we back to the business model and, looking back on it, we had to come up with something special. And so did WWE, and our buddy at 83 Weeks kickstarted the monthly pay-per-views. But when you got into the monthly pay-per-views, we never had Elevation X as the main event selling port. Was it a strong support, gimmick match or whatever it may be? Yes, but it wasn't the centerpiece where everything else was just 4, 5, 6 matches. And having that, knowing that AJ, and I'm just trying to think, we had a couple of different people in it. You got to have the right performers. Ultimate X, much more flexibility, and the X Division guys, man, just made it their own in so many different ways, and they got better and better and better. But Elevation X takes a certain kind of storyline, certain kind of talent, and we tried to make it not only safe, but also give a little bit room up top for those guys to work. When you look back at the Road Warriors, and if you really want to get grainy, go back and watch my dad and Al Green's scaffold match in Louisville Gardens. To my knowledge, that was the first one. So they're difficult to work, but if you have the right kind of storyline behind it, they're not going to be long. You're not going to see a bunch of flash and dash, but storyline driven. But sometimes you hit home runs and grand slams, stand up doubles, and sometimes you barely get to first. But it just depends. But it was a fun spectacle. The packages for Elevation X, and we can go back to watch, were a lot of fun to watch.
In case you're wondering, the difference between Ultimate X and Elevation X has a platform on top of a steel structure that is fashioned like an X over the ring. Ultimate X has guys, I guess, like hanging onto a wire that's forms an X in the middle, and there's usually an X or a belt or something of the sort in the middle. So sort of like a ladder match without
a ladder,
or a ladder match without a ladder, or a scaffold match that's just a giant X. Rory says, what are some of your favorite sports to watch and favorite sports teams growing up or now? We know it's basketball is your true passion, but are you just a homer on Tennessee, or do you like other teams as well?
Well, growing up, man, I'm going to be dating myself. Obviously, the only and you probably can relate to this, Conrad, but this is prior to ESPN and watching all the highlights. We either got to watch the Dallas Cowboys, the Washington Redskins, or the Pittsburgh Steelers. I was a Cowboy fan growing up in football, but in basketball, I loved the Sixers and Dr. J. And then I was a Bird, Magic, Rivalry. I love Duke basketball. I love UNC basketball. I like UNC before Jordan went there. So, all kinds of sports, me and Kevin Nash used to joke, we're not many human beings that would get in from a late night and watch the late night West Coast NBA basketball game. A good game's a good game. But you know, my fandom obviously grew up here in Tennessee. So the Vols, obviously the Titans and the Preds. Shout out to Bobby Roode and Eric Young, who really, in a lot of ways, taught me the game of hockey. I like all kind of sports. My daughter's in high school basketball right now, and she was out sick, and I still went to the games. And Karen's like, "Now, you're going to the ball game?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to go watch." I love sports. I love competition. I think it's a microcosm for life in so many ways. You know, you can draw analogies to, I think basketball, I loved it because I played it also. I think it's really cool how, you know, a good basketball team has about 8 players, 5 that start, have different role players. Not every can ever do everything. You know, football, you got 22 and then special teams. So I don't know. I could talk sports all day.
A wrestling historian on Instagram says, did you prefer being WCW or NWA champion?
Conrad, let's break up this show just a little bit before I answer that. Not me, because but did you prefer Flair as the NWA champion or the Big Gold champion? Or any, I'm picking him because you like to edit him and splice him, and he's like your puppet. So I don't want to get into any of this, but do you like the WCW Gold or the NWA? Which champion did you like now that you're?
If we're talking about the actual belt design itself, I like the one over your head, the big gold belt. Now, if we're talking about which one mattered most, I mean, I think when Flair was the touring NWA champion, it meant more than when he was the WCW champion. When he was the WCW champion, they were a money-losing organization. When he was the NWA champion, he drew the best houses for every promotion he went to.
Yeah, interesting. You know, I wish folks could experience now that transition, because we were talking about that transition, and that was something that, looking back at Super Clash, I think it's almost even hard for people. And I know they did the unification with Jericho in 2001 and the titles.
But that wasn't real. We all know that.
Okay. So Rick wasn't really a touring champion, but was he? At least it's up for discussion that
he was champion 81, 82, 83, 84.
No, I know. I'm saying he was, but yeah. So that, I'm going to steal Russo's line. That NWA belt that's over my left shoulder, it was still a prop, but it was the prop. But touring, it was, he went from town to town to promote it, and different bosses, different owners, but he was still the champion, and that belt wasn't changing hands. But and I'm saying this out of complete respect, the emotion that we had as fans were, wow, he's the real world heavyweight champion, versus, oh, that's Hulk is Vince's champion. Oh, big gold belt. That's Billionaire Ted's champion, or however we put it in our brain. I think it's, I guess what I'm saying is, I wish the fans of today could wrap their emotional investment into the industry. I know it's different. It's just different. You can't go back and play a basketball game without a 3-point line. But I'm just here on Ask Jeff Anything. I think it's just fascinating that the emotion that we had as kids on that real world champion mentality, a lot of fun. So for me, it's look, the NWA, when it, when we worked out the agreement with NWA and there were still 12 promoters and NWA in Japan was recognized and all that, that was a really cool deal. I like both of them for a lot of reasons. Me winning the WCW World Heavyweight Champion, that's the first world champion, that will always hold the most special place by far. That I had zero decision in it, and obviously all the baggage that goes with that. I didn't hold anybody up with a gun. My contract wasn't about to expire. There was no leverage. It was, Jeff, we're going to make you champion. That the big gold will always hold the most special place.
I agree. You know, I think that's the right answer from my perspective. And I didn't live your life, obviously, but you know, at that time, and again, I know everybody looks back at that period of WCW and they go, oh, LOL, whatever. But the reality is, there were a ton of wrestling promotions out there. You know, ECW was still kicking around, and there were a bunch of independents that were trying to, you know, get some stuff going, but Japan was still doing well, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying all that to say, in that era, there was a WWF champion. He was the top guy in the business. Then there was the WCW champion. He was the second big dog in the business. I mean, that's what that belt represented. You're the champion of the number 2 place. And you had your opportunity to do that. And obviously revitalizing the NWA and all that, that was more of your idea. And you being the NWA champion is maybe more out of necessity, and it's more your decision.
Yeah.
Whereas Big Gold, you really were the chosen one.
And I'll say this, here's what I think. Context is king. In 1999, 2000, that's not that far removed. Nobody was saying WCW LOL. They just weren't. They were, oh man, that's some bad TV, or that sucked, or, you know, that. But to this day, there are massive WCW fans, and they walk up and they say, I've never really been able to get into WWE programming. And I look at him and I go, really? He goes, yeah, I grew up in Asheville, North Carolina, or I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, or I grew up in Tallahassee, or I grew up in Texas, wherever. And man, my grandmother used to watch this, and it's the local territory. And then I started watching TBS on 605. And then, man, WCW, we were kicking Vince's ass and blah, 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 blah. Man, when that was over, I just kind of quit watching. And so I'm to your point. It was number 1 for 83 weeks and number 2 for a lot of years.
Kenny writes, did you ever have another person in the ring pass gas during the match?
I saw this online. Can you I feel like I'm in depositions. Can you say that question again, sir?
Did you ever have another person in the ring pass gas during the match?
Because the way I read it the first time, it was as if, oh, hey, Jeff, we know you farted in the ring.
Well, I kind of took it that way too. And I know this to be true. I mean, you've got some protein farts, the likes of which I've never smelt before. Paint Peeler Jones is what Megan calls you around here.
Oh, but that is complete fabrication right there.
No, it is. Now, here's the joke. The reason he's laughing is we have I have a kind of a big office at my office where we hang out.
Beautiful. It's plush.
And so I've got the U-shaped desk with 2 chairs in front of me, and then a couch, and then like a little conference table of 4 and a monitor on the wall, and yeah. But anyway,
I'm over in the corner at the conference table, folks. Get this. And Conrad Ashley's chair is elevated about 18 inches. So it's like a throne in his office, but
kind of, yeah. And so then I've got a whole wall full of windows, #humble brag. So it gets a little warm in the afternoon. So
yes,
I have a fan on my desk, and just to get attention every now and again, there may or may not be an opportunity to let one rip, Tater Chip, and then fashion that fan in a way where I can expedite it Jeff's way. And Jeff usually knows, well, that's about enough for today. I'm going to go work out. I'll see you back at the house in a little while. But anyway, you had to have a good story where somebody has a rib, or very seriously, you hit the body slam and
I feel like, is Vince in the room?
I mean, this is the most Vince question we're going to have.
I mean, is Vince, is this Candid Camera? Do you have us? You know what? I want to check the origin of this Twitter guy. This guy is literally, it's somebody in WWE AMG has this fake account, and it's run by VKM. Shame on us. Bad guy.
Hear the fart. Stop dodging. Give us the fart.
I'm just trying to think. I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, good God, has it? Guys, listen to this.
Everybody farts, of course.
Oh, and in the ring, of course, it happens often. Yeah. Okay. You know, you've heard that. I'll say beer farts. You ever heard that, Conrad?
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with beer farts.
I'll just say this. The Tennessee stud, Robert Fuller, was known to imbibe in a natty light or two.
Okay.
And I'll just say, oh dear Lord, he could pass one or two or 3,800.
Chip Maxey says, if Lance
Matt Bourne was another notorious, just all of ringside, like not just, oh man, do y'all smell something in this ring? Like, oh wait, what is that? Wait, oh, what is that? Oh no, it is all 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. They're like, oh my God. So let's keep moving.
Well, I mean, that gives me motivation that I could step my game up to the doink level. If Lance Russell doesn't switch networks and do news and call wrestling for your dad, do you think Memphis wrestling would still have the praise it did? That's an interesting question. Lance Russell may be one of the more unsung heroes, if you will.
So, to my knowledge, the story was Lance, program director, WHBQ, which is the ABC affiliate, and WMC TV, the NBC affiliate in Memphis, which was our home base for years and years and years. When my dad moved there, Lance said he would go with him. And it is so hard to imagine, and I won't do this justice. It would not have been the same, but like Hulkamania, you take Vince out of Hulkamania, it doesn't happen. Obviously you take Hulk out of Hulkamania, it doesn't happen. There's certain like foundations. The two pillars of Memphis wrestling were my father and Lawler. So would it have been different? Yes. Lance was so good, and he played off, in the early years when Lawler was a heel, he got his personality over a lot of times by dogging Lance. And so Lance's cadence and his authenticity and his believability, his engagement in the product, everything that went with it, he was a huge part of Memphis wrestling. But I still believe it would have achieved the success.
Yeah.
But huge part of it, and people, when you hear a Michael Cole or Pat McAfee or JR or Tony or Excalibur, their style versus the style of a Lance Russell or Gordon Soley, it's so radically different. The business has changed, but Lance was just damn good at that era. The best, I think.
Mark LaBelle's a smart ass, and we love him for it. Was chicken salad a staple at the Jarrett household growing up?
Oh, I would love to give this long, elaborate answer, but chicken salad was not a staple. My dad.
What are your dad's favorite things to cook? I've seen he's got a barbecue set up out there, so he likes some of that stuff.
Oh, that's right. You were there, right?
Yeah.
You see out back. So he's got his griddle, he's got his smoker, and then he's got his. He's got 3 big contraptions. He loves to grill, smoke. Turkey, pork, beef, he's a big time griller, and back in the day when he's into hunting, venison and dove, and he can cook. He can cook. He like any old school Southern cooker, he likes his starches too, beans and potatoes and stuff like that. One little, you ought to get him to tell his garden story, because he would plant a garden and there'd be every vegetable imaginable out there, and he would work his ass off. And this would be one of those spring and summer that he'd go to Memphis and Louisville and wouldn't make the other towns. Assistant booker would do all that, but man, he was into his garden, so he can cook. So chicken salad, I guess that really that whole thing originated from Vince's kitchen table, and Bruce made it famous. But chicken salad was not a staple in the Jarrett household.
Martin wants to know if Slapnuts was a band with Jeff Jarrett smashing lead guitar. Hashtag asks Jeff, who would Double J have on drums, who on bass, and who would be the lead singer? I think he means of our podcast group. I could be wrong. So if that's the case and you're playing lead guitar, I mean, I guess he didn't ask me, but I think Tony Schiavone's probably got to be the lead singer. He listens to musicals in his car. He fancies himself a singer. Although we've heard more singing from Bruce, I think Tony Schiavone should probably, I nominate Tony. I wish Hulk Hogan could start a podcast just so he could play bass.
Wait. Okay. So Tony, does he fancy himself a singer or he is a singer?
He's as good of a singer as you are a game picker.
Well, then he's excellent. You know what? Look, I referenced it last week when Vince had Hulk and everybody did those songs. We ought to come out with an ad-free family, like We Are the World type collaboration. And if Tony's the lead singer, Tony carries the weight.
Well, I'm with you on that, but who's going to play bass?
Okay.
Who's going to play drums? You're on guitar. Tony's singing.
So bass has got to be. Can you see? Well, I was going to say, can you see JR like back and he's like on a bar stool, cigarette hanging out of his mouth, cowboy hat on, head down?
Listen, I love JR doing it, but I'm just saying realistically, there was an episode of TNA where he at least strummed along.
Oh, Eric.
I mean, so.
Okay, Eric. I think Eric's more of a electric. I'm an acoustic guitar guy. Yeah. I think Eric is lead guitar, like out front, can sing, can do a little bit of it all. I'm putting Eric. He's like the Eddie Van Halen of us.
Who's doing drums?
Conrad, if I told you this story, you wouldn't believe it, but I'm going to tell it to you. Can I tell you a little story that you
love to hear a little story? Because
when I saw this question, I knew exactly who could fill the drumming role.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, this is about 7 or 8 years ago here at the house. We always had Memorial Day parties. We had 4th of July parties. We had Labor Day parties, all 3 holidays during the summer. We had big parties here at the house. And sometimes we'd have DJs. Sometimes we'd have bands. But man, the grill was going, the jet skis were going, the pontoon, the pool, obviously back, BS days before sobriety days. It was a, fun time to be had by all, and some craziness would always ensue. But, one year we had this band and the parties would start either 12 or 2. Eric Young was always great. He'd get here like at 11:55 early and he'd always get his spot with his cooler. But, anyhow, on this particular party, it got, the band would usually start about 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock, because in the summer it gets dark about that time. So they'd start about 8 o'clock, and they'd play 45 minutes, take a 15-minute break, maybe play 30 minutes and take a 15-minute break because it was hot and people going and all this. Well, it was, I'll say, well after midnight one year. And all of a sudden, and they're playing cover songs, and it's just always a good time. And one break in the action, then all of a sudden they start back playing, and you can hear sort of a little a drum solo breakout somewhat at the beginning of the song, like, okay, that's different. Then it'd keep going, and I just keep hearing little different drum beats and drum deals and all that, and then they're playing the song, and then they crank up the next song. And then all of a sudden, at the right time in the bridge, and they break on out of it, you hear this drum solo, and you're like, that's not so easy to dance to and all that, but we got us a drum solo going on over there. And the drum solo finishes, and I walk over there, and as it's finishing, and he is really doing what folks do at the end of a drum solo, and Conrad, my jaw dropped open because I had no idea this person had this talent, and none other, with the sticks in his hand and doing a hell of a drum solo, was the Olympic gold medalist, Kurt Angle.
Oh, wow. I didn't know Kurt could play drums.
And I didn't either until that night. That man is super talented. But, and I just was like, wow. And my buddies that are not in the wrestling industry were there that night. They're like, did you know he could play? I'm like, hell no, I didn't know he could play drums. He got up, carried on, party kept going, and the regular drummer sat back down. So the drumming role of the ad-free jam band is the drum rolls, the drum place is definitely taken by Kurt.
How about that?
How about that?
Justin Vick says, you mentioned on a recent episode getting a bunch of wrestling magazines at the house. What were your favorites? And did your perspective of them change after a few years in the business?
I always, again, that would sort of fill the time for me, and they would come in. It seemed like a new one about every week. Pro Wrestling Illustrated, Bill Apter, he was obviously a friend of the promotion, and Bill Apter and George Napolitano, which to this day, I consider near and dear friends. So their magazines would always come in, but the one that I always, especially in that 86, 87, 88, 89, 90-ish, those 4 or 5 years that I was in the office very regularly. And Conrad, I don't know if you remember that the first time you ever picked up one of these, but a Japanese wrestling magazine.
It was unbelievable.
That read, which I couldn't read, but right to left. It was, but when I got those early, and you could see, you got to remember, late 80s, business was booming.
Yeah.
And Gordy and Hanson and Road Warriors, and they would show a classic shot of Hogan and Andre. Now, this is not at the peak of Hulkamania, but not that far removed. And Hogan from a Japan shot, some classic shots. And then you would see, they would feature a WWF at the time, or a WCW 1 or 2 page. But when you just saw page after page of, obviously in those days, New Japan and Baba and All Japan were the two dominant promotions. And you would just see picture after picture, and the great action shots right up to ringside, and the beads of sweat off of a chop going through the air, and the selling of the facials, and you could just feel the clothesline of a Hanson. Just the images that were in that color glossy Gong magazine and other publications. So we used to get quite a few at the house. Obviously they were 3 months behind or whatever. I loved seeing those. And I became to appreciate Japanese wrestling, candidly, a lot through the magazines in the early days, until the tape trading, and I could see this and see that, and, see Owen Hart over there, or whoever it may be. But yeah, those, the wrestler, and gosh, Conrad.
Do you remember the first time you watched the Super J Cup? That was like one of the early tape trading phenomenons. I'm not saying just so everybody knows, we're not talking about the IWA King of the Death Match Mick Foley tape. That's what everybody always talks about when they talk about tape trading. From your era, they talk about that concession stand brawl. Everybody talks about that. And of course the empty arena match. But to me, the Super J Cup would have been the thing that Jeff Jarrett would have been, look at this.
Yeah, the Tiger Mask, and
Great Sasuke and Benoit and Liger and all those guys.
16 men what was the tournament? Yeah, that's it. But I'm trying to think how the format of the tournaments, of that tournament. It was like, again, me, growing up and being so sport minded. So, my formative years, not in the business, but just sort of as a little boy, was sports and playoffs and championships and quarterfinals and semifinals and finals and all that. And then, on the wrestling side of things, it's Andy Kaufman getting slapped on David Letterman. So just completely two different worlds. But Japan, you sort of see the highly competitive nature of it. And I can remember Memphis trips with my dad, and asking him, maybe not this type specific question, but hey, how come we're not a little bit more sports oriented? And the referees don't really call it, so I was asking questions without knowing it to my father, like, hey, Dad, this is what we're doing is a bunch of entertainment. Why don't we do it more sporting and real? And he had no problem saying, you want to do real, go watch the Olympics and tell me how many people are at there. And if they sell out the first week, find out how many people they're going to be the second week. They're going to be the second week. And he always would give me this analogy as far as music bands. This is something that really, I don't know if I've ever shared this with you, that I've that hung in my brain about what we do as a form of entertainment. That, in the sporting world, nobody shows up for the quarterfinals. or really the semifinals. It's the finals, because that's the sporting world. In the music world, you name any act that sells out. Let's put Michael Jackson on stage at his peak at the Mid-South Coliseum, and he's going to be there Monday night, and he's going to walk out and he's going to do 3 hours of just Michael, and he's going to play every hit he's got, and it sells out. And how many's going to be there week 2? And how many's going to be there week 3? And how many's going to be there week 4? Oh, it's still Michael, but he's already played his hits. So you better create new hits week in, week out. And that kind of stuff and those kind of formative years, thinking things through, fascinating. But back to the Super J Cup, hell yeah, I love that stuff. And it had that sporting feel to it.
It's an all-timer, man. Go out of your way to watch it if you haven't. Super J Cup 1994 is the first year. There's 14 different participants. But Wild Pegasus, that's Chris Benoit. Black Tiger, that's Eddie Guerrero. Taka Michinoku, Gato, who's now booking New Japan, Dean Malenko, Otani, Super Delphin, Ricky Fuji, Negro Casas, Hayabusa, Jushin Thunder Liger, Great Sasuke. I mean,
that's 94.
That's 94, man.
See, that I would have guessed. Okay, so I watched 91-ish, 90, 91-ish, 92-ish.
You're talking all Japan stuff then, probably.
Probably, yeah.
We got to talk to Eddie Kingston about this one day. He loves that stuff. Chad Floyd says, what are some of your memories working small towns and gyms? I lived in Arkansas when I was 6. My dad worked for the school and took me to meet you. You were so nice to me and sat and talked to me. And ever since then, you were one of my all-time favorites. So Chad, he's the first subscriber to my world. Hey, chat me up though. You got any fun stories about working in gyms?
Yeah, you are. We've been going on playing pretty nice today, but
well, it was a compliment. He's been a fan of you since
he was complimenting, but you wanted to take a shot at him.
How? I said he was the first subscriber. He's a fan of you. I'm just saying, every time I log in, it still tickles me that people are giving you half-assed backhanded compliments. I hated you my whole life, and then I heard this show, and now you're my favorite. Keep up the great work. Okay.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. Wow. I saw this question online. Here is what, look, I don't want to answer this wrong because I have all kind of thoughts. What's my favorite places, or what did I learn? What was the question?
Do you have any fun stories about working in high school gyms?
Oh God, there's all kind of stories of fun. I used to love to the local football coach or whatever it is that would be special referee or in the corner. And those guys would get so excited and then get out there at ringside and completely get deer in the headlights looks. Those kind of stories. But the local communities that he's talking about, that's where in so many ways it prepared me to work for WWE. Now, Memphis, it was not the exact same people, but it was weekly episodic. We were telling stories. When we go to these spot shows that we're going to be there twice a year, maybe 3 times a year, you're walking in as a TV star seen off TV, but you've got to give these people, you got to play your hits and give them something simple, and don't try to overthink it. Go out and show them a good time. And it's real easy to work in front of a sellout house on Armory with, I don't know, 500 people or 1,500 people at a high school gym, whatever. When you have a down house and 200 people, and some folks are there because half of them are there because they're raising money for the football Kiwanis Club or whatever it is, and they're really not interested. You got to learn how to work there because you got to engage them, and they're there. And so those night in, night out opportunities that I got, I wish guys had a better understanding. I think it would help them once they got prepared to work on TV. Look, fun stories, yeah, but I think you can learn so much by getting out in front of a crowd and just saying, okay, we're going to entertain y'all, and you figure out what to do. It's not all about flips and flops and moves and this and that. Engaging, but man, fun crowds, fun stories. Oh boy, there's so many of them. I don't know. Lawler was always fascinating that he would get to a town and there would be 5 to 7 matches. Obviously, we always had an intermission before the main event when Lawler would be on. And sell the last popcorns and Cokes and all that. But Lawler liked to get to towns and he'd play cards, and he would stay in his street clothes. So we'd go through intermission. I have seen Jerry Lawler get dressed when his opponent's music hits to go out. He starts getting dressed right there. I always thought that was fascinating, that Lawler would just bing, 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 dress, boom, go through the curtain, go out, tear the house down, come on back. So you can only do that in a relaxed atmosphere like that, no TV and no go position. And Lawler would jump up from playing cards and go out and work. Those kind of stuff were always fun to observe.
Lindsay, a great friend of the show, who's made us some cupcakes at our very first live show, wants to know, what are some of your family's favorite holiday traditions? I assume you're going to hit Cody with a guitar on Christmas morning, right?
Well, he's going to hit me with a guitar.
Yeah, there you go.
And the day before and the day before. Oh, holiday traditions. Christmas pajamas. Karen's a big Christmas pajama person.
I like that.
And I'm just like, oh, and the other day.
Wait a minute. We saw what you wore on TV that you picked that had you looking like what Eric Bischoff called the dick dancer. And now you're complaining about your wife's damn Christmas pajamas?
Poor Eric Bischoff. I have gotten quite a few questions to derail this conversation up sort of about that. And I think to myself, had I worn boots and tights as Double J, the country music singer, wouldn't that have been such a letdown? Or I could have worn those old cowboy boots like, the Blackjacks wore, or, Ash made a version of them. Anyway, that'd have been a letdown. You guys want to rag on me about my outfit, but I was Double J, the singing. Karen likes to get Christmas pajamas. That's one tradition that I don't say I could do without, but the kids
do without. Yeah, she ain't listening. It's fine. You can say that. Man, we're all busier than ever right now during the holiday season. You might be looking for nutritious, flavorful meals to fuel you on jam-packed days. And Factor is America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service, ready to help you eat well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. With chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. You'll save time and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle while knocking out all of your holiday to-dos. You can cross off meal prepping this holiday season with Factor. You can actually skip the meal planning, the grocery shopping, the chopping, the prepping, the cleaning up. It's all easy because Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are delivered right to your door. And they're ready in just 2 minutes. All you got to do is heat and enjoy. What I do is slide that carton off, pop a couple holes with a fork in the plastic, and bam, slide it in the microwave. 2 minutes later, I'm eating it right out of the carton. It's fantastic. And we've had a lot of these sponsors over the years. I don't mind sharing with you. Factor is my absolute favorite. I found so many great things there. As a matter of fact, I'll go this far. I've not had a bad meal there yet. Now, yes, I've had some that were better than others, but I eat them all again, and I'm eating them every single week, and you will see why. They've got 35 plus chef crafted meals that support a healthy lifestyle and meet your meal preferences, whether it's calorie smart or vegan and veggie or protein plus or even more wholesome options. Maybe you're looking for calorie conscious options over the holidays that don't skimp on flavor. Man, calorie smart, that's the way to do it. 550 calories or less per serving. By the way, the extra boost in protein, well, that's what old Double J's looking for. So he tries Protein Plus. He guarantees himself 30 grams of protein or more per serving. By the way, Factor's not just for dinner. They've got an assortment of over 55 add-ons for various things like quick breakfast items or lunch to go or grab and go snacks. They've even got cold pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. There's something for everybody. And this December, I want you to get Factor and start enjoying eating well without the hassle. Don't just wait and make it a resolution. Do it right now. You won't regret it. It tastes great. They're fresh. They're flavor packed. They're delivered to your door and they're ready in just 2 minutes with no prep and no mess. Head right now to factormeals.com/myworld50 and use the code myworld50 to get 50% off. That's code myworld50 at factormeals.com/myworld50 to get 50% off. Russell wants to know, you may have been too young, and it's probably a question for your dad, but as a young person, what do you remember about your dad and Lawler leaving Nick Goulas and starting their own promotion?
So, early 80s, I wasn't actively wrestling, but I was around it. And I always would hear the legendary stories. Then my dad, when I got in, I would ask him, do you know when my dad broke off and went with Lawler, do you know the 3 people that did not jump ship with them to begin with? Probably don't. Unless he told you in the story. He might have, yeah, he did. Yeah,
Lance, no, I know this. Lance, Tojo, and somebody else.
The third one, I'll leave it. So the first person didn't jump that he thought was going to be certainly the legend that he had made a lot of money with, Jackie Fargo.
Yeah, there you go.
And his riding partner and longtime tag team partner, Tojo Yamamoto.
Yeah.
They both stayed with Nick, which is, it's an interesting observation. But the third and final piece was his own mother.
Oh.
That's a story. That is a real story that she's like, well, now that's it. And who knows what really went through both of his heads, but she had a job and she had a loyalty to her boss and she had a deal. I'm working for you, what you would call a CFO nowadays. But
this is also worth mentioning. She's older at that point.
Oh,
so at this point, if you're an older person and you love your son and you want to support your son, but I got bills to pay and I've been around and he's always taking care of me, there's a little bit of loyalty there. I get that.
Isn't that a fascinating story though? That's the one story about my dad and Lawler leaving and the writing on the wall and how Nick was dealing with his talent and with his TV relationships and with the boys and his son and all of that went with it.
Oh, I remember now. I confused the Lance deal when Lawler tried to leave. That's the story from the time.
Yeah.
Fernum Schnavitz, named by Bruce Richard, I assume, says, who are some of your main inspirations earlier in your career as a heel when it came to drawing heat? Any tricks or trademarks you picked up from other performers that you made your own and incorporated into your character to get heat from the crowd? I'm sure you asked this in a loving way. It's been said a million times. There's nothing new in wrestling. You're just stealing from some of the other greats. I assume one of the folks that you certainly watched closely was Jerry Lawler, but who else?
You knew that I was going with Lawler. And the one thing that Lawler taught me that I observed, even when he was a babyface and a heel, is if you have a real interaction at ringside with the person, like the real energy, and you look, as a talent, you're working, acting, however you want to say it, but the people on the front row, they may be working and acting too, trying to get into the show, but they're also going through those emotions. If you can create emotional friction, bandwidth, connection with somebody on the front row, third row, whatever, you have that real interaction, the people will know it and get engaged. And and I don't say it works as it's like it's a trick. No, it's human nature and human psychology. And I think energy in a lot of ways. Lawler was incredible at that. I mean, him walking down the aisle as a heel, he'd look at somebody and dress them down verbally, and the people would crumble and like, this guy just really made me feel like shit. And then you'd have sympathy for the people sitting next to him. It's just getting people engaged. So, look, huge fan of Jackie Fargo. And I, would see little bits and pieces of his work. The Nature Boy, sort of his air of arrogance. I think Rick at his peak, early 80s, I saw him, I've said this story, 85 when he wrestled Coco Ware. I thought it was a phenomenal match, but it all sort of centered around the entrance and then the first 5 to 7 minutes of the match. Rick had a way that and he carries it to this day. You believed that he was invincible and didn't mind telling you about it. And that aura of that overabundance of not just cockiness, but the confidence. Somebody who's just incredibly confident can strike fear in folks. And Rick sort of, I thought, had that aura about him that really carried him, I thought, that made him stand out. The looks, the limousines, the promos, and all that. But when he stepped in and started his match, you go, okay, this guy owns the ring.
Here's one, and this is one that we've never talked about, and I don't know your answer. I'm excited to hear it. Yan wants to know, why don't we see you on the independent circuit? I know that in your run in WCW and the WWE, you never missed a Monday night, but after that and after TNA, why didn't it happen? That's an interesting question. I mean, I know that you've worked some shots here and there back in the day, but here recently, we haven't seen you slinging those guitars around too much. What's up with that?
Well, That's a good question. In 2018, I did some UK stuff. I did a few things around, but throughout my career, they've just, it was territory days, WWF, WCW, back and forth, then TNA. And I was wearing my business cap the other nights when I wasn't working for TNA. Then I started the Mexico run, and that was sort of my work outside of my day-to-day work. And so and independent wrestling has radically changed, I believe, even in just the last 10 years, maybe 7 years. But man, Conrad, I think you know of a few of these. I'll say this without saying it. Well, maybe you wouldn't be surprised. I have gotten so many offers in the last 90 days, maybe 120 days. I'm trying to make up my mind. What should I do?
Hit some motherfuckers with some guitars.
You think?
Yeah. Listen, here's what you do. Sign up for the match, get paid up front, demand first class travel and Marriott equivalent, and then be playing cards in the back. And when they start playing your opponent's music, start putting your shit on. Grab the guitar right before you walk out there, cut a 14-minute promo, do some crowd heel work. Don't take one bump. And if you do, it's the very last one.
There you go.
And then big guitar and on your way. Have you not learned anything from Honky Tonk Man and Jerry Lawler?
You know what? I am getting the itch. I'll just leave it at that. Just because I was, I'm a promoter in baseball and video game and podcast, and we got a lot of cool stuff. But I tell you what, and I'm coming off the corporate work with WWE Corp. Obviously, that was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our brother Bruce can attest to that. But this year, slowly but surely, and in the gym and all that.
Oh, I see those arms. They're coming back on you.
2022 is going to be interesting.
I'm just telling you now, if one day we sit down to record and you look as tan as Matt Cardona, I'm going to know you're about to start slinging some guitars.
There you go. There's the
tail.
There's the tail. That's the one thing that no more kayfabe. You'll go, oh, okay, he's working.
Hot Rod with the dad bod says, Susan Tex Green once told us a story about slapping you in a locker room. Any memories of that?
Susan Tex Green.
Old school women's wrestler. I met her in 2014, I think.
Did you really?
Yeah, just randomly at like Ric Flair's birthday party. She was there, which was kind of cool.
That's her working name, Susan Tex Green.
Well, here's the thing. How many times do you get slapped in a locker room? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, I can tell you, I don't even know her. So no, it did not happen.
Okie doke. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
Here's another one from Derek Rivers. If Hulk Hogan had come to TNA in 2003 and won the NWA title, who would you have liked to seen Hulk put over when it was time to do the honors besides yourself?
Oh, it's just, I've got, 2003, it's just sort of a different era. And I have, I'll give this a page somewhat out of my old man's book and Lawler and sort of that whole thing. If you're talking about Hogan doing a straight out job to somebody, and I learned this from the Jackie Fargo. Jackie Fargo didn't necessarily, his best use wasn't laying on his back getting beat, because the Jackie Fargo fans that are going to come back a year from now or 6 months from now, that kind of stuff, they don't want to see him lay on his back. I don't think the Hulkamaniacs wanted to see Hulk. So on Hulk's way out, I would have liked to have, if that was the scenario, not for him to just get beat, but maybe for him to really give
Styles Clash off the top rope.
No,
table.
Maybe his partner, maybe him put over in a tag match. He don't have to drop the fall, but put over some folks with promos and emotions and leave the
thing. If he dropped the belt, so he's the NWA champ, he's going to drop the belt to somebody.
Oh, then AJ Styles.
Yeah,
for sure. AJ in those years, it was build AJ.
Ruben J says, and this is going to be something that We can't give too much away. Ribbon J says, if you were to start your own wrestling company again,
oh Lord,
what lessons and what 3 things did you learn from TNA Wrestling and Global Force Wrestling? So are there 3 takeaways from those 2 experiments, Global Force and Impact, that you would apply to your new company that we're definitely not starting?
You are the biggest poop disturber. Over communicate. I can tell you right up front, over communicate. When I look back on my professional career, most, if not every problem that I had was lack of communication. And sure, it goes both ways, but over communicate in business. I just don't think I don't even think that's really a reality. That I don't think you can over communicate in business. So over communicate is a lesson. Also, don't be delusionally optimist and say, hey, this guy's eventually going to start fill in the blank, or this guy, his bad attitude's going to change. Or, I think it's very appropriate to have patience with different folks at different times. But if they don't want to get in the boat and start rowing in the right direction, quit spitting in the wind and move on. Because 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, I mean, you can look at AEW to this day, and this isn't a knock on anybody, but there is no such thing as a promotion that has to have this individual that makes something go up or down. It's just not. I mean, I'm not trying to steal a page out of Eric's book, but arguably Daniel Bryan, well, he was in the main event at WrestleMania. There is no magic fix. It's the brand. And so Vince always used to say, man, in the 90s, I used to wow, what's good for the WWF is good for all of us. And that's
what your dad said that?
No, Vince.
Oh, okay.
Vince would have that conversation, whether it was me and Road Dogg in a room or me and Kevin Nash or me by myself, whatever kind of conversation that he wouldn't be talking at me. He would be talking conceptually at different things. And Jeff, the mentality of what's good for the WWF is good for all of us. I would go, no, that's good for you, Vince. But no, there's a lot of truth to that. You have to be on brand. And I see things, I think, for both companies to this day that are just so off brand. And I go,
the idea being, from what Vince was saying, just to expand on that.
Yeah.
If somebody says hypothetically, but I want to be champion. Yeah. But if there's a half a house, do you really want to be champ to half a house? You want to be champ to a full house. Mm-hmm. And so what sells the most tickets, what's good for the promotion overall, will ultimately be best for you, because you being champion, sure, it means you're slotted higher on the pay scale, but in order to get more zeros on that check, we got to have more asses in those seats. Right.
That's right. Yeah. To me, it is, so over communicating and really staying on brand. And I think the third one, I'm trying to answer the questions accurately, and this is, if there isn't one definitive leader that is unquestionable, right, wrong, or indifferent, I just think, I mean, you look at Belichick, you look at Saban, you look at all the great leaders in sports, and then you look at in Hollywood, when you hear of a person's visions for a show and they don't wiggle, or Steve Jobs, a lot of folks thought he was an asshole. No, he ran a company because he had a vision. You either got to align with that vision or you got off. And I just think that that type of mentality, and we're in this culture now that's very difficult, and a lot of things go against the wind, and let's all hold hands and have kumbaya. That just ultimately doesn't work.
Up next, we've got G4 is back, and I can't stop smiling, whatever that means. Out of all the factions and companies that Jeff has single-handedly destroyed, which was the most deserving to be put out of its misery, and which did Jeff have the most fun burying 6 feet under? I'm glad that this guy takes my ball busting to heart. Brendan Crabb wants to know, do you still have any of the Chosen One jerseys that you wore on WCW TV?
Oh, we need to get Cardona and Myers on this, the collectors. I have not seen one of those. There were, no, I don't. I don't even have one myself. So anybody online that may have a extra one laying around, but no, I don't. Good question though.
Hey, if you got one of those jerseys, hit us up. DMs are open at My World Pod. Well, Screen Goes Loco. Okay, we had one for you. Here's one for me now. Jeff, did you feel as disappointed as you looked when Conrad shut you down and rapid fire skipped over Super Class 3?
What did it actually mean that when we went through the card?
Well, yeah, but the deal is like, I didn't know how much commentary you could give me on somebody else's match, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Okay.
But were you disappointed that we didn't spend more time talking about all the other matches?
No, I understood. Again, I follow your lead.
Oh, whatever. Charlie Thrower says, I have a massive collection of early era DVDs for Impact Wrestling. Mr. Jarrett, how important was the DVD market to TNA? And why were there so many best of compilations like AJ, Joe, Jeff Hardy, Raven, etc.?
That is to me, it's a good question and different era because the DVD world's out, but we did so much stuff in 02, 03, 04, even, counting Fox Sports, people never saw it. There was no way. So, we didn't have a streaming service. So how do you see a best of at AJ Styles? And we had multiple of those. So when you look at the best of these compilations, it was a big way to market our product. It is also a very profitable way to market our product. And as we found later, because of our DVD deal, you order, hypothetically, we'll just use these simple numbers, 10, and you sell 7, so you have 3 left over. Well, you have enough orders, then all of a sudden you've got a stockpile of all kinds of things. Don West went into his bag of tricks and we sold out and we reordered DVDs on Don's brown bag special alone. So we were selling DVDs at just above cost, a little bit of a Walmart mentality. So we would sell a brown bag special and 4 DVDs at X amount of price and make a few bucks, but we're also marketing our product. And on top of that, when they came and bought the brown bags, they also, hey, I'll take an AJ shirt. I'll take a Jeff shirt. I'll take this. I'll take that. But it was the DVDs early formative years. It was very instrumental in a number of different ways. And it was a great licensee to have up in Minneapolis. We went up there and me and Andy Barton and team and Dig Our Dog and Pony, but we sold a lot of DVDs, a massive amount of DVDs. And also from an international perspective, we had
in that era, by the way, Ring of Honor was pretty much primarily funded by DVD sales. I mean, their goal was to break even at best on the live event, and then they would make it all up on DVD. So it's not out of the question that a company that exists primarily in the pay-per-view market is also going to try to sell you a whole shit ton of DVDs. I mean, you got to have something to sell. Yeah. Caleb says, ask Jeff anything. One current wrestler from WWE and AEW, who could you have a great program with in your prime?
One from each brand.
Yeah. Don't fucking say Elias or anybody with a guitar.
Oh, please. Gosh, that's a tough question. There's so many.
It's random, but I bet on the AEW side, you could have a good match with Sammy Guevara.
Oh God. Yeah. I'd love to be a tag partner of MJF. I mean, not against each other. We would never get along, but when our backs against the wall, we'd screw the rest of the world. Then I'd try to go screw him, but whatever. Daniel Bryan Danielson. God,
in my opinion, he's the best in the world.
What a storyteller he is on a completely different level. He is on a completely different level, I believe, than just about anybody.
Who would you like to heel on?
So outside of Daniel, heel on.
Well, because I mean, nobody wants to see you as a babyface, right? We want to see you as a heel.
Yeah, oh, for sure. So, can you imagine if me and Charlotte had an intergender match, like instead of China, Charlotte?
I would love for her to whip your ass. That would be
Yeah,
good.
I know you would. That's why I threw that out there. Okay, who would I like to heel on? So babyface wise, we said Brian.
WWE, who would it be?
I think me and Kevin Owens could have had a hell of a program. I think when Kevin gets his mind right as a babyface, good talker. Trying to think of a newer that I haven't worked with because I was just going down the list. I mean, Roman as a babyface. I think he's an awesome babyface. I know he's going down head of the table route with Heyman, and that's great. I don't know.
I'd love to see you wrestle Nick Gage.
Would you? I'd kill him.
Yeah, just light tubes, barbed wire, staples.
King of the death match.
Yeah, I mean, you're the king of the mountain versus the king of the death match. That's what we need right there.
Wrestling royalty at its finest.
Pizza cutter. Oh, that's cool of you to call him wrestling royalty. I like that.
Love it. I love it.
Here's one. In TNA's early years, a lot of wrestlers there had brief runs. Carino, Vampiro, Shamrock. Was there anyone you would have liked to have had with the company for a longer period of time? I'm sure there's a bunch, but is there one where you're like, man, if we had a little more time with him?
So who left would be the top line stuff. I mean, we've definitely discussed the Monty Brown situation, and he left, and man, there were some folks online that look, he gave it a shot at WWE, and obviously, and a guy like Chris Harris, they didn't know what they were getting into up there. But we had a mentality in the early formative years that, as Dutch Mantel would call it, would run a wrestler. We didn't have the ability to put them in long-term contracts, and didn't want to because just didn't know how it was going to pan out. I mean, Carino's right there. He had his Japan run, but from a financial perspective,
that's an interesting one, the Carino one, because I was such a fan of his.
Yeah,
I felt like it would have been the perfect opportunity for TNA, but then it just didn't work. Why didn't it work? Because he had so much Japan money. He
had Japan deal from a financial perspective. We had so many limited fly-ins in those early, so it wasn't going to work either side financially, if I remember correctly. But I think the most important thing that pivoted was his other commitments. Steve was hustling his butt off back then, I mean, everywhere, not just Japan. I'm trying to think if there's any other names. I'm sure people online are going to say, hey, what about this guy? Shamrock was a financial situation.
Let's do another one here. Michael wants to know, what's your favorite Dave Brown story?
Favorite Dave Brown. Dave was so good on so many different things and the perfect partner. And then he played the lead horse and he did that so well. Favorite Dave, we did Dave Brown at TNA at the ballpark in Memphis. We did a Dave Brown appreciation night. And, it's funny. We pulled in the arena at the same time, or at the ballpark at the same time, and walked in together. And we had a rainstorm that night, a bunch of different moving parts. And Dave was the weatherman. And he's like, no, Jeff, we're going to have a storm coming in. It's going to be delayed and all that. But, and I don't know if this is a one-on-one story with Dave, but I can't tell you how many folks came up to me because we did an extended autograph session to wait for the rain delay, that came up and were so super appreciative. They grew up on Dave. Dave was 5 nights a week, 5 and 10 news, 6 and 10 news, calling the weather. And then you saw him on Saturday morning. So it's just hard it's like, I don't know, Al Roker on the Today Show. Then on Saturday morning, he's on WWF Superstars. It's just a whole different perception. And Dave is so beloved in that Memphis market. And to hear the people come up and just gushingly talk about how much they love Dave and this and that. I will always remember that night that was an idea that came out of a marketing meeting in Nashville at TNA. There was only a few of us that really liked it. but we went ahead with it because they just didn't understand it. Not that they had anything against Dave. They're just like, that won't mean anything. We're TNA. And I'm like, nope, you don't understand. Wrestling in Memphis and Dave Brown are synonymous. So that's probably one of my favorite Dave Brown stories.
Francis wants to know, when did you know that UK was going to be a great market for TNA with the television deals, the touring, the fan parties, the signings? It seems like TNA had a lot of success in the UK.
The moment that I absolutely said, okay, this is a different playing field. I wrestled at 1PW Doncaster, and I went to the ring. I was obviously the heel, and I was wrestling AJ Styles. Conrad, I can remember it. I can remember sitting back in the corner in the ring and watching AJ Styles music hit and him walk to the ring, and he did all four sides, but literally everybody in the arena was singing his song word for word. You are, I am. And I just went, okay, it was, I'll never forget it. It was a really good, as a promoter, I'm like, they don't just kind of know what's going on. They know AJ Styles music word for word. Everybody in the arena. It was cool.
So help me understand, since we're singing TNA theme songs here, can you give us a few words from EC3's theme song?
Trouble, 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 trouble. Oh, why did you pick Control Your Narrative? I love that. So EC3.
He didn't make the song. I think that's a Surge song, but I just love the whole song. Trouble, 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 trouble.
But Control Your Narrative, EC3 saw him Blizzard Brawl, and I want him to know this because I got home and literally had the shirt on my chair, and Cody saw it, took it. He has worn it no less. How long have I been home? 25 days. He's worn it 15 of those 25 days. He loves that. So Cody's a huge Control Your Narrative fan. The videos, the shirts, everything.
Cowboy Arrogant says, I loved your feud with the Moondogs. Prior to Spot's passing, did you ever bring them into TNA? Also, tell me about the first time you met Larry Booker.
Woo. Folks, if you don't know who Larry Latham is, Google him, because Larry Latham was a part of the Blonde Bombers. And his partner was a guy by the name of Wayne Ferris, later to be known as the Honky Tonk Man. The first time I met them was, Conrad, I had to have been like 9 years old, 10 years old in Nashville at the fairgrounds. And my dad had stepped back in the ring and was working a brief period. And Danny Davis, Nightmare Danny Davis, was their manager. And Dad did a deal, and I'm on the back row of ringside, and they whipped him with a riding crop till he started bleeding in his back. And it disturbed me as a child. There's my old man getting the hell beat out of him. And Larry and Wayne, great heels that they were, scared the shit out of me as a kid. Again, pre-kayfabe and all that kind of stuff. And so I was, as a little boy, a little emotionally disturbed. And they had Larry come say hello to me. And he, I'm a kid, and he's this huge monster that I thought. And so that's the first time I met Larry. And then the Moondog run, and that was hardcore before hardcore was hardcore. There was no name for it. It was 2x4s and boards and planks and 1x6s and trash cans and all that. And man, what a run we had. It was Meltzer's feud of the year. I think 91, me and Lawler against the Moondogs.
When you were doing all that crazy hardcore way back when, I mean, I guess it still happens these days, but way back then, a lot of guys, Dusty and the likes, they would not only use the old gimmick on their forehead, sometimes they would do it on their arms and other places. Did you ever have to make a little incision somewhere beside your head?
No, sir. Not a fan of it.
Yeah.
I witnessed it. God rest his soul. Billy Travis. I saw him do it to his tricep. The nastiest, non-bloodiest gashes that I went, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
It's okay to do it once, give it a shot. But when you do 3 or 4 or 5 times and nothing, dude, just stop. Ugh. No. But Larry, I'm not sure exactly when he passed away, but Larry was well past he was definitely, if not in his twilight, but no, I don't believe he ever worked in TNA.
Michael says, you've mentioned Andy Griffith a few times, so I'm wondering if you had a favorite episode. I've always been partial to the pickle story.
Oh, man, I could go, gosh almighty, Andy Griffith episodes. When you break down that storytelling, it's so simple, but, man, it's very applicable in life. I think to this day, some good moral lessons over there. Anything with Barney and Otis, Barney reciting the preamble, "We the People." That scene is classic. Yeah. Barney reciting "We the People" is right up there at the top. I don't even know if you know what I'm talking about, but Andy Griffith fans do.
Ben wants to know, who was your favorite travel partner during the initial Double J run in the WWF from 93 to 96?
Kevin Nash was always a lot of fun, very entertaining, very, very good storyteller, and Road Dogg. That's when we,
have you met a human who could consume more beer than Kevin Nash?
Ooh.
I've seen Kevin Nash drink 2 bottles of red wine and then a case of beer, and then seemingly get around pretty good.
He's right up there at the tip top.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right up there. I never, I hadn't thought of that in a while. Yeah, we went toe for toe many a night. I'd say he's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, for sure. No doubt about it. And by the way, Flair's drinking's overrated. I mean, people act like he's some legendary drinker. That's not the case.
He's all show, right?
Yeah, it is. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't drink. Everybody listening to this knows that's not true, but I'm just saying this narrative that it's like Andre and then Rick is like, oh no,
No.
Kevin Nash and a bunch of others in between.
Yes, sir.
Dougie says, Jeff, you've appeared a couple times on ICW shows. Would you consider returning for an event? And if so, who would you like to wrestle? You keeping up with ICW?
You know what? Mark Dallas is a guy that they were a red hot promotion. They did the deal with WWE, and it's to say, and I say this with all diplomacy, it's a little bit off brand either way. ICW, I would not say is a completely PG rated product. Scotland's not a PG rated country. I mean, it's just a little bit different, and WWE and the network, it's just different. Mark, I don't think gets enough credit for his mind. Really smart promoter, smart matchmaker, I'll say, with a vision. Great team. Him and Duncan through the years have made nothing but money. And, yes, I love that promotion. It's just hard for me to put. Grado is the perfect or one. He's just got a boatload of charisma and can tell a story so many different ways and engage the crowd emotionally. I love beating the shit out of Grado and hitting him with the guitar. I'll say that.
Who doesn't love Grado? Hey, Robert has a great question. It's going to fire you up. Does it bother Jeff that TNA had objectively more ratings, more people watching, more television success than AEW does now, but is still thought of as LOL TNA? You don't have to think. Either it bothers you or it doesn't.
Here's what I want to, I always going to be careful because it sounds such like, look, I despised veterans that would say back in my day, well, so I say it with a ton of respect, but the narrative that was created, and I'll say from about 2013, maybe 2012, maybe before that, I'll say that, but 2002 to 2009, it wasn't TNA LOL. It just wasn't. But it started, I think, 12-ish, 13-ish, and then obviously 14, 15, 16. It had quite a bit of it. It's
how much of that started when AJ left?
I think I mean, he's the poster boy. When it got off brand and Hogan replaced AJ and the 4-sided replaced the 6-sided and the Nasty Boys and Orlando Jordan and Val Venus and a whole bunch of non-WWE, I'm not pointing fingers at any of them. They're just non-WWE talent. When that massive flood of non-WWE talent and they went off brand and Dixie stepped out front and became the face of the company, it just, they did a brand reimaging and then throw in the, oh no, we can't say TNA, we're going to go Impact. Well, wait a minute. It's been TNA that got us a 2-hour Spike deal. And don't say they didn't have sponsors. That's total BS. And the Impact was the name of the show. So through all that, yes, it became TNA LOL. But the ratings that we achieved, and here's where the real devil in the details. Spike was, I think, maybe 20 or 18. They weren't a top 10 network. They were quite a bit down the dial. All the news networks and the sports networks, and then the USA and TNT and TBS. So we weren't, I love Spike. We were on, but they weren't a top 10 network, far from it. And so to reach 2 million viewers on that network and compare it to today's world, you have to, if you don't look at it objectively and go, now, wait a minute. So maybe TNA wasn't LOL. It's like the controlling of the narrative and the climate and everything that went with it and where we started and where we got. That's one set. And then you kind of look at the AEW buy rates and look, we've had some conversation of this because it's a different era, but let's just hypothetically say we averaged 40,000 buys a month and you did that 3 months in a row. So at the end of 3 months, we did 120,000 buys. That's a hell of a buy rate if it was one show. We were in a fixed location. When you look at the glitz and the glamour and the promotion and the dollars spent on every AEW production, Black Ink versus Red Ink, it's a completely different ball game and a completely different story. I'd love to have your thoughts on that, Conrad.
Maybe I asked incorrectly. Does it bother you? Yes or no?
No, it does not.
I think it should.
Well, here's why it doesn't.
It's different.
It's completely different. And this is what the business is about. Let's talk about it. Let
me ask you this though, for real.
Okay.
Just pretend we haven't talked about anything else.
Okay.
Is the comparison between TNA and AEW, if you had to sum it up and drill down on just one thing, what's the major difference? To me, the one word is timing. I think you could take a look at where the WWE was when you opened TNA, and you said to yourself when you started the company, and we haven't talked about this, but man, there was WWF and WCW, and now they're in ECW, and now there's just WWF. Let's be the alternative. But perhaps you did it too soon. Just 1 year later, as opposed to 15 years later. I think if you would have and again, I'm just freestyling, but if you would have started TNA in 2016 and not 02, or 2017 and not 02, exactly 15 years later, I think the wrestling world was ready for a true alternative. At the time, we had so much less than WCW, so much less than ECW. We didn't really have a lot of faith and confidence even in the WWE product at the time. And it had to get stale and then warm up again. And I just think, we weren't there yet. And if there is a change you could make to the TNA story, timing. And anybody who's had a great deal of success, I don't mean just a little bit of success, but you've been wildly successful. Timing is everything. I don't think that can be overstated. It's just either you're in the right place, right time, or you're not. And you're going to be massively successful or you're not. And I think what kept TNA from breaking through and everybody getting behind it is probably just timing. We as fans weren't ready for it yet.
Timing's everything. You just think about Stone Cold's timing, Rocket to Stardom, The Rock, Hulk Hogan, I mean, any mega star, timing is a big component of it. Hitting a number one hit at the right time, at the right place, and country music stars and pop stars. Yes, timing across the board is anything. But do you know what I thought you were going to say?
What?
You said when it drills down to one word.
What is it?
Money.
The difference being you were trying to make a living off of your promotion.
Well, I know. I'm just saying the amount of money.
Oh, the capital invested for TNA versus the capital invested for AW are night and day. There's no difference. I mean, there's
many zeros.
Yeah.
That it puts a whole different playing field.
But the difference is probably at the end of the day, you were, for lack of a better
too
word.
Early.
No. I'm not the business side. You were, and some people hear me say this word and they think I mean it negatively, but I am one of them. You were a small business.
Oh,
and as a small business, you are reliant upon, hey man, this thing has to make money now in order for me to pay bills back at the ranch, as they say.
Yeah, without question.
I need this business to be profitable now because I need an income as a human being. I mean, we all need an income. And I think sometimes wrestling fans take a look at something and they say, well, I don't like this. I like that better. Well,
I'm with you.
Okay.
Said,
like it's not the same thing versus, and I'm not shitting on AEW at all. I love AEW. I'm a huge fan. Everybody listening to this knows that. I get accused of being a homer every week for AEW, and I'm fine with that. Call me that, whatever. I don't care. But I'm saying all that to say AEW is more of a long play. You know, so you see a company like Facebook who's way in the red originally, but they have this huge valuation. Same thing with most of the, Twitters and all the,
yes.
So they would call themselves pre-revenue. What does that mean? Well, it means we're worth $4 billion. So what'd you profit last year? Well, we lost 80 million.
Yeah.
How did you lose 80 million? So as a small business owner, that doesn't work. But if you're playing the long play, and you think, no, we're going to keep throwing money at this thing because we know we're building something that has a huge value that we could ultimately one day sell. And again, I'm not saying AEW is going to sell, but I'm saying there is the small business mentality of, hey, buddy, at the end of the month, I got to take some money home to pay my mortgage payment.
That's right.
That's a different animal.
Completely. And I'm glad wow. You never know where we're going this episode. Now you always go, I didn't think but that's it. The short play, long play, small business, for however you want to cachet it. But again, I'm doubling back on yours. The timing of we're in entertainment. We're about branding. We put out a brand that took a bit to get traction as a small business, but once it got that traction, it got going, but then it got derailed. So that's fascinating conversation, my friend.
Mr. Wagner wants to know, was there ever any talk of bringing in Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin after they left WWE, trying to put together Team Angle with Kurt?
God, that's a good question. That's probably a better question for either Kurt or maybe when did they leave? 08, 09? I don't know when they left. I guess you'd have to say whoever was running creative, was it across their table? There were so many instances that it was back to our previous discussion, a financial decision. A lot of times very hard to make talent happy when they come from WWE payroll. It's just, they have to sort of get readjusted. I see it all day, every day over the last 12 months.
Let's explain that too. When you're fresh off of WWE TV and you've been getting this steady weekly paycheck that includes all your piece of all kinds of licensing and international and distribution, tons of different line items, versus you're just going to go wrestle this one show in this one town for this one guy. Sometimes you got to right size that thinking. So a lot of times guys fresh off TV, I'm just making up numbers, they might think, well, I'm going to get $5,000 a shot. That's what I made for WWE. So that's what I'll make here. And they might get it. But then maybe 90 days later or a year later, at some point, they start to have less opportunities. So they have to right size that payroll a little bit. And now it's 3,500 and they ride that for a year. And then they have to right size again. And now it's 25. The further away from the big push, the more affordable you become because, well, it's a function of, I got to work every week and I got to work as many dates as I can. And that's hard when you're fresh off TV to immediately sort of, lowball yourself, if that makes sense.
And here's what this is like not just a hobby. It's a passionate, it's like a desire I have, Conrad. I'm fascinated to watch different talent across the board that as we'll call it their WWE market value continues to diminish. How are they going to, guess what? 20 years ago, you didn't have Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook to market yourself and promote it. And these promoters out there going, oh, wait a minute. This guy will promote his ass off. I've done that. When you see folks selling all kinds of different, whether it's a wrestling show or merch or action figures or this or that, and you see guys becoming when you hear self-promoter, I'm not talking about promoting themselves. I'm talking about being a marketing machine. It is fascinating to watch that, because that's where these talent become real businessmen. And I'd love nothing better to do business with other like-minded businessmen that say, hey, I'm just not going to show up and expect a check. Nope. Guess what? I'm going to overproduce for you, promoter, so you'll pay me more and have me back. That's the real world.
It's why we're in a group chat with Matt Cardona. Nobody's done it better. Am I right?
Bingo.
I mean, seriously, I know a lot of people are like, oh, LOL. No. Take a look at what he did this past year as we're here at the end of 2021. Most guys just assumed, I shouldn't say most, a lot of wrestling fans assumed, well, I wonder what Zack Ryder is going to do. Take over the fucking indies. That's what he's going to do. And he's going to, I mean, his value now is more than when he was in WWE to me, because now he's got his own little podcast. He's got his own YouTube. He's got his own action figure line. And by the way, he is controlling independent storylines. And, with his massive social media following that he's built up, he's leveraged it as much as he can. He's reinvented himself. He's done a fantastic job.
Can I tell you a little story that I was fascinated that goes back many years ago? That there was a little lady that dialed into as an artist. Now, this is a music story, but it's very applicable. And just to have the forethought of a 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girl that got into MySpace and started interacting on MySpace with her fans, and then MySpace, and then jumped over to Facebook and social media. And all of a sudden she's 18 years old and she's got a room full of William Morris agents listening to her. And I was at a nightclub in Nashville at about 8:30, and a buddy of mine who had just left a meeting that she was in said, come here. Do you know this girl? And I said, yeah, anyway. Yeah. He goes, I've never seen anything like it in my life. She's so far down the line on how to promote her music that she's leaving everybody in the industry, and they don't even know they're in the game, and she's mastering it. Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
And it is and God, we're going back 15, 16, 17 years ago. It is there. Excuses Be Gone, that book. As an independent wrestler or a businessman, the excuses are irrelevant. Get off your ass and go promote and get engaged. It's a lesson that, hats off to old Slappy Cardona.
Ian Randall wants to know, may be mistaken, but I think I remember hearing that you had never had any surgeries. What's the worst injury you had in your career?
Low back, L4 and L5. That's what got me in to see Dr. Tim Adair. And one day we'll have him on ad free for a good chat. He's a great storyteller. But no, that was the most excruciating pain, debilitating. Man, that's, you ever had low back pain, Conrad? I don't know if we've ever. Yeah. Tears come to your eye. Road Dog used to look at me like, are you okay? And a tear would be, I'm like, just let me stand here. It's low back pain is debilitating.
Jim says, any fun Christmas stories about Teeny?
Oh boy. We used to go over there on Christmas Eve. And so you got to remember 80, 81, 82, 83, very profitable years for Christine Jarrett. And she didn't mind, God rest her soul, but we would get all kinds of different presents, and Me and my brother would load up his car, and then she would help us walk to the car. And then all of a sudden she would always, hey, I'm just going to give this to you. And she'd slide, whether it was $100 bill or $200 or something. But look, I'm 10, 12 years old. Cash is cash. I thought it was great, whether it was $50 or $500, but she was great. And, we always ate over there on Christmas Eve night. So lots of presents. And she was a big present giver, big time.
Here's one from Rob Lang. Who used to make your tights during the Memphis days? You had some wild ass designs.
Miss Collins. She lived in East Nashville, and her husband played on the Opry. So that's sort of how she got her start, with making band outfits and jackets and, that kind of stuff. Yeah. It was a lady by the name of Miss Collins, and her husband, Charlie, played on the Opry.
Randy Harris wants to know, did you ever wrestle at Chattanooga's Memorial Auditorium?
Just a few times. That was a legendary building, but in the territory split, Birmingham, Nashville, and Chattanooga went with Nick, and my father had Memphis, Louisville, and Evansville until as things evolved along. So Chattanooga just a couple of times. So it wasn't a regular stop, but I did, and UTC, the Roundhouse, multiple times, TVs for WCW, and even maybe a WWE live event or two through the years.
This one's from John Roby. Did you ever have an accidental juicing, meaning there was more red than you were hoping for?
Oh gosh. Danny Fargo years ago kicked me in the nose when I bent over for a backdrop. I think he meant to be a little snug. I've never had a bloody nose like that. I mean, geez, it was brutal.
I think he means when you did it yourself.
Oh,
did you ever go too deep, take it too far accidentally?
Kid, I'm a pro.
What's the magic for doing just enough and not too much?
Got to know what you're doing.
Is there a rule of thumb, or is it just feel?
Feel.
I see.
Yeah. Got to know what you're doing.
Mr. Wagner has a question for me. He says, Conrad, how worried are you that come October, Jeff will try to hold you up for more money and then jump to a competing wrestling podcast? It is a real concern. I mean, we've had some private talks about it. Mr. Gonzalez wants to know, what was your favorite moment in the WWF/WWE? Do you have one single moment that stands out above all else?
Oh, of course, getting that check from Vince McMahon. What are you talking about? No. In Tampa, when I won the IC title, I knew it's a different era, but I knew becoming champion. Okay. My pay scale is different. It's not like I'm going to be on some shows and be working with Razor, but may slide back down the card. Sort of became champion. It was status. So it meant a lot emotionally, but I knew financially it was a really, because it was the first big moment I had there too.
Jeff, we got so many questions. There's no way we could get to them all, but you and I have been yakking for 2 hours. So this feels like just time to wrap it up as any. But before I go, we do have one more from Fernando Diaz. And he wants to know, who would win in a cook-off between Eric Bischoff, Conrad, and Double J? Now, of course, I think he knows you're going to put yourself over, because that's what you do. That's why we created TNA back in the day, and why we created this show now, just to put you over.
For sure.
But who's second place? Do you have more confidence in my ability on the smoker or the grill or what have you, or Eric Bischoff's?
This, Conrad, it's like talking politics. You never really want to discuss it. Don't want to discuss religion. Don't want to discuss, wrestling back in the day. You just didn't argue or debate it. So you're forcing me to have this conversation.
I am. You've got to at least pick a winner between Jeff and Eric and I.
So when you really drill it down, I have often gone by this one edict. Okay.
Okay.
My eyes have never, ever lied to me. They just haven't. So when I step back and observe the situation, I love RecTech. Eating some wonderful food off RecTech. I love Big Green Egg. I love Weber. Hell, I like a good old gas grill. Hell, I'll even cook charcoal from time to time, right? I mean, there's been good food, good hamburgers off charcoal. But when I just sort of scan and look at the lay of the land, and I see Eric Bischoff and Conrad Thompson.
I'm winning.
Hold on. You don't jump, Froggy. Sit there. When I see Detroit boy, inner city versus not just Alabama, born and bred in Southern Alabama. When I see a 34 waist
and one a lot bigger than that.
Oh, and then what I was going to say a little bit bigger. I just have to say, don't bet against your gut and don't bet against your eyes. So just by observing things, it's not a North versus South thing. I'm just saying inner city Detroit kid that transplanted to Minneapolis and then Atlanta and now out to Cody, Wyoming, and hopefully Nashville, Tennessee, and maybe a little Tampa in there. And you got a son of a gun who have never left the confines of the great state of Alabama. Conrad, as much as I begrudgingly hate to put you over, I just got to think you are a slam dunk winner in the contest between you and Bischoff.
And in fairness, you've had a couple of medium rare steaks over here that I made, and I didn't hear any complaining. They got gobbled up.
Yes, sir. But hell, I can eat anything, Conrad.
Oh, we've seen that. I mean, I wasn't putting it over too much. I've seen you knock a hole in some stuff I wouldn't have looked at twice. Hey man, let me give you a little pro tip. If you aren't sure what to get your wife or girlfriend for Christmas, how about giving her a smile? Yeah. How about giving her the biggest smile she's had in a while? How about giving her some butterflies? How about relieving a little stress? How about letting her have a little fun? How about you get some Blue Chew, son? Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. And the process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. And here's the best part. It's all done online. That means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, prepared and shipped directly to your door, all in a discreet package. And Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Folks, you can't beat this deal. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code MyWorld at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. The promo code is MyWorld, and you'll receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring today's podcast and Jeff's Wiener.
Dude, let's jump into it. You said it. We got over 650 replies. So we're going to start out with Bud Starsky. Good old Bud Starsky.
Old Bud Starsky. 650.
Yep. 650.
When Derek sent me something, and then Conrad actually was like, pal, buckle up. Ask Jeff anything. Folks, I may not get too granular if we're going to try to get through the list of questions, but anyhow, let's roll.
We're not going to do all 650, but you're also going to see some from some buddies of yours too, that from the business. This is going to be fun. So we'll start with Bud. He said, if you could purchase WCW trademarks or rights from the WWE, what would you do with it?
You know, that's an IP question. Obviously, your trademark is you have to have a vision to monetize it, and so to get certain marks. I mean, obviously, still to this day, NWO still sells a lot of merchandise. So merchandise, video games, me being tied in with Moonsault Digital and WrestleQuest and all that. So I definitely monetize it through the gaming world, through the merchandise world. You know, there may be some things that out there on the horizon that you kind of sub-license things to different events. Maybe, I don't know, music tours, or I don't know. That's a good question off the top of my head. You started with the question that I did not see online.
Yeah.
Thanks, Polly B.
No, that's okay. And listen, look at all the fun stuff you've been able to do with the guys with the wrestling figures. I mean, just think what you could have done with some WCW lines.
There you go.
Yeah, that'd be fun too. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Who would your top three, Bud goes on, who would your top three stars be in today's era? So top three stars, today's era from Double J.
Top three stars from WCW or just?
No, just in general in wrestling, in today's era of wrestling.
Oh, I mean, that's kind of, I mean.
You're already squirming. I love it.
No, I mean, no, the top three stars. It's like you. I mean, you got to look at Cody right now, and yes, he's injured, but I mean, it is such a given. The momentum. I'm not sure that the business has seen somebody with that kind of momentum, because it's not the Attitude Era, and that's good and bad for every reason. But Cody jumping back in the manner that he did it, the stage that he did it, he didn't re-debut at a Survivor Series or a Raw. The granddaddy of them all this year, it was stupendous. So Cody has to be one right up there. You know, when you go into, you know, it's easy for me to think, okay, is there a Mexico star that you want to, because I just think the Hispanic audience has untapped potential. So I'm trying to think down that line, but wow. So top three stars, I got to go Cody one. It's hard to argue to not really think through and go, got to go Roman. Just no pun intended or all pun intended. The bloodline of Roman, and I don't say that from storyline purposes. You just kind of look back over the history of the business. Roman is up there. So if we're going to go three, I'm going to go Cody as your baby face, as your heel. It's really hard to, and I know they just came off, and this is somewhat topical, but Seth Rollins is super versatile.
All right, Jeff, up next, Peter James Morrison. He says, how come you've only ever had the world title when you've booked yourself? Oh. P.S. How does anyone manage to book themselves in the wrong way?
Here we go. So WCW, I was WCW champion 4 times, Paul. I wasn't Booker there. 2 times mega champion in Mexico. Certainly wasn't Booker there. So come on.
Come on, man.
Yeah, just come on, man.
Come on, dude. All right, we'll move on. Ethan Cheng is up next. He said, how did something so straightforward as "don't piss me off" end up becoming the official catchphrase that made it into a video game and onto a shirt? Did he say that backstage and crack someone up with it, or what? How did "don't piss me off" come about?
Question. It was one of those things that, and I don't know if I originally kind of pitched it to Russo, but it was coming off the head shave, the hair match at SummerSlam. We were going to shoot some vignettes, and it's almost like we need the title kind of where's this vibe going? And Double J was such over the top and just arrogant and braggadocious, and everything that went with that. Going the other way with it was angry and razor temper. Just at the drop of a hat, something would piss me off. And it kind of went from there. And we shot a series of vignettes, and I think we shot some that aired in international markets. We shot a bunch, but I think, I don't know, 3 to 4, because I was already established character. I think they said, look, we just need to, you just go with it, use it in your promos and all that. But there was a series of vignettes that they were titled "Don't Piss Me Off." And it just, I think one day it showed up and they had painted it on a guitar. It just boom, it just took off.
Took the world by storm. Don't piss me off. Mike Neal's up next. He said, how was your walk with God created, and really memorable moments with other people in the business?
I saw this question online, and I got to say that, and look, those kind of moments are private, but I think the real truly accurate is those kind of, you can call them God moments, or people will say, oh man, what a coincidence. And I've learned over the years, I personally believe there are no such thing as coincidences, only convergences. And when there's a convergence, I'm a firm believer. I said this, I think either last week or 2 weeks ago. Nothing happens by accident. No matter how you want to slice and dice it, things are just meant to be, and they happen. And I think those kind of, we can call them God moments. The guy, how the listener or the tweeter said it. I read that and I'm like, that's a cool question. But yeah. I just think there are moments that happen every day. It's up to me to look for them.
So good. Thank you. Multi-time, multi-century, getting back to the old hair versus hair match. What pitch did Vince give you that it would be a good thing for you to lose your hair in the hair versus hair match? So talk about the pitch a little bit.
But actually it went the other way. I picked me and Russo. We knew, and we've covered this extensively on My World during this time frame. It came back in 97 and did the promo that literally pissed Steve Austin off and a bunch of other, but you know, that went south, and then went through a time frame. My wife got sick, and then Tennessee Lee, and I was Double J and Aztec Indian and Jim Cornette. There was a couple of different iterations. But at the end of the day, the Double J character didn't fit the Attitude Era. And so what was one thing that, you know, yes, I could change my outfit, but if you just change the outfit, still have the long hair, like go all the way with it. And so the collaboration between me and Russo, and I don't know chicken or the egg exactly what it was, but it was, hey, let's cut the hair. Let's do it in the versus hair match. Let's not just waste the haircut. Sean Waltman, X-Pac, we were feuding at the time. Let's blow it off at SummerSlam. So it fit. Vince wanted to do it, liked it, and we went with it.
Which, by the way, you talk about it even more on the Broken Skull sessions with Stone Cold, which I watched today too. So I'm just getting all kinds of Jeff Jarrett in my life today. Good.
You
God,
are, pal. You're getting, I guess you're ready to.
But you did. You shared that story about how that all came about as far as you getting the haircut. And you were right. You know, there was The Rock. There was Austin. You needed to find your place in that world. And it was time.
For sure.
All right. Here we go. Jeff Jarrett, you ready for this one? John Layfield writes in.
Oh, boy.
What's it like to be the leader of the Four Horsemen?
You know, the esteemed colleague of mine, Mr. Layfield, I'm lucky enough I get to call him John. He is such an intelligent human being, and his questions are so spot on. They're articulate. They're smart. They're hard hitting. He goes deep. He's just going right for the jugular. I respect all that. So with that being said, it is an honor and a privilege, not just to be a horseman, but the horseman.
Wow. Now, so what is it like being the horseman? I got to follow up to this one. You ready? What is it like being the horseman? But yet, even at StarCast, you're not even in the photo op for the horseman photo picture or the panel. What's up with that, Mr. Horseman?
Okay.
Come on now.
All kidding aside, what do you think about it? Don't you think that's a little bit of a slight from Rick? I'm being serious. I didn't want the pod to take.
Oh, this is good. This is good. I love it. I mean, listen, he's got Luger in there, Wyndham in there. There's no Jeff Jarrett in that picture photo.
I know My World and you didn't know.
It's in Nashville, Jeff.
Me and Road Dogg, and we've got a lot of different things going on, but there's a Four Horsemen photo op.
There is.
And Rick's kind of running the show on Friday at the roast. He's apparently running the show on Saturday, and he's definitely running the show on Sunday. But I'll be damned, Paul. If you know old Double J in my backyard, don't be surprised. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, I can't wait.
Just don't be surprised.
Just don't be surprised. There's a teaser if I ever heard one. And, you know, he's running the show Friday, the show Saturday, the show Sunday. He's obviously running Conrad's schedule because we haven't seen him. We don't know where he's at. So.
Isn't that the truth? Good for you, Paul. There we go. Now.
Come on now. Let's do it. All right. Carlos is up next. He said, one question, probably the origin behind the King of the Mountain match and how he got the nickname. Yes, I know he got the nickname after winning, but what led to it?
So the innovation of TNA that we try to really as often as possible. And probably at times we did it too much, but we wanted to be innovative. And I went into detail on the recent episode of the King of the Mountain match, is that I always had this concept to do a reverse ladder match. And one of the trains of thought was, when you do a ladder match, the champion has to relinquish the title for it to be held up top. And then you're just, you're kind of put on even ground. And if a champion may not be as good of a climber as a challenger, all of a sudden the champion's at a disadvantage. And I'm like, all right, that was just kind of a twist, a little bit of a, let's look at this through a different lens. And so a reverse ladder match is hanging that. And so I didn't, and nobody's going to like, hey, what do you call this match? A reverse ladder match? That doesn't work. So we just kind of went around the horn and different things came up. And then once we named it, I believe it was the old Dutchman. He's the one that said, hey, it was probably right after it. You won the King of the Mountain. Let's go with it. You start referring to you. There's been King Jerry Lawler and Lord King Harley Race, and there's 100 King Bobby Shane, and we could go way, 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 way back in time. Lots of kings, but let's roll with it. And I remember Dutch saying, hey, get a tuxedo with gloves. Can you? And I'm like, what? He goes, nobody likes a guy with gloves on. Tuxedo's one thing, but get gloves. I'm like, okay. And so there for a while, that's where the kind of King of the Mountain started, with the tails and gloves, and people at the asylum didn't much care for me. Believe it or not, Paul, but no, that's how the King of the Mountain moniker got started, winning the first match. And Dutch said, let's go with it.
Buddy, I did the Angle show not too long ago, and I had him explain to the audience the whole King of the Mountain, the rules, the match, the penalty box, the whole deal. By the time he got done explaining it to me, I wanted to jump off a ladder. Okay. So I'm just going to leave it there.
The object of the match is to hang the belt.
Yes.
Not too difficult.
Yeah. Well,
there's qualifying in there because you have 5 guys. King of the Mountain match has 5 guys. Everybody has to qualify. How do you qualify? You get a pinfall. If you end up getting pinned, are you out of the match? No.
Won the penalty box. That's right.
That's all the rules, pal. See how quickly we did it? Under 30 seconds.
Yeah. Man, if you want to be the best in-bedroom performer of all time, you don't need to look any further than the best tag team partner in the game, and that's Blue Chew. Just hit the hot tag from Old Faithful, and it will put you in the best position possible for the 1, 2, 3. You've been hearing about Blue Chew for a while now on our show. If you haven't tried it already, then why the hell not? BlueChew.com is giving guys confidence all over the world. And when it comes time to power slam your partner into that king-size bed, you need to be ready. Trust me. You know how you could use that extra confidence in the bedroom because of things like stress, anxiety, or age, and they can help you too. So make this the ultimate summer of no worries and start delivering the sunset flip with confidence until your partner taps out. Isn't that right, Jeff?
Oh, I'm a little bit speechless over here. Conrad doesn't do these kind of reads in that kind of tone with all that kind of wrestling innuendo. So carry on, my friend.
Blue Chew is an online prescription service. There are no doctor's visits, no awkward conversations like this one, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. And the process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. Don't like swallowing pills? No problems here. Blue Chew tablets are chewable. There are all kinds of reasons guys aren't able to perform. Age, medical condition. For the older guys, stress, anxiety. And for the younger guys, Jeff, I'm sure you've heard of performance anxiety. It's just not in the ring. It happens all the time in the bedroom for guys all across the country. The chewables from BlueChew.com can make sure you're able to perform at your best every time you get the opportunity to have fun. And here's a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code MyWorld at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code MyWorld to receive your first month free. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety info. All right, Jeff, up next, Donovan Kenny. And he said, on the family side, how has the business affected your life with your dad specifically, good and bad? Thanks for the time and congratulations on all your success. Also, thanks for the episode about the Hall of Fame and being so open about your sobriety. So, Jeff, how has the business affected your life with your dad specifically, good and bad?
Oh boy, that's that could get lengthy. It could go a bunch of different ways. Here's one thing that, Paul, I think we're, I don't know, 55, 50, we're just doing the podcast a little over a year. And I love the feedback, good or bad, or I like this or I like that. And something, just all that kind of stuff. But obviously, just like the tweeter there, the listener commented on openness and stuff like that. There's one thing that in family dynamics, the white picket fence and the perfect family, well, that only exists in movies from 70 years ago.
That's right.
Well, and I say, look, I think there's different shades of family dynamics and dysfunction and ups and downs. The thing that as the years roll along, I look back at my relationship with my father and understand more and more about our relationship by reflecting on his relationship with his mother and father. So coming from, my parents got divorced when I was 3. And so I've stated on here, my mom's side of the family and her were all educators. My father's side of the family, my grandmother, a wrestling promoter, came from the entertainment side. So in a lot of ways, it's naturally oil and water in a lot of ways. But the relationship with my father, it goes without saying, had he not followed in his mother's footsteps, I'm not sure I'd be in the industry. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm one of 5 kids. I'm the only one that took this as a career path. So there's the yin and yang of it all. It's been documented here on the podcast. Me and my dad had a pretty serious falling out in the early days of TNA. And we were estranged for many years, not months, years. Do I regret that? Of course I do. But can I do anything about it? No. And all that regret and shame and guilt and all that does is kind of let the enemy in on things. And look, I live and learn. So I'm grateful that me and my father are at a really good place today. We just had lunch last Tuesday. It was our first Tuesday of the month. But yes, it affected it, both good and bad. I often think back of the long car rides and the long-winded answers. So talking about granular, apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He would give me granular answers, but he's a storyteller, but he would really get down into the minutia of psychology of not really. And here's something that I'm very appreciative of today. He wouldn't only give me psychology of a single wrestling match, but an entire night from the time the show starts until the time it's over. And during intermissions and how long in between matches and the ebb and flow and match placement and this and that, just kind of the overall psychology. He's a big reader and always has been. I'm reading a book right now on the laws of human nature that is so fascinating. And oftentimes I don't read, I do audiobooks at this time. I'll hear certain paragraphs and I'll actually be listening to it and I'll go off on a tangent in my brain and quit listening because I think back to sometimes that my father would give me a life lesson and, trying to cut through it all and young kid or even a young businessman. But I look back on it today, very grateful. It hadn't all been fun and games and it hadn't all been rosy, but I'm really grateful for the life lessons my father taught me in this. And it's not easy. But I also know that I look around and whether your parents are, in the accounting or legal or plumbing or any kind of family business, the dynamic is very, very difficult in any form of business. So look, we're not the only ones that have had our ups and downs. I'm glad that I have this platform from time to time to share that because I encourage anybody listening to this. Life is super short.
It is.
If you can make amends and let things go I encourage you, do it in a selfish way because it doesn't just help the person across the table from you. It helps you big time.
That's what I was going to say too. Don't you think, do you feel, Jeff, that you have a deeper appreciation for your father having gone through that dark period now?
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it does that to you too.
It's you know, I'm forgetting that I just heard it the other day, but the only way to look up is by being down. That's a real metaphor for life. When you get in a valley, you're almost forced to look up. So what I try to do is stay away from those deep valleys and use my own awareness to look up for the brighter. And that's why all kidding aside, I think you're grinning over there, but I think that's innately why I like to be positive.
I can't agree with you more. And I was smiling because I think about it in my own life, where when you have that reconciliation with someone, what's the first thought you have afterwards? Why didn't I do that sooner?
Oh, bingo. Well said. Well said.
There you go.
Yeah.
Michael Elam is up next. I've been wanting to ask this for a year now. Those Bob Vila glasses from late WCW, were those just left in your bag from when you got your contractor's license and you thought, why not? I'll wear them.
You know, if Conrad was in front of me, I'd like to slap the taste of. No, I'm kidding. He calls them the Bob Vila glasses because we go back in time. Because I had orange glasses, I had yellow glasses, I had blue glasses. My son Cody just found some blue sunglasses the other day. But all the different styles of glasses and all that, I was color coordinated, and I'd wear yellow glasses with a yellow shirt and orange glasses with an orange shirt. But the yellow stuck, and yellow. Conrad's going to get on to me about my accent, but they came out with that slapnut shirt, so it really migrated to just yellow there for a while. But I don't know, they stuck, and it is what it is.
Michael, if you would like your own pair of Bob Vila glasses, come to a Jeff Jarrett live show, because I think that's part of the gift bags, right? You can get some yellow glasses.
You get some Bob, and Conrad loves to call them Bob Vila.
Oh, good stuff. We'll move on. Matt Gus, he's up next. He said, between Opie's 3 Wishes, The Haunted Mansion, or the Keeper of the Flame episode, what is Jeff's favorite Andy Griffith Show episode?
Paul, before we go any further,
are
you an Andy Griffith watcher?
I watched Andy Griffith, but I don't have him memorized by show topic like that, by episode title.
Are you a sitcom watcher?
I am. I watched a lot of 80s and early 90s sitcoms.
What's your favorite? You a Friends watcher?
Friends, I watched a little bit, but I was working in high school when Friends. It was probably the period before, so Family Ties, Growing Pains, all those shows, Facts of Life, all that stuff. What's that? Seinfeld and Friends were in my high school years when I was working. I was working at nights at the grocery store, bagging groceries, baby.
Okay. I'm just trying to go through the
reruns. Some reruns I've seen, but I don't. Happy Days a little bit. That was a little bit before my era, but I got into Different Strokes, Silver Spoons, some of that stuff.
Okay. What about
What's happening?
Oh, what about Big Bang Theory?
Big Bang. I don't watch a lot of sitcoms now. I'm too busy at night recording podcasts for every show.
Anyway, I say all that to say to get kind of context of, and we can go back to the Honeymooners, but kind of the granddaddy of them all, when you think about a television show, was on a short period of time, and it's still on in reruns.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
60 years later.
Yep.
It's amazing.
It's on MeTV here locally. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's everywhere. But Andy Griffin, Don Knotts, the perfect yin and the yang, straight guy, comedy man, storyteller. That when I and people are like, you really are an Andy Griffith fan. Conrad thinks Sopranos is the greatest television show in the history of TV. Bless his heart. Yeah. If he only knew, so Karen got me into watching Desperate Housewives.
I watched that too with my wife.
See, okay, so
there you go.
One, but you talk about a great television show. The Andy Griffith Show and the
classic.
It's a classic. But anyway, any episode where Barney is my favorite. But what are the 3 choices?
He gave Opie's 3 Wishes, The Haunted Mansion, or the Keeper of the Flame episode.
Haunted Mansion.
Mansion.
Yeah, it's a Barney in his eyes, and the people that know Barney's in it. Barney in the eyes.
So, are you a Don Knotts guy then? Were you like Apple Dumpling Gang and all his Disney movies and stuff too?
I wasn't a Disney guy, but
okay.
Mr. Furley.
Yeah. Three's Company.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, I love it, Jeff. All right.
Oh, Don Knotts, one of a kind. Hey.
Next up, on deck with Titanic, he says, what will it take for wrestling to get hot like it did in the late 90s, Jeff? And will it ever happen again?
Everything's relative. You look at the NBA playoffs are on right now. NFL just came off kind of an incredible run, if you will, this year. They had great games, great ratings, but you kind of look at live sporting events. The landscape's different. So the question is, what will it take for wrestling to get hot again? I personally think wrestling has never been this hot. I know that's, well, Jeff, you're from the Attitude Era, and that was the golden age of cable television, and the Q rating for stars of that era are through the roof, comparatively speaking, to modern day stars. That all may be true. But with that being said, all the different brands that are out there right now, AAA, New Japan, obviously WWE, but and then all the others. It's a massive amount of brands out there, so it's hot. I'll say this though: what's it going to take for that that listener to go, well, now the business is getting hot? I will say this: I believe that when you look at, Rock is the best example. He transcended the business. He biggest box office attraction in the world. There's going to be a talent, and it's hard to put your finger on it because they're kind of, Austin. Did he come out of left field? Not really. He had been working his ass off for years and years, but he got hot real quick and massive run. Goldberg did too, and DX and I mean, we could go through a bunch of different stars.
Sure.
My point being, somebody's going to take social media, and has there really been a TikTok superstar, an Instagram megastar? And I know we can say YouTube, but YouTube is almost like a network. I'm talking about a social media juggernaut that's in the wrestling industry that catches fire. That, so what's it going to take? I think people are going to go, did you see this guy's TikTok? Not did you see what Austin said on Monday night, or what Double J did, or DX did, or we go through a list of what happened during the Attitude Era every Monday night. I think there's going to be a star that said, did you see what happened on TikTok with this guy?
Yeah. Plus, I also think too, late 90s, everything was so ratings based, where now we can consume things so many different ways.
Oh gosh.
That's
what I'm saying is the world of streaming
totally
it's totally different. Consumption, views, clicks, all that. But for a star to transcend the industry, I think they're coming from social media. Obviously in the ring, but I think there's going to be something that catches on. I hate to use that term. It's so overused now. Oh, brother, it's got to catch on virally. Well, said better than that, but something's got to.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah.
Ben Lord is up next. He said, how did GCW happen? Your short run there was honestly one of my favorites of yours.
GCW, that's a fun story to think about and tell, and what coulda, shoulda. I'll say this: timing's everything, and when you have something hot, you better capitalize on it. And I'll leave that there. But truth be known, this goes back. Orange Cassidy was there. Janela was there. GCW wanted me to work with they'd approached me a couple of different times, and it wasn't anything they did or I did. The timing just didn't really align at all. But last year, launching the podcast, that thing really got rocking and rolling quick, which I'm very grateful for. But all of a sudden, it was different promoters weren't saying, hey, can you come sign autographs? Or, hey, I want you at this convention or that convention. Because I'd been off the convention route several years. And then obviously the pandemic. And then before that, I'd been off that circuit for, 3 or 4 years. But all of a sudden it's, hey, can you come wrestle? Can you come wrestle? Made me look at the business as, okay, I'm getting these offers. How am I going to come back? Well, GCW was the right fit. The right discussions took place between obviously Bret, the owner, and Giancarlo, and Conrad was involved in some of those conversations. So that was a lot of fun. And again, timing to appear the very first event, January 1, I was in Atlantic City. That's hard wrap my head around. You imagine, Paul, what Karen's, she's like,
yeah,
doing what on New Year's Day? Wait, you're not watching football? Nope. I'm actually, it was the timing of January 1 was good. And knowing Hammerstein was coming up and did the Chicago shot, it was a lot of fun to get that going.
You talked about the whole social media bit, and you got to create a buzz, and that's where the next big stuff. But man, as a fan, there was a buzz about what you were doing with them, man. It was like, this is so cool to see a revival of your career kind of in this independent way, and it was viral through social media. This whole Last Outlaw,
and I got mainstream press reach out to me. There was a couple of different ways it went, and I also did some international press, Paul, that people in America aren't aware of. Off of that. Before Hammerstein, that 3 week, we're like, what are you doing? This character is different. It's Nick, all that was cool. And then Hammerstein took off. And then here in Nashville, the local entertainment lifestyle magazine called Nashville Scene, they do, is it the first, or it's like the 20, I think 15 or 20 most interesting people of Nashville for the year or something along those lines. And they called me up and said, hey, and I'm like, okay, I've lived here my whole life. Anyway, I'm like, yeah, sure. Well, we understand that you've got a baseball thing going on. Like, yeah, that's new. And I've got a gaming joint venture that's just launched. Nobody even knew about WrestleQuest at the time, except we had announced Moonsault Digital was coming out. Hey, and we heard you're back in the ring. We would like to talk to you about all this. Paul, I kid you not. Get on the phone. And they came out to the house and took quick pictures and the photo shoot. That was a whole nother day. It was windy as hell, and there weren't a lot of good pictures to come out of that. But anyhow, when I got on the phone, Paul, for them to interview me about it was Nashville and my upbringing and the fairgrounds wrestling, all this, but and I'm thinking, oh, we're going to talk about baseball and video gaming and wrestling at the fairgrounds. You read that article, it's 80% GCW.
I bet. That's awesome.
It was good. Yeah. So GCW is a fun subject for me.
And don't you think I didn't miss when you were on Broken Skull with Austin, where you were mentioning things and you were like, and then the Last Outlaw, who would have challenged Stone Cold, who would have challenged you, Austin. And then you kept going, he no-sold that shit totally as soon as you said it.
Wait. I missed that.
You said that. Who would have challenged you, Austin? The Last Outlaw, who would have challenged you, Austin? Or who would have beat you or something like that? You short quipped it, and he kind of just no-sold and just kept going. I'm like, oh, I caught you, Jeff. I hear you. It was so good.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Brooklyn Forevermore is up next. What decision of all the interesting ones you were able to make with your career from day one to today was the one you look back on and think, I made the wrong choice of the two?
Oh, I saw this online as well, through the scroll. And had I not done this podcast and been doing any kind of press, I'm not sure I would have answered this one. But as with Derek and the ad-free team and the research and looking at Memphis and WWF and WCW and back to WWF and back to WCW and TNA and Global and Japan and all the different 35 years and all that, to me, it's become really, really clear that the decision for me in 1995 at In Your House not to do the roadie storyline, I still stand by that. I wish I would have walked out of the ring and walked to the back and then gone in a dressing room and said, I know Vince ain't happy with me. I know I didn't do his angle, but I think I showed tonight that I really don't want to do it. Can we sit down and talk? As opposed to me getting in the car, going home, wanting cooler heads to prevail. And I gave it a week or two, and then a 3 week, and then 4 week, and then 5. I let it fester on both sides. And then it was the train's off the track. And when me and Vince reconciled, his exact quote to me was, well, Jeff, if you tell me it's cloudy outside, I'm going to have to believe there's a hell of a chance that it's a thunderstorm going on right now. I knew you didn't like the storyline. I knew you weren't really feeling it. I had no idea you were that against it. So bottom line is my lack of communication, and it's on me. It's 100% on the employee, not the employer. It's that decision. I think, man, that would have probably changed things in a couple of different ways and different avenues. Look, I don't regret. It's bygones be bygones, and life took its course, and God had his hand in all of it. But the question came, what's the one decision? My lack of communication skills as a 20-year-old man or a 26, 7-year-old man candidly sucked. And from time to time, they are still not that good. But yeah.
That's our the more you know moment of the show. But you're right, Jeff. You have to be able to communicate. And sometimes it might feel a little uncomfortable or a tough conversation, but some of those can be, the most relieving conversations that you have. So I'm with you.
Well, and that's live and learn. Same with
man.
Dad. I mean, we've both had that conversation when we really had a falling out. When he went up and introduced the Russian to Vince and all that kind of stuff, all that. Our lack of communication, but things had broken down so bad as a relationship due to a lot of business decisions going on. But again, we both dug our heels in, both stubborn Jarretts.
That's like who's gonna crack first when it comes to pride, and that's what you got to figure out. Too.
There you go, man. Into it. Yeah, it is pride.
It is.
Pride.
Let's take this seriousness to a complete, just hilarious level. Here we go. CRT Gaming Heaven. And Jeff, this one's a real thought provoker. What does slap nuts mean in the context used? Was he literally saying the person slaps their own nuts, or an indication that Double J would slap that person's nuts, or something else? Jeff, can you break down the whole slap nuts?
I encourage everyone to watch the YouTube version of this question. Paul was okay. So that's
I don't know what I was doing.
You were up.
Was I up?
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly.
Show. Okay. So the answer to my grandmother used to call people slappies, and slappies are people who slap their gums together, and they know more and more about less and less every day. That's somebody that's a know-it-all that don't know a damn thing they're talking about. So that's a slappy. Well, it's the attitude era, and just a little bit more bite to it. So I decided to throw nuts on the end of it. So slap nuts. It's but boy, standards and practices. That's on an episode of My World. They called me in Detroit when there were 8 or 10 young males up in the audience that spelled out SLF, all that. And we're talking about it, and to this day, me and Conrad's LLC is called Slap Nuts.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Only on My World with Jeff Jarrett can you go from pride and communication to let's talk about how we explain slap nuts.
And don't you love it that Conrad has the ability when he's dealing with his accountant? No, y'all need to allocate that to Slap Nuts.
Yeah.
Can you write a check to Slap Nuts Inc? It's just
right. With a serious look on his face.
I want to tell you about an amazing new app called Vita. They created a new form of advertising that eliminates spam and allows everyone to get paid for their time and attention. You simply go to Vita.io to download the Vita app and select a free second phone number, so you no longer have to worry about giving away your personal number. When a telemarketer calls your Vita number, they'll need to pay to get their message through. And the best part is the app is completely free. Brands are finally realizing the value of rewarding their customers for their time and attention. And our new sponsor, Crowd Health, is using it, and it's not only a fun way to support the show, but you can also earn some money in the process. So please try it out today by downloading the app at vida.io or by calling 509-WRESTLE and following the link. That's 509-WRESTLE or 509-973-7853 to help support the show. And be sure to download the app at vida.io. That's vida.io. Call now and you'll earn your first dollar just for downloading at 509-WRESTLE.
All right, Big Mick is up next. He said, with the resurgence of decades-old songs such as Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill from shows like Stranger Things on Netflix, can we expect a second life of With My Baby Tonight with Brian James? What do you think, Jeff?
In a way, wouldn't this be a third life?
I guess it would be because
Brian, we've talked about it. We're going to do some live shows and we're going to do some duets, which will be a lot of fun. But I was recently hanging around with our pal, Paul, Mr. Bruce Pritchard.
Oh.
And I literally, and for whatever reason, I'm saying, hey, man, how did that start in your brain? Because you're the one. And he goes, and he said, there was just a little deal at the end of the podcast, and I just started doing it, and it took off, and just having fun with it. But when they did their first live show in Orlando, do you know this, Paul?
I do. I remember seeing it.
Yeah, were you there?
I wasn't there. I just saw the clip online.
Yeah. First live show. I wasn't in the best of condition that night, but I literally was like, y'all want me to do what? Of course I will, Bruce. Bruce is a longtime buddy. I'll stop by and sing it. And when the reaction it got, I was just like, wow. And then when at the Hall of Fame induction, that's what I thought was funny, that of course WWE was like, hey, we're going to, have it light and up hard. Hall of Fame is a TV show, for lack of a better word.
Sure.
So make it entertaining. And I was very conscientious about going overtime. I wanted to make sure that nobody wants to hear a guy sit up there. I don't care who you are. It's diminishing returns past 10 minutes, period. It just is. So I hit my mark. But the powers that be wanted us to sing that song. And me and Brian chuckled. We're like, they want us to go out in the audience and sing this, and anyway, we had fun. It was a train wreck, but I think there is a third shelf life. Candidly, I'm excited. Me and Brian are both excited to close the show doing it when we do our live shows.
Listen, isn't it something, the domino effect of what Conrad has established? You talked about Bruce Pritchard. He breathed life into a lot of nostalgic stuff. That song specifically, which then in turn they decided to bring you on stage. It breathed life into your career. Oh, we need to get Jeff Jarrett on a podcast. Oh, by the way, when he goes in the Hall of Fame, he's got to do the song because it's become so popular thanks to that podcast. I mean, it's dominoes just following the whole way. It's just incredible. It is.
And Conrad's out sprinkling his damn Conrad dust as we speak, and not here.
Yeah, he's dusting all right. He's dusting something. All right. Kevin Nash. Yes, the real Kevin Nash is up next. And he says, Jeff, why are you so hot?
Oh, man. So I have really tried to think. Okay. Big Sexy, having a little fun online. Click this. He's going to be at StarCast. I'm going to be front row. And I say all that, we were just talking about friends. I was thinking about Kevin. People know Kevin. They're really going to get to know Kevin on this podcast. They're going to get to see that, Kevin, from afar and up close. I worked with him. He's worked for my company before. Kevin's a hell of a businessman, a hell of a friend. We go way, way back. I remember we kind of bonded on early days. We made a lot of trips together. Friends had just come on the air in 94. He was a Friends watcher. I was a Friends watcher. It's funny how we look back on different things. He loves his hoops. Do you know Kevin?
I do, just a little bit to chat here and there. Nothing. Like,
yeah. Me and her.
I know he's quick-witted, and that's going to do him good with podcasts, pal.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, but yeah. He's a basketball junkie too. But Kevin's humor, I'll just say, because I thought when people read this that don't really know like the dynamic, they got to think, what the hell is Kevin Nash asking Jeff Jarrett on Ask Jeff? Why are you so hot? Anyway, I love Kev. Love it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we've had fun.
I love hearing that you guys were big Friends fans. So, Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, a lot of stars in that show. So there we go. All right. OK is up next. That's literally his Twitter name. OK. Who was a guy in TNA everybody thought was going to be huge, but didn't work out for whatever reason? Who was going to be huge, Jeff?
Early years, you'd have to go with Sonny Siaki. And he had a lot of tools. We were a very small company at the time. His platform wasn't there, and he just wasn't seasoned. He had the tools in the toolbox. Another guy, Elix Skipper.
Okay, yeah.
He looks incredible.
Climbing the top of the cage, man.
Oh, man.
Never forget that.
Just incredible athletic ability. Low Key's another guy that had massive potential. Not that he wasn't successful. I thought he had a ton of potential. As we roll through the years, Tomko was there not long, but there were times that we would leave TVs and think about, man, should we branch him off and really hammer down with him? That's a good question. And that's one of those questions that if I had rosters from 2002 through maybe 2009, 2010, somebody might jump off the page even more. Those are good questions. I love to hear like hardcore TNA fans, like almost point counterpoint. No, this guy should have been the star. No, this guy should have been the star. It's fascinating to hear those kind of conversations.
Well, James is up next, and he has another TNA question for you. So here we go. He said, if things could have been different, how big does he think TNA could have been, and where could have they gone? So how big do you think they could have been, and where could they have gone?
It's funny. Today, as we record this, June 12th, so next Sunday is June 19th, 2022. 20 years ago next Sunday was our first show. So the organization that started 20 years ago is still around. How big could it have been? You can look at not hypotheticals, not what ifs, the profitability, the facts, the ratings, the growth internationally, not just domestically. 2009, 2010, 48 million, 48, 50 million into 2011. Live events were up a little bit, but let's just say a $50 million company. We had built it to profitable, getting more profitable. I don't, it's hard to have done this. Do I think we would have gotten a second show in the Viacom family? I absolutely do. I absolutely do. So getting a second show, if we could have maneuvered strategically, rolled along and not lost it, kept our identity. Kept the TNA branding, kept the six-sided ring, kept the core talent, just the radical leadership change. That really, you can just look at that. But I think we've got a second show. I think getting into the streaming world and the monetization, that things are being done now differently. The Apple generation radically changed things, not just in our wrestling industry, across the board. I think it's fascinating to kind of look at what could have been. I think it could have been big.
I think you said it so clear earlier in an interview when you said, when we started trying to become number two instead of the alternative, and started trying to sign massive WWE talent contracts and left the focus of the AJs, the Samoa Joes, the Rudes, who, by the way, went on to have become megastars in wrestling.
Of the company that we became light of.
Yeah.
We became WWE light, and our four guys went to WWE. That's not a myth. That's not a hypothetical. Those are facts.
That's absolutely right. Well, one thing that can make you big, and no, I know what you're thinking. We've already covered the bedroom. We're here to talk about making you big in the gym. That's right, with Legacy Supplements. As a regular listener, you probably heard us talk about our friends at LegacySups.com. Professional grade nutritional supplements made right here in the USA that can help you reach whatever goals you have for your body, your health, and your performance and your well-being. But instead of another ad read, they wanted to share some verified reviews from top-rated and independent review sites so you can hear what legitimate customers think of the results they get from Legacy products. Jonathan says, I was skeptical at first, but after going through my second bottle of Recovery PM, as well as testing out X-Lean, T-Assist, and Test X9, I'm a true convert. Even after the most strenuous workout days, I sleep and recover fully the next day. We'll continue to support these products going forward and look forward to anything new. Emmanuel says, amazing products and very fast shipping. And Blake says, absolutely love the Legacy Test Stack. I feel like I have more drive and energy to power through my workouts. My sleep has also improved. So try Legacy. Come on, what are you waiting for? Out there, you can go to LegacySups.com. That's LEGACYSUPS.com ACYSUPPS.com and join the thousands of satisfied customers who have tried the best-selling testosterone booster Test X9, the best-selling sleep aid recovery PM, or try their newest products like salted caramel premium whey protein. Are you kidding me? That sounds delicious. Or No2 Pro, the best pump you've ever had. Guys, it also helps with your performance south of the border, if you know what I'm saying. Don't forget to use code MyWorld for 10% off your order. And to help support this show, level up with LegacySups.com. Jeff, up next is Creamy Thick Boy Peanut Butter. I ain't making it up. That's real.
What?
Creamy Thick Boy Peanut Butter. That's him. And he says, I need to know more about Double J's high school basketball career. Who did he pattern his game after? Could he dunk? Was college basketball an option or was it always wrestling? Who is Double J's favorite basketball player? So let's start at the beginning. Double J, who did you pattern your game after?
Oh, gosh. Kyle Macy was one of my favorites. Now, I bet, does that date me a little bit? I mean,
It does, just a little bit, yeah.
you know,
You might have to explain who he is a little bit.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't. That one does not resonate with me.
Oh,
Kyle Macy?
he's a UK, Big Blue, Kentucky.
Okay.
You going to Google him?
I am right now.
Google, look at his lifetime free throw percentage.
Fort Wayne, Indiana. Played for basketball at Purdue and the University of Kentucky. 7 seasons in the NBA. Yeah, he was born in 57.
Okay, give me lifetime free throw shooting.
Oh man, Wiki's not showing me that right now, but I'll look it up. You tell us about him, and I'll find it.
Just a point guard that could shoot. There's
88%.
Lifetime, pal.
That's insane. That's insane.
I'm serious. Very smart, heady player. Made everybody around him better. Made the right pass. Wasn't incredible. I was not delusional in thinking. I've always been delusional, but I'm not a Pistol Pete. I was
going to ask you. Okay.
I'm not a Pistol Pete. I could handle the ball. I could shoot. I used to get so aggravated. There would be write-ups, and they would say, "And streaky shooter, Jeff Jarrett." Wait a minute. I'm not a streaky shooter.
Shooter.
I'm not a street shooter. I take good shots. I shoot good every game. No, but anyway. So who did I pattern my game? There's, gosh.
So most kids growing up my era, they were trying to do the fadeaway like Jordan or whatever, shoot like Kobe. Who were you shooting like?
Well, that's what I'm saying is if you have to kind of know Kyle Macy is we didn't have 3 in my era, but he is a knockdown 8, 10, 12 mid-range, but he could also hit the corners. That was kind of my favorite shot.
Baseline.
Yes. Yeah. When I went to, I played summer ball, a couple of tours. I went to Venezuela one time for 3 weeks.
Oh, nice.
I went to Brazil and Paraguay, Uruguay another summer. Back in the day, it wasn't a lot of travel ball. You went on different trips. So I went to Brazil going into my sophomore year for 2 or 3 weeks. And going into my senior year, I went to Venezuela for, I don't know, a while. And my high school coach, which I still see to this day, I love that man.
Cool.
I get emotional. I mean, he is a guy that I owe so much to on work ethic. Yes, my grandmother, and people on the podcast know my grandmother, my father, but my high school basketball coach to this day, we have chuckles and all this, but how he formed me, instilled in me.
What's his name, Jeff?
Ronnie Sarver, Coach Ronnie Sarver. And he had the ability to say, okay, I'm going to get this guy to go further than he really thinks he can. We went 24-6 my senior year in high school. I couldn't dunk it. That was another question.
No way. I saw how high you got up on those drop kicks.
I have small hands. I could dunk a volleyball.
Okay.
It's the small hands. Yeah. I couldn't.
I thought for sure you were going to say you could get up because we've seen how high you got up on those drop kicks.
I can jump. I just can't dunk. Like,
okay.
You got to have I couldn't jump that far out. I graduated high school at 17 too. Little regretful. I wish I could have been I started all of my kids old, because I
yeah.
graduated so dadgum young. But no, so I'm missing. Oh,
Yeah, that's okay. Was college basketball an option, or was it always wrestling?
Academic All-American, played 1 year at junior college, and then the wrestling bug bit me actually during tournaments. One little fun fact, that angle that I shot where I got beat up as a ref, I was actually playing college basketball the night before.
No, there you go. Who is Double J's favorite basketball player of all time?
You want to hear a little? So
I'm here for the basketball talk.
you ready for this basketball talk? Which is
I am.
funny.
I love it.
So during the pandemic, just everybody's world kind of changed.
Yeah.
So my routine from, being in the industry all these years, it's, really not go to bed till much later. It's just kind of the routine and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, all right. It kind of shifted, and I'm like, I was so tired of hearing all the negativity on TV, and wasn't a lot on TV and all the streaming shows, and Karen would get into that. I got into kind of a routine that I'd go to bed and I'd do some reading, and I just lay down and go to sleep. No TV, no nothing. But there was a little time frame that in the algorithm of my YouTube feed, I'm a little YouTube guy, just watching different videos. I started watching some Larry Bird videos.
Yes.
Now, Larry has always been by far my favorite player.
Okay.
By far. I love Magic Johnson and Jordan. Those are the easy ones. But when you hear other players talk about Bird, and there's no real it's real talk. You just kind of go to a different level that, okay, the amount of respect that Larry didn't demand, he commanded, because he would play his ass off. He would fight you. He would play tougher. He would play hurt. But, man, he could game, and he couldn't jump the highest or run the fastest. He won with his brains.
Yeah.
There's a lot to overall, in my opinion, in life of that you may not be blessed with just the unbelievable athletic ability, or you might need to be blessed to have that 36 ACT score or whatever it may be. Larry outworked everybody. He literally outworked everybody, but he used his brain to outwork everybody, and it showed up in his championship. So, fascinating man. It's just a fascinating man. So
from French Lick. And go ahead. The Hick from French Lick.
Yep. French Lick. So
he could pass too. I think that's something people don't talk about. Yeah.
Oh, he could do it all.
Yeah.
And his trash talking.
Oh,
it's legendary, but they call it trash talking. But really, so yes, trash talk is the fun way to say it. I also think that's a part of the competitive nature that made him good. That, he's the legendary Xavier McDaniel. Hey, Xavier, I'm going to shoot it right here. I'm going to get the ball. I'm going to put it in that whole story is hilarious. And he does it.
And do it.
Kind of the after chat to me is a whole nother level of psychology. Hey, Xavier, I didn't mean to leave that much time on the clock. What? You just burned me.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's relentless. I think there's, Michael Jordan, Tim, I forget his last name. Michael Jordan's coach.
Oh yeah, Tim Grover.
Tim Grover.
Yeah, his personal trainer. Yeah.
The relentless.
Yeah.
There's that word, I think can get folks. It certainly got me when I kind of drill down. Perseverance is another way to say it. Persistent. But if you're relentless at something in life, man, it's just hard to beat somebody who don't give up.
Mm-hmm.
Damn near impossible.
That's why, what was so fun was the culmination of them as the dream team. You talk about trash talk and all that and practicing and everything. How fun was that though, when they all came together?
I love that. I watched that documentary over and over.
Me too. I love it. All right. Chris Bose is up next. If you could change one thing about your WWE, WWF over your career, about your run there, what would it be?
At WWE?
Yeah, that whole run in the WWE. If you could change one thing,
there's two. So I don't know if it's the first one was the communication on Brody, that the second go around, that's, things just happen. I've said it multiple times on the pod. I didn't want to leave. Contrary to what everybody believes, that Jeff held Vince up on the China match and he got his money. No, I didn't really want to leave, but I knew if I was leaving, I didn't want to put my payoff and my financial in their hands after I'm working for the opposition. That's just dumb business. So I wanted to clean everything up that night. What's fair is fair. I got my money. Vince got his championship, and we were both very happy that night.
All right, we're going to keep this moving because there's still lots of questions, Jeff. We're having fun. Big Dog 35, fantasy booking. Who would be your 1A dream opponent from today's rosters, no matter what federation or organization they work for?
For today's rosters.
Dream opponent for Jeff.
I mean, Cody'd be a hell of a, I mean, we went back to him. Man, that's a whole list. I never got to work with Cena. That would be, and I know he's not on the current roster. There's a couple of, Tanahashi is a guy that when I saw the aura of him at Wrestle Kingdom 9 live, that's a whole nother level. And then you just kind of look at so many talent out there right now. I mean, Sami Zayn at WrestleMania with Johnny Knoxville. No, it's not a 5-star Mac Classic and all that kind of stuff, but the entertainment value, and I get it. It's not for everyone. It is not for everyone. I am well aware. So you may not be a fan of it, but if you're a fan of sports entertainment, which I am, which I know it rings cash registers in a massive way. It's not going to get you.
That's the reality of it.
That's exactly. There's a real talent level, high skill set of doing what Sammy did in so many levels.
All right. Eastwood's up next. Did you get any heat from Shoes Baseball for calling a horseshoe a sandwich on Ms. TV at the last Springfield, Illinois live event?
Oh, do you know what a horseshoe sandwich is?
I do. And you ready? It's Texas toast, it's meat, it's French fries, and it's cheese sauce.
Like the cheese sauce. Oh my.
Come on. Are you proud of me?
Brother, I am shocked.
Hello. Somebody did their homework. That's this guy.
Homework. But no, you know what's funny is that's like a real discussion. Not a sandwich. What the hell? What do you call it? Plate? I mean, it's bizarre. It's very, but it is a sandwich, but it's not a sandwich, but it's a open face sandwich. It's crazy, man.
It's you know, when I think about French fries on a sandwich, my mind goes to Permani Brothers in Pittsburgh. You know, they
there
have
you go. Oh, Karen's talking about, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See, that's right, Karen.
Food spots across the country that back in the day, Whataburger was just out in Texas.
Oh, there you go.
Now
we could talk about food all day on this one. We've eaten together. Geez, we know how to eat. So there you go. Adam B is up next. If next week you no longer had any way to communicate to your fans, what would be the top 3 stories you'd want us to hear or you haven't told yet?
Is that it? Wait, that I'd want them to hear or that I haven't told?
Yeah. What would be the top 3 stories you would want us to hear or haven't told yet is how he worded it.
I mean, the ones that I haven't told, you got to have to jar my, that's
there's nothing that comes to mind immediately.
There really isn't. I mean, yeah. Conrad, I'll say this, and I know, the whole ad-free team involved, but getting the diversified topics, like when we dove into the Moondogs,
yes,
I had no idea the amount of feedback that we would get from that. I mean, massive. I'm like, wow, people that didn't have some folks were like, I was 3 years old when you had, whatever.
Yeah. Remember the Wayne Ferris match? We got to watch it together for a bonus.
See, I mean,
the cafeteria brawls.
Yes. Yeah. It's concession stand. But shame on not a damn cafeteria brawl.
It looked like it. I mean, between the mustard, ketchup, and everything else that was flowing, it was insane, brother.
But so it was stories.
You guys have dug into a lot.
We really have. But the first part of the question, I want to make sure I'm answering these. What was the question?
If you had no longer had any way to communicate to your fans, what would be those top 3 stories?
Oh, that I haven't told or any story. So, I mean, look, I think I still get multiple emails a week on the Hell to Hall of Fame story. And that just came out of the blue, how Conrad jumped off into that topic. I knew we were going to touch on it, but anyway, that I think that's it's a human interest story as opposed to a wrestling story. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. If I did no longer if I could no longer communicate in the age of instantaneous exchange of information.
What's that story that would be like, man, I wish I could have gotten that one out there to everyone. They wouldn't believe it. Okay. Well,
I don't know.
Let's move on then. Skylar Steele is up next. Of all the places you've been and all the people you've wrestled, what stands out in your mind as being your favorite place you've ever worked and your favorite opponent? And then he has a follow-up question, but we'll start there. Favorite place, favorite opponent.
I mean, Memphis, Nashville, and Louisville, I've spent 7 years every Monday, Tuesday, or Saturday. Those will always have home in the gut. Madison Square Garden is a unique arena. I wish everybody, as a wrestler, had the opportunity to perform in the old Boston Garden. Had a great vibe to it. The audience obviously made that, but also the just the old Boston Garden had a real good vibe to it. Down in Mexico, there's some venues down there that are just awesome, great setting. That just it rock. Wembley Arena, not the outdoor, but the indoor. That's got a real special feel to it. Little small, tiny dressing rooms on the sides, and I can feel the chill in the air and the coffee when you arrive at the arena in Wembley. You get off the bus or arrive, okay, London, you've been in the country, whether it's a day or two, or maybe on a 10-day tour, or you've been gone home from however long. London shows were always very special. Like a Tokyo show were special. Mexico City, the big kind of, I tell you what, in Bayamon in Puerto Rico, anniversary shows years ago, when you got the opportunity, and look, I was a young man doing that. Those are big events that there is a buzz in the air. Indescribable is probably sounds too dramatic, but it is. Sometimes it's hard to describe a big show feel. Of course, the WrestleManias, but that's more about the event. But different venues is what he's talking about. The venue-driven buzz is really cool.
Especially when you think about, you said Boston Garden, Madison Square Garden, the sports heroes that you've watched growing up who've performed and played there and whatever, and then you get to perform there. That's pretty cool.
Yep. When you hear, now it's called Allstate Arena.
Yeah.
It used to be called the Horizon Center. I mean, you think about the Saturday night main events, the WrestleMania 2.
Yeah.
Just
cool.
Legendary buildings.
Yeah. Favorite opponent. Yes. Favorite opponent.
Oh boy. That's, I've gone through this different stages of my career. As a kid, I idolized Jerry Lawler, and actually getting to wrestle him. And we went over, on the pod, had a couple of 60-minute draws with him. That's a kind of a bucket list. I never thought I'd get to do that, and got to do it kind of as a young man. Shawn Michaels, Kurt Angle. I love Kurt Hennig as a human being. He was Mr. Perfect when I was early in Memphis. And then he came down as Kurt Hennig, AWA World Heavyweight Champion.
That's right.
I had a match with him, a couple of matches with him. Had before he won the belt from Nick Bockwinkel, had a match with Bockwinkel. But seeing Kurt become literally kind of transformed into Mr. Perfect, and I would often think, he's really always been Mr. Perfect. He's just called Mr. Perfect now. But having different matches with guys like that, it's special. I mean, look, it goes without saying, the Nature Boy, getting to wrestle him on my 30th birthday on Nitro.
What a career.
Dude, bucket list. I mean,
That's
truly,
awesome.
A true, getting to wrestle Hulk, all these kind of guys.
Are any of your kids big wrestling fans, Jeff?
Cody, massive fan. But the girls, I mean, they grew up around it. So fans probably, not so much.
I just asked because you think as a kid, if you kind of look back one day at your dad's career and see, you just said Lawler, Flair, Kurt Hennig, Kurt Angle, my dad, unbelievable. I mean, it is. It's historic.
Blessed.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. All right, here he goes. Skyler on the backside. What's the worst place you've ever worked and your least favorite match ever? Worst place you've worked and least favorite match ever.
Worst place. I mean, I could probably pull out a map and probably find you, Paul, 10, maybe 15, maybe 20 towns up and down the Mississippi River, on the Tennessee side, on the Arkansas side, on the Mississippi side. You wrestle in those buildings in the summer, and it's literally 100 degrees in the building when you get there at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And by match time, people are in there and it's still 80 and it's sweating, but the place is, but all that. But when you wrestle in there and they've got a shower that's a one-stall shower, and school's been out 2 months, so the shower hadn't been run, and there's mosquitoes everywhere. I mean, seriously,
what a mess.
When I look back on those days, I was like, what the heck? I mean, it was just like, oh my God, this stuff is dry. But anyway, there's nothing fun about that. It's not like, hey, I want to go relive those days. No, I don't. No. I learned a lot in those, but so the worst places are in small, old gyms, middle school gyms that, yes, they're full, and good old picture money comes right in style, but
so it's at the Nashville side of the Mississippi River. So that's where we're staying away from. All right. What's the least favorite match ever?
Oh, least favorite.
One that you maybe look back and like, oh man, that sucked so bad. I wish I.
So okay. So there would be promoters, whether it's my grandfather, Eddie Marlin, or my grandmother, or Buddy Wayne, or any spot shows. But also, I mean, I've done it in Texas. I've probably done it. Yeah, I've done it in Puerto Rico. When a promoter says, hey guys, we're going to put a battle roll on. Now, why are you doing that? Oh, well, okay. And you get into a battle roll and everybody's already worked. Some guys maybe have worked twice that night, but anyway, everybody's already worked, and we all got to go back for a battle roll, and nothing gets done. And it's just like, get in, don't get hurt. Nobody does anything. And then, somebody wins it, and you get back in the back and you go, people just had to sit through that battle roll. And it was the most non-entertaining 8 to 10 to 12 minutes. Those aren't good. Those aren't a lot of fun.
Would you call that match again? A battle what?
Battle royal.
Royal. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
okay.
battle.
Brian Miller, this is actually good. I can't wait to hear this. What is your proudest moment as a father?
That's a loaded question.
It is. This is good though. We're into feelings on this one. We're into fun stuff. This is great.
Because look, I've got 4. So you can't single out any one, but a proud father moment is, not to get too scriptural here, but train up a child in the way they should go when they
are old, they won't depart from it.
When they're old, there you go. See, those kind of it can happen from first grade to second grade. It doesn't have to be to their adult, but as they grow and mature and they're doing things on their own, that's kind of the magic sauce that is counterintuitive to our natural will. As parents, we want to be mother hen or whatever it is, to coddle and do this and do that for them and do this. I mean, you want to do it. Look, you see people all the time. That's my baby. And I'm going, ma'am, he's 43. That ain't your baby, please. I mean, I'm kidding, but that's, you know what I mean. That's the natural give and take. But those proud moments are when they have. It's like the old. It's the exact same analogy. When a kid learns how to ride a bike on their own, they're doing it by themselves, and that look in their eyes, they get like, "Dad, I'm doing it. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!" And they turn around and they catch themselves, and they don't crash. And you're going, "Hey, they've got this." Those moments are the absolute best when they're doing it on their own.
Well said. And whenever I think of the proud father moment, you know what I picture? Mr. Miyagi, when Daniel LaRusso wins that championship at the end of Karate Kid 1, and he looks at him and he's just shaking his head with that proud smile. That's that proud father moment. There you go.
That's the good stuff.
Peter D is up next. Peter D. Peter D. Do you feel you were started too high on the card when you began wrestling? And was the Jarrett name a problem initially?
Jim Cornette, I remember the first time I'd heard him say it, but he went into a lengthy answer that he said, "Hey, here's the deal about Jeff Jarrett. His last name is the biggest blessing in the world and the biggest curse." And he really laid it out in a fashion that only Jim can do. But he was spot on, because did it open certainly every door imaginable in my early formative years? Yes. I was the son of a promoter, the grandson of two promoters, obviously my dad's mom, but my stepmother, her father was Eddie Marlin, and he was a promoter. So it's a family business. So yes, doors were open for me because of my DNA. With that being said, and my dad will say it, and we chuckle about it now, but back in the day, he went out of his way to bust my ass or make things harder for me or do whatever he felt he needed to do to always make sure that I was never perceived as getting handouts, that I was never, ever given special undue, he just went out of his way to make it harder on me. And he'll say that. And the reason he did that was he saw Nick Goulas and George Goulas, a father, son, promoter, and a wrestler. He saw that situation not go well for father or son on many different ways. And so, my father never paid me a penny more than my opponent, no matter what anybody said. That was his rule. And he would tell me, that's going to make you harder to go sell pictures. And it did. It literally, and as a kid, me and Conrad have joked about picture money and me selling 4x6s and 8x10s, but understanding the dynamic of transactions and sales and what you're selling is an experience as opposed to a piece of Kodak paper and all that goes with it. Those kind of lessons were invaluable. But my father, he was kind of the driver of everything. That, look, I got you in the door. I can take you out this door real quick. You got to earn your keep and then some. You've got to do your job and then another person's job and the extra mile. I'm so glad that he did, but it wasn't always fun.
And as a young performer, you learn just by sitting around staring at your money, it wasn't going to grow, and be any more than what it was there in your hand.
There's some life lessons there, asshole. I mean,
I love it. Sam Hardy's up next. He says, what were your first thoughts whenever the first ever TNA pay-per-view was over? Was it more like, oh my God, I actually did this? Or more like, why did I do this?
It was look, when I think I was 35, Paul, that is 34, my bad, 34. I was 34 years old. I think now, what the hell is a 34-year-old man doing launching a company? I can't say I was on cloud nine because I knew, that night in Huntsville, we went back to the Hilton and quasi celebrated and everybody was okay. Hey, I'll see you in 2 weeks. What was I doing? I was literally in a car driving back to Nashville at daylight. Didn't go to bed, stayed out all night, but me and Jeremy, and I'm trying to think. So anyway, we drove back to Nashville to get into post-production. So, very exhilarating. It was not, what the hell have I done? I was super excited, but that's kind of the nature of this business. No matter how good or bad,
the show is at night, there's always tomorrow.
Andy's up next, and he says, do you still have the flashing Double J hat? And can I have it if you do?
You're going to have to go to, that's in Titan Towers. No, that's in the warehouse. It is there in all and live and living color, but it is in storage and kind of fascinating. It's still there. Some 25 years later, it's still around.
So look for it somewhere on display at one of these WrestleManias or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You could see it pop up.
It was on display at Access.
There you go. Jonathan Mendoza's up next. He says, will Double J ever consider writing a memoir?
So I've been approached multiple times. This goes back to, I was just trying to think, 2011 or 12. I had a guy make a pretty serious run, and I'm just like, no, my career's not anywhere. So I've had multiple offers through, and I'm not really interested in that. For whatever reason. And I know Mick has had super success, and a lot of other folks have. In a lot of ways, I'm telling my life story through my world. So
yeah,
in so many ways, if somebody wants to write a book, they can. But no, I at this point, I don't have an interest.
And think about too, Jeff, if writing a book was as lengthy as your answers here on My World, it would be the second coming of the Encyclopedia Britannica. So
here we go, pal.
Be careful what you ask for, fans.
Yeah, exactly. I'll shorten answers.
Michael Elam's back. He said, I love having fun with you. What was the craziest or favorite monster brought in to fight Lawler in Memphis?
It's probably a Lawler creation, for sure. Christmas creature. No, man, that would craziest monster. Oh, we would always have. I mean, Lawler was the creator. Leatherface, and
yes.
I mean, that Leatherface was a crazy one that the people would get into. That chainsaw would be started before he came through the door, and you hear that. And, look, that list is too long for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely go back. And if you haven't seen any of Leatherface, and I'm not talking from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, this is Memphis Wrestling. That's some stuff you want to check out. Matt Richards is up next. Why did Impact never run a pay-per-view in Pittsburgh? I was at 2 sold-out shows in the area that you were a part of, Jeff, and Kurt Angle was going strong for the company as well. So why no pay-per-view in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania?
Venue deals, I think, is the very short question. We definitely didn't want to go to the big building. I would say venue deals, either union, non-union. Good question though, but it never lined up.
Okay. Next up is Robert and Jessica. Let's hear his version of what happened with Bradshaw and Steve Blackman.
I don't know exactly what the question, the tweeter, I mean, Bradshaw, we joked with it about him earlier. Bradshaw is through and through a proud Texan and loves to have fun and loves to cut up and loves to rib folks. And I mean, not just push the envelope. I mean, rip it up and throw it out the window. But John never really meant things like John liked to party and have a good time, but he didn't like mean spirited. But on the flip side of that, there's some folks that had never been around a wild Texan, that former college football player and roughhouse and take your head off and like to, hell, John would beat you up just joking around with you. He wasn't even fighting. He just clubbed me on the back of the head. But no, but Steve was one of those guys, very serious in all walks and all facets of his life. Wasn't quite sure how to handle John at times, but I don't know exactly what this tweet is referring to.
I'm not sure either, but we'll keep going because we got plenty more questions. Jeff, how long do you want to keep going? Because we still got a lot here. It's your call, because we can save him for another episode to Ask Jeff down the road too. So
you make the call.
All right, let's go. We'll go with 10 more. How's that? 10 more, and we'll call it. All right. Wrestling Savant. Who did he learn more from? His grandmother or his father?
I saw that as well. Great question. You can't say one or the other, because there are certain things that my father taught me, obviously, that were more about in-ring and psychology that my grandmother never touched. So it depends on what facet of the business, but both great teachers.
All right, let's keep it rolling here. Next question is thoughts on Monty Brown, which, by the way, that's next week's episode is going to be all about, and why TNA never put a title on the man.
I thought you would actually end with that question because I saw that in the research as well. Like, what questions are we firing? Hey, we'll dig into that next week. Tune in next week because I am surprised, not just at Conrad, but others, the kind of the myths that surrounded why didn't you put the title on him? We're going to answer all those questions next week.
Okay, let's do it. Adam Smasher is up next. When you're having a moment of weakness in your mind about relapsing, what is the thought or mantra, if you will, and that's how he spelled it, that brings you back to the commitment you made to yourself? So what brings you back, Jeff?
Oh, gosh. I could, you talk about getting granular on this. Real simple. I've got enough proof in my life that taking a drink, not one time in my life did it get things better. I've played the tape forward. So and you know what, by the grace of God, those thoughts don't really go through my brain. Also understanding that, the disease of addiction is a disease of the brain that affects the decision-making capabilities. I want to make good decisions. I've made enough bad decisions in my life. Alcohol impairs your decision-making ability. So that's a reset point. Thinking about where, there's different sayings that go around, but there's no such thing to an addict or alcoholic. There's no such thing as one drink. It literally isn't. There's people say, "Oh, just take a drink." That's a myth. It isn't a drink. It turns into multiple that turns into a bad consequence. So that, and then probably the biggest one, Paul, is just the gratitude that I hit life on life's terms, went through a real dark time that we've covered here. But in my sobriety, the good things that have happened in my life, I'm very grateful for. And I know that one bad decision can erase all that overnight.
That's right. You keep strong, keep going. What you started October 25th, 2017, my friend.
Thank you, brother.
There you go. Ryan Howard. I don't think it's the ex-Phillies baseball player, but he's up next. How would Jeff have run TNA during the pandemic? Would he have shut it down or done something different?
I'll pass on that question because there's some concepts in there that I think are still, but I'll say this, hats off to anybody in this industry that continue to create content, because you were facing a challenge that I believe the entertainment business has never faced, because it was a very highly political one, that whatever decision you made,
under the lens, baby,
to alienate part of your audience. So I think in a lot of ways, promoters in this industry navigated it incredibly well, much more so than a lot of Hollywood did. Matter of fact, the majority of Hollywood did.
Okay.
So, hats off.
Roger Edwards, best rib Jeff ever saw backstage. Best rib.
Oh, you can't really say best. Owen just had so many.
I was going to say,
they were so fun to be around. I mean, look, and they can be the smallest things of Owen jumping on a house mic and playing the music right in the middle of somebody's match, or somebody with shaving cream or a spray bottle, and you're messing with people that go by, and it just, I mean,
San Bernardino. Yeah.
Oh, San Bernardino. People, see, it's getting a stewardess to try to follow a word that it's just little simple fun that doesn't harm anybody. Those to me are some, fun ribs that there's a unlimited amount.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the question, I thought, my goodness, this man traveled with Owen Hart. Are you kidding me? There's so many. So, old wrestling fan, and I love this one. How did you get so ripped recently? Any diet or exercise tips for us jabronis working on getting arms like yours? People are noticing, Jeff. Look at the guns, brother.
I don't mind. So the question is,
They want to know how to get ripped like you. How did you get so ripped recently?
I'm not ripped, but
you've gotten in better shape, man.
Oh, that goes with that question. Hey, it's to me, it's real simple. Cut out fried foods, easier said than done. Cut out sugars and cut out anything white. And I say that enrich white flour. It just pasta, breads, cookies, all
chicken.
that kind of stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, it's not easy, but
So what are you eating? What's a day look like then? Help us.
Literally my protein shake at 5:30 with my athletic greens. No, protein shake, and then I have Greek yogurt, fruit. Then I have me egg white omelet with veggies in it. Then I'll have some turkey, just regular sliced turkey.
Lunch meat turkey?
Yeah. I'll do turkey. Lots of fruits. I do nuts. I do cashews, sunflower seeds.
So you will have fruit. That's like a natural sugar, but you'll have that.
For sure. Lots of fruit. And then, sticking chicken steak or fish at night with veggies. Really just basic stuff. Here's another thing that I think is somewhat of a myth, that if people think, I had my body composition has changed. I went for, 5 to 7 years, Paul, where I really restricted my diet I don't say the amount. Conrad will say, BS, you always eat a lot. It's like, if you're going to burn energy in the gym, you got to feed it. You cannot not eat.
Yeah. Starve muscles. Yeah.
You do, man. That is such a, I'd gotten off my protein shakes for a long time. I was just eating my good 2 or 3 meals, sometimes 4 meals a day. Now I'm a 6 meal a day. Now look, 6 meals a day, but you say, 2 of those are shakes. You got to put the protein, fellas. It's that simple.
Protein and get rid of the sugar.
That's easier said than done. And I know. I don't drink soft drinks.
Nothing, not even diet soda.
Oh no. None, no soft drinks. And look, it goes without saying, I've been on the other side. It's well documented, but the amount of sugar in alcohol, let alone the alcoholic content, but the sugar on top of a sedative, you are talking about, if you want to give a car analogy, if you're going along in 4th gear and want to kick it in 5th gear, and then you put some alcohol in your system, I'm not chastising folks. I'm just saying,
just shooting truth.
I'm just saying, you're pouring sugar and a sedative. It destroys your metabolism. And look, I got plenty of research and development on the other side of it. I'm telling you, it's amazing how that has radically helped my diet.
And I don't think we could have scripted this any better, because our next question comes from the Twitter handle, Cold Ones, Ice Cold Beers here. Literally, that's the handle.
I love it.
Did Jeff join the WWE head office just to avoid Effie Lives? Why is he ducking real challenges?
All kidding aside, Effie, in that article we talked about in the national scene, I did it on 2 or 3 mainstream interviews that I did about the Hammerstein show. Hammerstein. I don't think I could have been, and I meant every word of it, any more complimentary of Effie, because for so long, this industry had stereotypical gay men, and they played that role and everything that went with it. And look, it was, and I'm going back to the 60s, 70s, 80s. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. It also, Effie is such a unique character in that I've said it, it's like cut and paste from Jeff's interview. You can do the emotional connection, no matter whether it's the New York Yankees, Tom Brady, the Warriors and Celtics going on right now, professional wrestling. You got to connect emotionally. Effie has the unique ability to connect emotionally with his audience. I wish we could have had the trilogy. Maybe we'll save it for another day, but
never say never.
Never say never. But
there you go.
I enjoyed my dances. You know, the stuff that was shot here at the house and in Hendersonville. It was really intriguing stuff. It was the feedback and the response that we were getting. I'm not expert on social media analytics, but I do know it was through the roof. And
it was big.
It was big. It was.
Christopher Hester's up next. Which performer from the old Memphis territory days would have been the biggest star in today's industry?
And he said the old Memphis days. I want to make sure I heard your question.
Yeah. Which performer from the old Memphis territory days would have been the biggest star in today's industry?
I mean, Lawler is still in his 70s and a mega star. So let's remove Jerry from this conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Tell you what, Austin Idol would be right up there. And yes, he's still doing some work with NWA, but Austin Idol could talk him in the building. You listen to Paul Heyman's interview today, he still has a lot of Austin Idol in him in a lot of ways, in a great way. Now, Paul makes it his own, but Idol could talk. He could hype an event. And when I say an event, we were in Memphis every Monday night. But when Austin Idol would get done with his 90-second, or we had 2-minute promos, most of the time we used about 90-second. Idol would use about 1 minute and 50 seconds of that because he had busted the top and say, Lance, shut up. And he'd talk for the whole 2 minutes. He had you in the palm of his hand thinking, I cannot miss this Monday night. It's the biggest one. And he could do it week after week after week. I think Idol would be right up there at the top.
All right, we're going to keep moving. Daniel says, people thought for years that you and Steve Austin had massive heat. Obviously, that was debunked when we saw the Broken Skull sessions. Now that that's been shot down, who in wrestling do you have the most heat with?
Conrad and Flair.
So straight-faced when you said it. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kidding. No, I'm not. Okay.
Heat.
Man, that's it. Here's, you know what? I'm trying again. I come to these episodes when we're doing a tell story. I really like that. I got to think through this. What is, I want to answer. I want to be. So here's who I think I got the heat with. Somebody that I'm not aware of at all. And it's over money. It's 99% over money. And it's always something that I have no idea that I got. I mean, it happens when you're a boss and been around 36 years, it happens.
So listen, if you're a bitter wrestler or person that's worked with Jeff that is still upset with what he did with you with a money deal, can you please reach out to him? He just admitted he has no idea who you are and he wants to work on it. He wants to communicate. He wants to put the pride in the background and he wants to communicate with you. Yep. So there you go. All right. There's our public outcry. Jim is up next. If he did not become a pro wrestler, not get into the family business, what would have been your plan B, Jeff?
You know, I've said my mom's side of the family was all educators. Coaching. I would have loved to have. Now I think we've had this conversation. Here is life in so many ways that you think, when I see the amount of hours that the coaches put into my daughter's or my son's life, it's mind-boggling. So the educators, and go to another level, that the coaches who are also educators, the amount of sacrifice they put into their life's work, they are, and I've definitely said this, they are the unsung heroes of America. Now, healthcare workers and frontline workers and policemen and firemen, it goes without saying that they are very, very massive contributors to society. But the teacher that gets up every morning and gets their kids to school and then packs their lunch and then they walk in school and they've got 20 to 30 kids, overcrowded classrooms, and they dedicate their day to teaching kids in this environment that we live in today. It'll make you cry. It'll make you get angry. It'll make you scratch your head. But it is an unbelievable contribution to society. I wish every teacher, and money's not everything, but it sure can help families out. I mean, it's incredible what they do for society under extreme duress at times.
For our youth. It's well said,
It's
Jeff.
the lifeblood of America.
Yeah.
Our school system, however you want to say it, and people, look at, whether it's China or different countries around the world and the education. America, the greatest country in the world, no matter what people may say, up, down, and I know we're going through our challenges and gas is outrageous, but at the end of the day, a free country with all the freedoms in our country, and our teachers that get up every day and our coaches that get up every day and go pour their heart out into our youth. Special folks.
Especially like you still were talking about Ronnie Sarver earlier and the impact he made in your life.
To this day.
He
made outside of by far, my grandmother and my father made the most impact on me. Obviously, me having a relationship with Vince, he has no peer in my life's work and passion, sports entertainment. But as far as the molding of a human being, Coach Sarver, there's nobody that has as much impact on me to this day.
There you go. All right. We'll transition over to Mario, who's up next. He said, has Jeff been invited to be part of the 20th anniversary celebration of Impact Wrestling?
No.
Okay. All right. We'll keep going. The look on your face says it all.
No, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just as clear as it can be. All right. Ben is up next. Who in the wrestling business, past or present, would you most like to be on the receiving end of a Jeff Jarrett guitar shot, and why?
So what's that now?
Who in the wrestling business, past or present, would you most like to be on the receiving end of a Jeff Jarrett guitar shot, and why? And is it because you have not been invited to the 20th anniversary celebration of it? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, of all the modern day folks, I mean, my generation, I got Hogan, I got Flair, I checked a lot of boxes. Oh, back in the day.
Yeah, you can pick back in the day. So
nice for me to crack Mr. McMahon once.
Yeah. A heel Vince. Yeah.
But I don't know.
There you go.
Never got Stone Cold.
No, he didn't.
No, I didn't. Cena.
Second time you said his name this week.
He's you kind of look at his career, the longevity, it's special. It's really special how long he did it and did it full time and did it on top, and the physical toll he took on his body day in, day out. He's a gym rat. It paid off. I can't say completely injury free, but man, what a workhorse. What a revenue generator. It's he is really a unique talent. And I know he gets a lot of credit. I get that. I still don't think he gets enough.
All right, Jeff, we're going to do one more question.
Here we go, folks.
Craig with the final question. If Jeff could go back in time, would he accept the Carter's money to fund TNA?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. Look, because that gets into splitting hairs, because that's kind of greedy, and no, I don't want it. Yeah. Look, I signed up. I knew what I signed up for. It obviously took a hard left in 2010, 11. Didn't turn out like a lot of folks, including myself, had hoped, but
Would you have changed any way that how it turned out? Anyway, would you have changed how you communicated with them on your way out?
No, I did that with incredible amount of kid gloves and patience. I mean, we're going to get into that on another podcast when Conrad feels it's right, and the timing and the topic and all the story that went into that. I touched on it on the AJ episode that, you know, my last set of TVs were ironically his last set of TVs, and we started together, and he had no idea that I was resigning, and I really had no idea that they were going to play that kind of hardball with him. So, but we finished up the same TVs. But from my situation, handling my exit, and I'll tell this on different stories, there were people internally that were shocked is the word, all this, because they were like, Jeff, you just, and I'm like, I worked my ass off past the midnight hour. I did everything I possibly could. I knew that I was emotionally separating and financially separating and everything that went with it. I knew that was it, but I'm like, started this thing in 2002 and poured my entire life into it. And it ripped my heart out, but I knew I had to go with what had happened, and I knew where it was headed. It's easy for me to sit here and say now, but I would have never left, but I knew exactly what was happening, and I saw it, and I knew things weren't going to be corrected. I had to go. That was a real tough time for a lot of folks.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and there's one thing we can all agree on. Health insurance sucks. It's confusing, expensive, and frustrating. Well, for the last several weeks, we've been telling you that there's a better way. Welcome to the alternative that is Crowd Health, created to get rid of the headaches of health insurance. Here to tell us more about Crowd Health is the founder, Andy. Andy, what's going on, man? How are you? Thanks for jumping on.
Hey, thanks for having me. Doing great. Can't complain.
Man, in reading your story, I can see why you looked for an alternative. For our listeners that don't know, tell us why you started an alternative to health insurance.
Yeah, it was right around this time of year, several years back, where I was coming off of my old company and so didn't have health insurance. Most of us get health insurance through our companies. And so I went to Obamacare, healthcare.gov, and got a plan. It was $1,200 for me, my wife, and my two girls. And I kind of joke, it worked until I had to use it. My little one, who was 1 at the time, was having recurring ear infections. And so we went to the ear, nose, and throat doctor, who said she's got a hole in her eardrum. You have to get surgery. So head off, got surgery, 15-minute procedure, got the bill, $8,000 for 15-minute procedure. Wow. And little did I know, the insurance company a few weeks later was going to send me a note saying that they wouldn't pay for it. It was medically unnecessary. They wouldn't pay for it. So it was at that point where I was like, man, this health insurance does suck. We have to come up with an alternative. I've been super fortunate. I can write an $8,000 check, but most people in the United States can't write an $8,000 check, and it's putting people into bankruptcy. So we've got to figure out a different way to do healthcare that keeps people from going into bankruptcy, is easier to use, allows them to get better care. And so that's why I started Crowd Health.
I've actually read where over 250,000 people, over 250,000 families with insurance still wind up declaring bankruptcy due to medical bills. Can that be right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing about our system is you can have health insurance and have a medical event and still go bankrupt. So for my example, a pretty benign thing happened. This happens to lots of kids all over the place, holes in the eardrum because of recurring ear infections. And it was $8,000. So, if you don't have $8,000 in the bank, that's going to put you into bankruptcy. The other thing I found out is with some of these Obamacare plans is in 2021, it's the last data that we had, 48 million claims were denied. So, I was, one of those people. One of my claims were denied, and it's fine if, $100 office visits denied. But what happens when a $8,000 or $15,000 or $20,000 claim gets denied? That puts people in really financial, difficulties. So what we've done with Crowd Health is say, hey, you pay the first $500 of a health event. We have a community that will help you out with the rest. And so if you go to the ER, if you have a surgery, if you have a, any big health event that you can think of, cancer, it's $500. Anybody should be able to come up with $500. And so, over the last 3 years with 6,000 people as a part of Crowd Health, nobody's had medical debt. Nobody's gone into bankruptcy as a result of healthcare. And so that's something we're super proud of.
Hey, something I wanted to ask you. I know one of the things that everybody hates about traditional insurance is having to choose a doctor from a certain network. With Crowd Health, can you only still see certain doctors, or how does that work with Crowd Health?
When I was starting the company, it's the first thing my wife asked me, because she'd be always the one that would ask me, is my OBGYN in network or out of network? Yeah, that's a great thing. You can go anywhere you want. We don't limit where you can go. So if you have a favorite doc or pediatrician or whatever, there's no networks to worry about. All we ask that you do is go and say, hey, can you give me the cash pay rate? And typically that cash pay rate, funny enough, is 30 or 40% less than what they get from a big health insurance plan. And so that's what makes this model work, is we're just getting way better rates for our members than even health insurance plans the biggest companies on the planet get for their members. So that's the beauty of this system.
Well, Andy, you've told us how it works when you go to the doctor, but what about prescriptions? How do prescriptions work with Crowd Health?
Yeah, here's the great thing, right? So if you have a health event, like I said before, is you commit to paying the first $500, and then anything after that, then we submit to the community. So whether that's a follow-up visit, whether it's imaging, so let's just say you have cancer, and there's going to be many doctor visits, many imaging visits, many prescriptions. All of those things are included in that health event. So you'll pay the first $500 of that health event, and then we'll submit the rest to the community. And so those prescriptions and everything is included in that. And we've done, everything from a $49 pediatrician visit to a several $100,000, brain hemorrhage. We've got 5 or 6 cancer cases going on right now. We've had, I think, 150 babies. So, it's not only for these little events, but these big events too, which include, some of these prescription drugs that are really, really expensive.
Let's talk about the cost. I see where it's simply $175 for an individual, or just $575 for a family, or 4 or more. Mm-hmm. What do you get for those fees, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, so any of the big events, you get the 500, it's $500, and then you have a community. What you get is a community behind you who will help you with any of those big events. But the other cool thing that you get is you have a care advocate at Crowd Health. One of the things I hate about health insurance is when I call in, I'm talking to a call center in India somewhere that I'm telling them about my health event, and then they don't know what to do, so they punt me to somebody else. What Crowd Health, you have a person internally that you can call anytime you want to. They're going to help you through in whatever health event that you have. They'll provide you access to also online virtual urgent care. So if you have an urgent care thing pop up, my daughter fell off of her bed a few months back. We called a virtual urgent care. They were able to take care of it, as opposed to us having to go to the hospital to take care of it. You get unlimited virtual primary care, so you can go on your app and there's a primary care doctor that you can talk to pretty much any time of the day. You have talk therapy, so unlimited talk therapy. So if you wanted to have some counseling with an online counselor, you can have unlimited online counseling. So all of these things are incorporated and more into the Crowd Health service.
Well, our listeners already know this, but I want to take a minute here to remind them, because you listen to our show, you can get started with Crowd Health today for just $99 per month, first 3 months, when you use our code WRESTLE to get the health care you deserve. Learn more at joincrowdhealth.com. Andy, thank you so much for coming on and telling us more about Crowd Health today.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and happy holidays. Be sure to check us out at joincrowdhealth.com. Use that promo code WRESTLE, and you'll get Crowd Health started for $99 a month for the first 3 months at joincrowdhealth.com with the promo code WRESTLE.